Chapter 1 Resonance of Destiny. Konoha 2 years. A man walked out of the gate of Konoha village alone. He was dressed in black, with black hair like a waterfall, carrying a sickle and a fan on his back, facing the golden sunset. His back was lonely, but desolate and lonely. He is Uchiha Madara. 3 days ago, he was defeated in the Hokage election. Senju Hashirama was elected to the Hokage position with an overwhelming vote. The reality is completely different from Hashirama's promise. Instead of becoming a Hokage, he is increasingly rejected by the villagers. I thought that peace would be created by the founding of Konoha, but in fact, the gap between Senju and Uchiha has not disappeared. The streets in the village were full of laughter, but all he could feel was strangeness and alienation. It turns out that everything is just a false fantasy. From this moment on, he understood that the prejudices in people's hearts are like a big mountain. If there are always barriers, the so-called peace will be nothing more than a glimmer. If things go on like this, Uchiha will sooner or later perish in the apparent peace. He discovered this and called on the Uchiha clan to leave with him, but no one in this huge clan was willing to follow him. At this time, he not only lost his brother, but also lost his clan members. He completely became a person who was not admired, not recognized, not needed, and even slightly redundant in the village and clan. The breeze was bleak and the setting sun was lonely. His long hair danced lightly in the wind. In a place where no one could see him, his eyes were lost and sad. However, at this moment, a childish and urgent cry suddenly came from behind. Madara-sama, Madara-sama. Uchiha Madara paused, the bitterness in his eyes quickly disappeared, and he returned to his previous dignified and cold arrogance. He turned around and saw a boy chasing behind him. The boy has delicate features and fair skin. He wears Uchiha's unique high-collared clothing. His short black hair is clean and neat, his long eyelashes are slightly gentle, and his eyes are as clear as jade. His steps were very light, and he was obviously far away, but he actually caught up with him in just a few breaths. This was obviously not the speed he should have at his age. "Is that you?" Madara recognized him. This child's name is Uchiha Shinayu, and he became a ninja at a young age. The reason why Madara has an impression is that 4 years ago, Shinayu went to the battlefield and fought with the Senju clan until the end. He seemed to have the title of Speed Ghost. Madara-sama, what a surprise! I didn't expect you to still remember me. The boy's eyes were sincere. He stood behind Madara and said, "I am Uchiha Shinayu, and I am willing to follow you." What? Madara's mind was slightly shaken and her pupils trembled. "Are you willing to leave Konoha with me?" Shenyu bowed respectfully and said sincerely, "Yes. Unlike those stupid tribesmen, I am willing to leave with you." Madara's mood suddenly became a little complicated. She looked up and down at Shenyu. After being silent for a long time, he suddenly snorted coldly. "Humph, are you here to pity me?" Uchiha Madara turned her head back and gave Shinayu a slap on the back of her head. "Go back. Although I am no longer your clan leader, I, Uchiha Madara, do not need anyone's mercy." Pity. Shenyu tilted his head in confusion. But he immediately discovered that although Madara was trying to drive him away, her body was still standing there without even moving a step. "What? In my heart, I still hope that I will go with you." Shenyu's eyes flashed. "Uchiha, you are so arrogant." He immediately said, "Master Madara, I really want to leave Konoha. There is no point in continuing to stay here." "Why?" Madara asked without looking back. Hearing this question, Shinayu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Madara asked him to go back without any explanation, and his heart really thumped. After all, he really doesn't want to go back. He is a time traveler, and he belongs to the purest kind of time traveling. He was born in 5 years before Konoha, at the end of the Warring States period, when Senju and Uchiha were still fighting. Later, the two clans reconciled and Konoha was founded. But how could he, who was familiar with the plot, not know about Uchiha's future? Not to mention, a hint of resentment flashed across Shenyu's young face. The Senju clan massacred my parents. They were obviously not ninjas, they were just helping injured clan members, but the Senju still brutally killed them. He said solemnly, I can't let go of this hatred no matter how long it takes. Madara nodded, it seems that you and I have the same pain, but this does not become the reason for me to take you away. I remember that you have a younger brother, right? Yes, but that stupid thing has been brainwashed by Senju. He only wants to dedicate himself to the so-called will of fire. He completely forgets hatred and shakes hands with the enemy to make peace. How ridiculous! Shenyu's face was sad, and a trace flashed in his eyes. Severely, Uchiha mirror, he betrayed me and is no longer my brother. Uchiha Madara's eyes wandered and fell into silence, obviously touched by his words. Shenyu stared at his back. Since you failed to be Hokage, I have understood that if you can't even be Hokage, then who else can Uchiha stand up? This is all a false peace obtained through our compromise, but those miserable tribesmen actually think that Konoha will accept them. Like a mirror, they have all been softened, like boiling frogs in warm water. What awaits them is only slow death. Madara remained silent despite every word of grief, but Shenyu could clearly see that his body was trembling slightly. Seeing that the time was right, Shenyu immediately launched his killer move, living there, looking at the ignorant tribesmen. Sometimes I even forget who I am. My understanding has already reached this boring and stupid tribe, totally disappointed. At this time, Uchiha Madara was finally moved. He looked up at the sky and let out a long breath. Although Shiniu could not see his expression, as the twilight fell, the figure on his back looked equally lonely and desolate. The young man's accusation full of anger and helplessness hit his heart. Uchiha Madara felt lost and felt like we are all the same people in the world. Shenyu also understood that his words could not be recognized by anyone, but for Madara at this moment, the lethality was fatal. I don't need weak followers. Uchiha Madara spoke with a proud tone. Shenyu smiled and closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, his originally pitch-black eyes had turned into a scarlet red, each with 3 black Megatama stars spinning around the pupils. Oh! This is the breath of the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Uchiha Madara finally turned around and became slightly more interested. No wonder you can go to the battlefield at such a young age. Your eyes have already been developed to this extent. He crossed his shoulders and said, at this level, you are qualified to follow me. The corners of Shiniu's mouth were slightly raised, and the bright pupils bloomed with red light. The 3 Megatama jades spiraled around each other, spreading and growing, forming a magnificent Mangeki pattern in an instant. It looks like a gear in a magic circle, symbolizing a certain kind of circulation and harmony. The pattern is exquisite and beautiful, like a flawless work of art. You actually turned on Mangeki Sharingan. Madara seemed to be choked, and her expression suddenly became solemn. His voice was slightly surprised, and even he couldn't keep calm when he saw these eyes. Because this almost represents the pinnacle of what an Uchiha tribesman can reach. What on earth have you experienced? There are only a handful of tribesmen who have evolved to Mangeki in history, and Madara herself has only seen 2 pairs. But now, this 3rd pair of Mangeki appears on a boy. Although his eye power is far inferior to his own, his brilliance is restrained and calm as water, making him a good prospect. The future of Shiniu is full of infinite possibilities. Similar situations to mine, resonance of destiny, and these Mangeki. Madara appeared in front of Shiniu instantly, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. If it were you, you might really be able to carry out my will. In fact, after Shiniu said that he was completely disappointed with Uchiha, Madara had already decided to take him away, but he never expected that there would be an unexpected surprise. The real Uchiha will not succumb to false peace. Only those who open Mangeki Sharingan can see the true nature of the world, because they have tasted the most bone-cutting pain and despair in the world. Madara suppressed her inner excitement and stared intensely into Shen Yu's eyes, because the thing he was most curious about right now was, what is your Mangeki ability? Chapter 2 Mangeki Sharingan. Outside Konoha village. So, Master Madara agrees to take me away? Shen Yu asked softly. Yes. Madara nodded proudly. No matter what happened to Shinayu or the pair of Mangeki Sharingan, they resonated with him. He was both a fallen person in the world, and whether as a follower, assistant, or successor, he had decided to take him with him to travel around the world. Thank you, Madara-sama. Shen Yu finally showed a knowing smile. The ability of these eyes is my biggest secret. He raised his palm and gently stroked his eye sockets with his fingertips. His pupils were crystal clear and had a jade-like texture. But since I am Madara-sama, there is no harm in telling you. Under Madara's curious eyes, Shinayu began to talk. The pupil technique in his left eye is called Makulo. Its ability is to adapt to all things and make the strongest counterattack against the adapted target, which is the Haochu Changchuan that adapts to all things in the world. To be more specific, it means infinite analysis of everything it comes into contact with or sees. This process is called adaptation. Once the adaptation is completed, such effects can be neutralized, permanent damage-free effects can be obtained, and the source of the things can be effectively analyzed. Counterattack. The power of adaptation is consistent with cause and effect and will not be overridden due to time and space. If you are attacked again during the adaptation period, the adaptation process will be accelerated. The so-called infinite analysis means that for attacks that have been adapted, the analysis will not stop, but will only become more and more optimized. The only thing I can't adapt to is the damage to my eyes caused by consuming pupil power. The pupil technique of the right eye is called the eternal standing of heaven, and its ability is time and space retrieval. Freely reverse its own time and space state, and unconditionally restore the current state to the state at a certain time in the past. The maximum time range is 5 minutes, the time scale tends to be infinite, and there is only a 1-second cooldown after activation. Whether it is time state or space state, you can choose flexibly. However, time nodes that have already performed backtracking operations cannot be selected as the target node for backtracking. The more Madara listened, the more interesting it became, and her eyes sparkled. Infinite adaptation, time, and space retrieval, these are the real magic skills, and when the two work together, the effect is even more extraordinary. It must be said that the Uchiha chief has very vicious eyes. Shen Yu blinked. In fact, he hid a little bit about the ability of his right eye. The objects that can be selected for time and space retrieval are not limited to yourself. Everything in the world, wherever you look, can be traced back in time and space. The selection of a retrospective object can only reflect a macroscopic individual at best, but that will consume a lot of chakra. The greater the impact of the object on the macroscopic world, the further the time point of selecting the retrospective, the more intense the consumption of chakra. We really can't blame him and Madara for using their brains. If all the abilities of the right eye are known, it means that he is not only the strongest human shield, but also the strongest support. Who knows if Madara will use him as a tool for human use. Living in this ninja world, you still have to be cautious at every turn. Okay, let's go. Madara turned around. Her previous melancholy was completely diluted by the joy of conquering Shinayu. But Shinayu did not move. What? Madara tilted her head slightly and asked in confusion, what did you leave behind? Well, you can also say that. Shinayu smiled softly. Madara-sama, there is actually another clan member who has opened Mangeki Sharingan. What? Madara asked in surprise, is it your brother? Shen Yu shook his head. He doesn't have that talent, and he hasn't even opened his eyes until now, but that doesn't matter. I wonder if Madara-sama remembers Uchiha sealed, secret weapon in the middle of the Warring States period. The secret weapon of the Uchiha clan. Madara thought for a moment, and then suddenly realized. The dust of the years is scattered, and a past event that has been sealed for many years slowly emerges in the bottom of my heart. Many years ago, when Madara was not the clan leader, the Uchiha clan gave birth to a girl named Uchiha Hikari. Just like Shenyu, she also awakened the Mangeki Sharingan at a very young age, and her pupil technique is the 8,000 spears that can be called a magical skill. 8,000 spears has the ability to mark the enemy and absorb the enemy's chakra to strengthen itself. As long as it is marked, it can control the person's spirit and chakra through the connection. Chakra can be transmitted to oneself or others regardless of distance. With such skills, she was naturally targeted by her own clan. The leaders of the clan used her as a secret weapon and imprisoned her in a dark dungeon. She would only be released when fighting was needed. However, this was not enough. In order to pursue the ultimate power, these madmen used coercive means to implant the two-eye techniques of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi into her body, completely turning her into Uchiha's weapon and depriving her of it. Her name, her freedom, her rights as a human being. At this point, Uchiha's strongest weapon, the Nameless Weapon, was born. The appearance of Wuming immediately restored Uchiha's decline on the battlefield. The defeated Senju clan united with other ninja clans and began targeted operations. Finally, after paying a huge price, they finally sealed Wuming. "Is it possible that you want to free her?" Madara asked. "Well, she is also an abandoned person. If we can get her to join us, under the leadership of you, the Patriarch, we will not be the new Uchiha." Shenyu followed suit. New Uchiha. Madara was stunned, a warm current surged through her heart, and a dark place became brighter. "But..." He frowned slightly, "that was a long time ago, and even I don't know where it was sealed." "Just because you don't know, it doesn't mean that Konoha doesn't know." Shenyu smiled maliciously. "I guess there must be secret scrolls about weapons stored in the secret room of the Hokage building." Although he did not know the specific location of the seal, according to his memory, this information was recorded in a secret volume called History of the Sealing of the Warring States period, and the secret volume was usually stored in a secret room in Konoha. "That's it." Madara was thoughtful, and felt a little confused for a moment. He just broke up with Hashirama and just left the village. If he goes back in despair, it's not his style. Shinayu saw Madara's dilemma and immediately patted his chest. "Madara-sama, I can sneak back quietly and steal the secret scroll under the cover of night. It's a bit dangerous for you, aren't you afraid of being discovered by Senju's ninjas?" Madara looked at Konoha from a distance and shook his head. Shenyu smiled confidently. "Master Madara, teleportation and stealth are what I'm best at. They won't notice. Even when I chased you out of the village, I avoided everyone's sight. No wonder you didn't come out with me right away. It turns out you had such a plan." Madara thought thoughtfully. He was a resolute man and immediately agreed to Shenyu's plan. The two agreed to take action tonight. No matter whether Shenyu succeeded or not, they must leave the village before the moonlight was brightest, and Madara was hidden outside the village to meet him. Immediately afterwards, Shinayu's right eye bloomed with red light, and as Mangeki's pattern slowly rotated, the whites of the eyes suddenly appeared with fine bloodshot eyes. The setting sun is like blood, the fire clouds are floating, the fallen leaves are fixed in the air, the sound of wind stops in the ears, and time seems to have stopped at this moment. From Shinayu's perspective, his body left a weird and twisted trajectory in the space, like a long noodle, extending from here to Konoha village. His field of vision seemed to jump to the four-dimensional space. The progress bar-like existence was the trajectory he left when he moved in space within 5 minutes. It was clearly visible at every moment. Now, he can drag the progress bar at will, select a time node, and click play, and he will immediately appear at the selected position. This is his pupil technique, Heaven's Permanent Standing. Shen Yu dragged the progress bar to the limit. 5 minutes ago, he was hiding in a hidden bush in the village. The next moment, he disappeared in front of Madara's eyes. This simple way of disappearing was like erasing a pencil mark with an eraser, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 3 Latent Action. In Konoha village, Shinayu jumped out of the grass while there was no one around. He closed the Sharingan, and his right eye was clear as usual, and all the previous bloodshot eyes disappeared. It turns out that the retrospective object he chose was his overall space-time state, which in addition to spatial coordinates also included his physical health and chakra state. Except for consciousness and memory, all functions of oneself will return to 5 minutes ago. The power of time is so majestic and mysterious. As long as the backtracking target is yourself, you can activate the eye technique with almost no damage, and the chakra consumption is infinitely close to zero. This is also the reason why he can still maintain normal vision after turning on Manjiki. Shen Yu looked back at the main entrance, and walked out lightly while there was no one around. He did not alert the enemy and returned to his clan area as if nothing had happened, intending to rest until night. People were coming and going on the street, including civilians and ninjas. People from all races seemed to live together in harmony, but after seeing him, Uchiha, they all averted their eyes. Shen Yu sneered in his heart. He knew that these were all tricks created by Senju in order to make Uchiha alienated. Only by being obedient could he be recognized by the villagers. But in fact, in the eyes of the higher UPS, a rotten orange is a rotten orange. No matter how you cooperate, how you accept brainwashing and manipulation, the Uchiha clan cannot be treated well by Konoha. He felt more and more that it was very wise to follow Master Madara. Look at the ending of Uchiha in the original time and space. He was ostracized, hostile, divided, incited, and finally exterminated directly. Or he died at the hands of his own people. Only 2 assistants and 1 seedling were left. No Hokage in Konoha is willing to face up to the Uchiha clan. Hashirama is a little better, but Tobirama after him, Hiruzen Sarutobi who inherited Tobirama's wool, Danzo Shimura, and all the top brass in Konoha are nothing. What a bird! He, an Uchiha, might not even survive before Minato was born, and would be killed by evil spirits. But the strange thing is that all the Senju people in the village are new faces, and those who participated in the war at that time seem to have disappeared from the world. Let those who participated in the war disappear from the public eye to win over people's hearts. Shen Yu secretly thought, Senju is really a good trick. Playing politics and engaging in conspiracy, a simple-minded clan like Uchiha will never be able to defeat others. After returning to the tribe, he ignored the whispering tribesmen and returned to his room. He checked his equipment one last time, including ninja tools, military ration pills, clothing, wartime armor, temporary tents, and other items. He stored them all in a storage scroll and carried them with him. Strange, why isn't that guy in the mirror? During the day, after Uchiha Madara's call failed, Shinayu approached his younger brother and persuaded him to leave Konoha with Madara. But what was waiting for him was the other party's complex eyes full of panic and confusion, as well as his tone of voice that was like avoiding snakes and scorpions. You have worked so hard to create peace, brother. Why do you want to destroy it? Good brother, I really don't know if you are naive or stupid. Shen Yu rested his hands on his head, lying on his tatami, closing his eyes and falling asleep to recharge his batteries. The reason why he brought up the matter of Uchiha Hikaru to Madara was actually because of his selfish motives. It is not due to the original time and space's feelings for Boguang CP, but because Uchiha Hikari's ability is too heaven-defying. If Madara is desperate in the future, there is no need to come to him as a tool man, one Uchiha Hikari is enough. Moreover, with Hikari as a teammate, even if Uchiha Madara dies in the future, his safety will be greatly guaranteed. The golden light slants to the west, the setting sun disappears, and night falls soon. Shen Yu opened his eyes, glanced at the mirror of Uchiha who was sleeping soundly with his back to him, and shook his head. He put on his mask and black coat, walked out of the room through the window, and left the clan quietly. Along the way, he relied on his agility and excellent teleportation skills to avoid the ninjas patrolling the night, without anyone noticing, and arrived at his destination in a few minutes. In front of the Hokage building, 2 guards from the Senju clan are on duty. Entering the Hokage building at night without a summons would normally be a felony, but now. Shania walked towards the door silently. "Kid, stop. Why are you wandering around at night?" Shen Yu didn't intend to talk nonsense to them. The moment he raised his eyes, Sharingan opened, and the 3 Megatama swayed slightly. After just looking at each other, the 2 guards' eyes were dull and they fell into Genjutsu. Although he is not very good at Genjutsu, compared to Ataki and Shisui, his eye power is already at the Manjiki level, and his hardware configuration is too high. It is still very easy to deal with 2 Jainin guards. Shen Yu stepped forward, passed by the guard, and quickly entered the building. He walked quickly in the direction of the secret room, with a layer of light chakra attached to the soles of his feet to absorb shock and silence, covering up the movement to the greatest extent. With his black clothes flying, he quickly arrived at the door of the secret room like a ghost galloping through the midnight. "You!" The ninja guarding the door was about to exclaim, but under the red light flowing from Sharingan, he immediately lost consciousness. "Magic puppet technique!" Shen Yu quickly ordered, "Open the secret room." The door of this secret room has a sealing techniques style. It is definitely impossible to break in forcefully. Shen Yu can be said to know nothing about sealing techniques, but he quickly opened the secret room by controlling the Senju clan ninja guarding the door. Shen Yu pushed the door open gently and walked in. Looking at the dazzling array of books and the 5-flowered 8 gates scroll, he couldn't help but frown. When will this be found? In order to prevent the secrets from leaking out, most of the scrolls have seals engraved on them. Apart from the dense spells, there is not even a signature. If you don't open it, you have no idea what is recorded inside. Shen Yu turned to the door and whispered to the Senju ninja, "You, find the history of the sealing of the Warring States period and give it to me." The man nodded, and although his expression was dull, he walked into the secret room very obediently and began to look for the scrolls. Genjutsu is so useful. Should we strengthen our Genjutsu practice in the future? Shen Yu put his hands on his hips and smiled. Soon, the man sent a red scroll to Shen Yu. Shen Yu's eyes moved and he said tentatively, "Go and find me the Flying Thunder God's technique." There is no record of the Flying Thunder God technique in the secret room. The Senju ninja said expressionlessly. "Then, where is the sealed book?" "I don't know what that is." Shen Yu scratched the back of his head. Is it possible that the writing of the sealed book hasn't started yet? The so-called Book of Sealings is a scroll that records a series of forbidden techniques, compiled by successive Hokage, so to speak, but most of the forbidden techniques come from the master inventor Senju Tobirama. Come to think of it, Konoha has only been established for 2 years, and Tobirama is busy scheming every day, thinking about how to squeeze out Uchiha Madara, and he definitely doesn't have the time to write a book of seals. In that case, Shen Yu touched his chin, "Go and find all the S-level ninjutsu or forbidden techniques in this secret room." The Senju ninja nodded mechanically, and after several searches, Shen Yu had 2 more scrolls in his hand. "Only 2 volumes? But it's enough. If you take too many, it won't be easy for Madara to explain." Shen Yu was a little excited. Although the level of ninjutsu corresponds to the difficulty of learning, the more difficult the technique is to learn, the more powerful it is. He didn't know what the forbidden technique in the scroll was, but if he got it, he would earn it. With the help of a gambler's mentality, his expectation was already full. Not long after, Shen Yu ran out of the Hokage building with the loot. After knocking down 3 patrolling ninjas in a row, he finally approached the main entrance of Konoha village. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The hair on Shen Yu's body suddenly stood up, and he had the illusion of a sickle hanging above his head. In an instant, the threat of death enveloped his whole body, but before he could make a move, a cold kunai was pressed against his throat. The moonlight was cool, and the kunai reflected the cold light, as if it would pierce his throat in the next second. Shen Yu swallowed and couldn't help but get goosebumps on the back of his neck. "Kid, where do you want to escape to?" A cold voice floated from behind. Shen Yu's pupils shrank. This deep voice. Why does he appear here? Could it be that he has been squatting on me at the door? At the critical moment, he thought, no. My senses are not wrong. I have clearly avoided all detection, unless... His eyes widened and he looked at his cuffs. I don't know when, a teleportation technique representing the flying thunder god was printed there quietly. Chapter 4: The Permanence of Heaven. Looking at the flying thunder god's mark on his sleeves, Shen Yu instantly realized that he had been betrayed. Who are you? Answer my question obediently. The kunai moved back slightly, cutting Shen Yu's skin and leaving traces of blood. Shen Yu's face was solemn. He thought of some possibility, and a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart. He forced out a frivolous tone and said, I'm going to the toilet. Do you think I'm joking with you? The voice behind him said with a chill, I wanted to keep it quiet, but when you left the building, I called the ninjas on night watch to take you, but you were very alert and stunned. Got past all the guards. It's true, you have to take care of others when they go to the toilet. Are you Senja born to be nosy? Shen Yu said bad words and suddenly bumped back. However, the other party's reaction was also very quick, and the cold light flashed away, illuminating Shen Yu's pair of scarlet Sharingan. Sharingan has extraordinary insight. Not only can he observe the flow of chakra, his dynamic vision is also incredible. Shen Yu instantly saw through the motion trajectory of kunai. While elbowing the opponent's abdomen, he quickly leaned back diagonally. With a cheese sound, blood shot out from the left side of his face, but he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, and his mask tore and fell off. He took the opportunity to jump back. In the process, chakra naturally flowed into his legs, strengthening the tendons and opening a large distance in an instant, even leaving a faint afterimage in place. A clear figure came into view. The man was wearing a grey-blue coat, with silver hair fluttering in the wind, stern eyes, a dignified appearance, and 3 deep red face lines on his face. He was none other than the current Hokage's younger brother, Senju Tobirama. Shen Yu silently clenched his fists and calmed down in an instant. He now has 2 options. First, use the right eye Mangeky's Heaven's Standing to perform spatial displacement and return to the position at any time within the previous 5 minutes. Now that it has been exposed, if he disappears suddenly like this, Senju Tobirama's shrewdness will definitely detect his own time and space abilities in an instant. When the whole village is under martial law, it will definitely be even harder to escape. Moreover, Konoha may send out ninjas from the Hyuga clan to search back and forth. The Hyuga clan has the blessing of Byakugan and long-distance searchlights per capita. Shen Yu does not have the confidence to hide from their patrols. Another thing is that there is still a god tier in the village. If he is alerted and held down by him in the village, Uchiha Madara will not be able to come in and fish for himself. Then, you can only deal with the person in front of you. When the time comes, you can wait for an opportunity to leave the village. As long as you rush outside the village, Uchiha Madara will be able to pick him up immediately. In just 1 second, thoughts flashed through his mind. While accepting the current situation, he immediately determined his escape plan. Uchiha? He's actually a little thief. Tobirama glanced at Shen Yu coldly. 3 Megatama Sharingan, excellent teleportation technique, I remembered, you are Uchiha Speed Kid? No wonder you are so agile. Tobirama-sama, why are you still acting at this time? Do you really think of me as a fool? Shen Yu sneered and pulled off his coat. My plan was perfect. If it hadn't been for a certain white-eyed wolf who snitched on me, you wouldn't have appeared here at all. As soon as he finished speaking, fire ignited in his right hand, and Yezing Ai burned into ashes along with the mark of the flying thunder god. Shen Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a smile, "You come to accompany me to the toilet so late, it must be the letter reported to you by my good brother. It seems that he is really, very worried about me." "Humph, you have sharp teeth and a sharp mouth." Tobirama glanced at the blood stains on Kunui, his eyes flickering. "I have to admit that you are quite capable. You sneaked into the secret room late at night, stole confidential documents, and were the ones who instigated you behind the scenes. Who is it?" "It's all well trained by Tobirama-sama. My abilities were all learned on the battlefield." Shen Yu raised his eyebrows. Tobirama snorted coldly, "Aren't you going to say it?" "It doesn't matter, I will let you speak obediently. Where is my good brother?" "You should take care of yourself first, hand over the secret scroll obediently, and then follow me back to the prison. In this way, I may be able to spare your life." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Shiniu shook his head gently, "I'm going to leave Konoha and have nothing to do with it from now on." "Arrogant, what kind of place do you think Konoha is? You can come when you want and leave when you want." Tobirama sneered, "A guy like Madara actually has people imitating him." "Master Tobirama, do you want to stop me?" "Humph, I don't need to take action to deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, figures were flying around him. In just a few seconds, more than 20 Senju ninjas surrounded Shiniu. Hearing a burst of dense footsteps, Shiniu's eyes were startled, and he turned to look behind him. At the entrance of Konoha village, many people appeared in shadow. They were uniformly dressed. Under the thin moonlight, pairs of blood-red eyes were looking at each other, staring at him coldly. "Uchiha! Brother!" A young figure squeezed out from the crowd of Senju clan. "Uchiha Mirror!" He shouted to Shiniu, "Stop being so stubborn, you must have been bewitched by Master Madara, right?" "Me? Obsessed?" Shen Yu glared at his younger brother, as if fire was igniting in his eyes. "You eat everything inside and out, and you count the money after being sold. Have you forgotten how your parents died? Hate will never end. If we continue to let hatred spread, this hard-won peace will collapse." Uchiha said with tears in his eyes, "Madara-sama has betrayed the village, you can't make the same mistake again and again." "Ha ha 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 ha." Shen Yu laughed angrily, clenching his fists. "Who is betraying whom now?" "Sorry, brother, I really want to stop you, but I know that I am no match for you, so..." Jing was crying, tears welling up in her eyes, "But don't worry, I have already made an agreement with Tobirama-sama. As long as you obey the arrangements, I will let you out soon. Then we will live together in Konoha, like that, is it not good? So should I thank you?" Shen Yu was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and the red light in his eyes became deeper and deeper. "Elder brother! Shut up!" Shen Yu took a deep breath and sneered, "Fortunately, I already knew that you were a white-eyed wolf. So I didn't tell you everything." Tobirama looked at Shen Yu expressionlessly, and waved his hand impatiently, "Get him!" The ninjas were about to take action, but a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Shen Yu. The extremely dark and melancholy chakra overflows from the body, like a burning fire, but also bone-chilling cold. In Tobirama's shocked eyes, Shiniu slowly raised his head, his black hair moved automatically, the Megatama in his eyes intertwined and deformed, and beautiful ink patterns spread out on his blood-red pupils. "This is Manjiki Sharingan." Being stared at by those eyes, even Tobirama couldn't help but shudder. "No, this brat is hopeless and must be killed on the spot." Tobirama immediately formed a seal without any hesitation, "I will never let him become the next Madara." Water-style water-breaking wave. Tobirama's attack was decisive and fierce, and a thick stream of water surged out, like a sharp blade coming out of its sheath, and cut Shiniu's body in half with a pop sound. The blood dyed the water red, like a huge flower blooming in the water. Brother! Uchiha Mirror fell to the ground, heartbroken. It's not like this, it shouldn't be like this. Under the clear moonlight, Shenyu's body seemed to be twisted for a moment, blood swirled, and his limbs were connected, but he stood there unscathed. What could it be? Izanagi. Tobirama's eyes were full of disbelief, but Shinayu's eyes were intact and there was no abnormality at all. Without him opening his mouth, 3 ninjas rushed towards Shenyu in an instant. Shinayu's fighting style is very cruel, different from the ninja's moves, but like a ferocious beast that is not afraid of death, which is completely opposite to his harmless appearance. The sword light struck him head-on, but he did not dodge, but struck the blade with the side of his palm, causing the sword to cut into his right shoulder. Ignoring the splatter of blood, he hit the enemy's chin with a flying knee. Taking advantage of the moment when he lost consciousness, he circled behind him and broke his neck neatly. Call out! The sharp sword light slashed diagonally from the back. Shenyu raised his eyes as if he had noticed it in advance. He disappeared and appeared behind the attacker at the same time. The sword struck the opponent's wrist and the sword light was immediately cut off. The man unconsciously loosened his fingers, and Shenyu took the long knife from his hand and turned around to stab the opponent in the back. At this moment, a cold short sword emerged from Shenyu's chest, causing him to cough up a large mouthful of blood. Go to hell! The last person came from the Uchiha clan. With Sharingan's powerful insight, he caught the flaw behind Shenyu. Why? Why did you attack me? Shenyu turned his body tremblingly, ignoring the heartbreaking pain in his chest, as if he wanted to see the other person's face clearly. Uchiha's ninja showed a sarcastic look. Hey, Uchiha is already a member of Konoha. You, a stubborn black sheep, can't stay. Shenyu stretched out his arm and grabbed the man's shoulders. His eyes were as cold as a wild beast, making the other person feel terrified. It is not a pity to die for the enemy. Shinyu raised his eyes, and Mangeki Sharingan lit up with red light, magic Shaohang no Jutsu. He took the opportunity to turn the long knife, and in the horrified eyes of the other party, he stabbed directly into his throat, with a pop sound, and blood flowed like a stream. Shenyu drew the sword, and the gear pattern on his right eye rotated slightly, and his body strangely returned to its original shape. The short sword that had previously pierced his chest fell to the ground with a clang, and even his clothes were as smooth as new. This extremely subversive scene made all the ninjas' hair stand on end. Impossible! This guy can't be killed. Hell, what kind of self-healing ability is this? Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly and raised the kunai that scratched Shinyu before. He was surprised to find that the blood stains on it disappeared. It's not a simple self-healing. As soon as he closed his hands, the water molecules in the air surged rapidly, and the surrounding area became moist to a degree visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a huge amount of water poured out of thin air. Water-style water shockwave. The water flow rotated like a tornado, and Shenyu was caught off guard. One of his arms was wrapped, and his whole body was pulled in. Although it was only for a moment, Tobirama still keenly noticed that the moment Shinyu was sucked into the water, the mangeki in the left eye rotated slightly, like a clock. Just hearing the leading Senju ninja roar loudly, countless kunai and shurikens swarmed in, water splashed everywhere, and with the sound of plop, 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 the waterspout drank the blood and quickly turned red under the eyes of everyone. After about 3 or 5 breaths, the water flowed away, and Shenyu slowly stood up from the ground. Under the cold moonlight, a pair of blood-red eyes danced with dim light. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The boy was still unscathed and the blood had disappeared without a trace, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Chapter 5 Makulo. Shinyu formed the seal quickly and started to counterattack the moment he stood up. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. The fire exploded, and he spit out a fireball as big as an izakaya. 1000-degree heat flowed in the air, and the red fire lit up the night sky. How can this kid, have such a level of chakra. The fireball rolled in, advancing forward with rolling flames, and the ground cracked inch by inch, as if thousands of troops and horses could not stop it. Tobirama narrowed his eyes, immediately threw the dull Uchiha mirror behind him, and clicked his palms together. Water-style water barrier. A waterfall-like volume of water grew out of thin air, and a circular wall of water blocked the path of the fireball, spinning crazily around Tobirama. Water and fire merged, and a large amount of steam immediately grew in the air. Shenyu rolled out the scroll, took out a new long knife, and held both swords flat. As the fire-style chakra was poured into the handle, the blade immediately ignited bright flames, like two clusters of red torches. Uchiha-style sword jump flame. His figure disappeared from the spot. Everyone's vision was blocked, and in a daze they saw a shadow heading towards the entrance of the village, where the Uchiha ninja was, followed immediately by a series of muffled sounds. "You are the ones who dragged me into the battlefield." The sword flashed and blood burst out. "It's you who make me sacrifice my life." The deadly sword flames flashed and appeared, and the divine feather was like a Shinigami in the mist, with lava-like light flowing in its red pupils. "Now it's you who are going to drive me out." His speed was too fast, and he released his teleportation techniques one after another. With the natural suppressive power of Mangeki Sharingan, no one was his enemy, and the screams and begging for mercy disappeared in an instant. "Damn it, this guy actually... How can it be? Help, help! Senju guys, are they just watching? Shenyu, Shenyu! We are the same race. No. Shenyu's eyes were cold, and at this moment he was like an emotionless killing machine. He holds two swords and spins around his body at high speed, like a burning whirlwind. Every time he flashes, a ninja is cut to pieces, and bright red blood sprays in the wind. By the time everyone reacted, most of the Uchiha tribesmen in the field had been slaughtered. Wind escape great breakthrough. The strong wind roared, and finally someone used wind escape to blow away the fog. At this time, bubbles bubbled out from the water barrier, the heat filled the air, and the fireball was successfully extinguished. Water-style water dragon bite explosion. Tobirama's handprints changed, and the remaining water expanded rapidly, spreading to the soles of Shenyu's feet in an instant. Shenyu immediately took off, and a strong suction force came from the water under his feet, and a huge whirlpool swallowed him up. It's like a flood pouring in backwards, and the water flows gather at the highest point to form a huge water dragon, falling suddenly downwards. Boom! Raging water waves poured in all directions, the ground collapsed, and even the surrounding houses were washed away by the water waves. Tobirama's eyes narrowed, and Shenyu's figure appeared in his field of vision again. This time, he was soaked all over. There was no wound on his body. But his right arm was turned at an irregular angle. In the blink of an eye, he was once again unscathed, with dry clothes and bright eyes. Tobirama's expression froze. He saw Shenyu's left eye turning again. Although the movement was very subtle, he still noticed it. Somehow, a creepy feeling flashed through his heart, making him stunned. What's going on? Is it an illusion? Why am I suddenly nervous about this guy? Lightning-style pseudo-darkness. Shenyu threw away the broken handle of the knife, raised one hand high, and the thunder light shone in the palm. The overwhelming thunder spread across all directions. People thousands of meters away heard the dull thunder, and the night sky was lit up again. In the humid air, the conductivity of lightning was optimized, and the arc crackled and exploded, threatening to drown everyone. There were a few quick-reacting Jainin who formed seals immediately. Wind escape. The air currents are dancing. Wind release, great wind cut technique. Wind release vacuum wave. The lightning flashed and dissipated. It took 3 wind escape ninjas to resist this lightning style. It's obviously Uchiha. Where did such an exaggerated amount of chakra come from? Tobirama frowned, lost in thought. He is an excellent perceptive ninja and is very sensitive to a person's chakra amount and chakra intensity. This kid obviously doesn't have much chakra, but when he releases 2 large-scale ninjutsu in succession, he doesn't turn red or out of breath, and still seems to have some energy left. Fire Style Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Shinayu took the initiative to attack, and a large fire shot out, faintly covering everyone. The Senju ninjas used their methods one after another, or released water style, or dodged to avoid, but the flames were like impatient seeds that flew out at the touch, flying in all directions. And under the control of Shen Yu, the flames seemed to have tracking capabilities. It was not that easy to avoid them all. 2 unlucky ones were entangled by the red flames and let out shrill screams. The encirclement formation was in disarray. Taking advantage of the mist, Shinayu immediately withdrew towards the entrance of the village. Heaven's permanence gives him a special invincible time. Whenever his body is damaged, falls into an abnormal state, consumes too much chakra, or is in an unfavorable situation, he will return his time state to before the damage. At that time, no matter it is both the health level and the amount of chakra will be refreshed, and the body will always be full and full. From the moment he activated his pupil technique, a 5-minute timeline also started. After looking back, as long as he will not be hurt again in the next 1 second, even the 5-minute timeline will be directly refreshed. If this condition is met, he will always be invincible. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air behind him. Shen Yu tilted his head unexpectedly, and a fast-shooting kunai flew past his right face. Shinayu's pupils shrank, and his powerful dynamic vision allowed him to capture the flying thunder god mark printed on the bottom side of the kunai. The next moment, Senju Tobirama's figure appeared beside him without any warning. When he appeared, he held a kunai behind his back, aimed at Shen Yu's neck, and stabbed him hard without any explanation. Flying Thunder God Slash. At this moment, the corners of Shen Yu's mouth curved, and a hand came from a strange angle, grabbing Tobirama's wrist with a pop sound. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Tobirama-sama." Tobirama was surprised that Shinayu's reaction was so fast that he could keep up with him in the first place. The wrist seemed to be tightly tightened by iron vices, and the kunai and the arm seemed to be stuck in the mire, unable to move forward. But Tobirama responded quickly, forming a seal with one hand, and a huge amount of water spread along Shinayu's arm, instantly wrapping him up and turning him into a huge water ball. Water-style water prison technique. It wasn't over yet. He puffed up his cheeks again, water-style heavenly cry. 3 water needles as thin as a cow's hair pierced the air, like raindrops falling from the sky, and instantly submerged into the water ball, causing ripples and circles. The water needle shoots very fast, almost invisible in the water polo. It is subtle and fast, and goes straight to Shen Yu's eyes and eyebrows. At this moment, Shen Yu raised his right hand, and the solid chakra wrapped the entire palm. With a sudden wave of his hand, an icy blue stream of light flashed past. The 3 water needles collapsed together, and the water ball was divided into 2 halves in the middle like a knife splitting a watermelon, scattering all over the ground. The blade light was unstoppable, and in Tobirama's stunned eyes, his body was torn apart, blood spilled, and broken into 2 pieces. As early as the first wave of water-style attacks, Shen Yu activated the Makshara in his left eye and began to adapt to Tobirama's water-style ninjutsu. After repeated attacks, the progress of adaptation was gradually completed, and the counterattack analyzed was this chakra blade that suddenly appeared. His chakra blade can not only adjust the density through output intensity, but can even simulate the flow of water, penetrating all pervasively and giving it powerful cutting capabilities. From the effect point of view, it seems to be similar to the A-level medical ninjutsu chakra scalpel, but the difference is that Shinayu can control the length and sharpness of the chakra blade at will, so as to truly cut off the water. No matter how fierce the flow of water is, no matter how sharp the water needle is, it will be cut off by the light of the blade and lose all effectiveness. It is worth mentioning that his immunity effect is limited to Tobirama's water-style ninjutsu, but the countermeasures he has learned through adaptation are skills that he can keep with him forever. This is the pupil technique of Mangeki in his left eye, Makshara. Tobirama's body fell to the ground and dispersed into white smoke with a bang. Shadow clone. Shen Yu frowned slightly. Not far away, Tobirama stared at the young man in the mist with some fear. Fortunately, he tested it with Shadow Clone first, otherwise he would be really in trouble. He actually broke through the water prison from the inside. Moreover, the effect of my water style is getting weaker every time. Could it be because of the ability of his left eye? As he analyzed, his eyebrows knitted together. From the 3 Megatama at the beginning to the instant body technique, and then to the tricky Mangeki eye technique. The more he fought, the more frightened he became, and he had already made up his mind that he would never let this kid leave here alive. Although the battle only lasted a few minutes. The release of several large-scale ninjutsu had already caused quite a stir, and more ninjas rushed to the scene. Shinayu lowered his head slightly to dodge the attack, and at the same time, he turned his palms into a knife. The bright blue chakra blade cut through the air and cut into the opponent's abdomen without any hindrance. There was a pop, blood splashed, and the scene was very bloody. This terrifying power made the owner Shen Yu secretly frightened, and couldn't help but take a look at the chakra blade in his hand. The real chakra emerges from the palm of the hand, forming a stable and tough light blade. The chakra inside is as turbulent as water, flowing at a high speed invisible to the naked eye, forming a closed circuit. I learned something good. Since I learned it here, let me call you. Shen Yu raised the corner of his mouth, autumn dew on the leaves. But he looked at the gathering of more and more ninjas. There is not much time left, we must break out with all our strength. On the other side, Tobirama also completed a preliminary analysis of Shen Yu's abilities. My water-style ninjutsu is invalid, which does not mean that other ninjutsu are invalid. At the same time, he should only be immune to one attribute, so. His face was stern and his deep voice spread throughout the audience. Everyone, don't get close to him, use long-range ninjutsu attacks together. The ninjas took the order and distanced themselves one after another. In an instant, Shen Yu's pupils reflected countless handprints. Lightning-style ground walk. Earth-style earth dragon bomb. Fire-style fire dragon flame bullet. Wind escape vacuum jade. For a moment, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning raged across the sky, countless ninjutsu rained down, and Shen Yu's eyes were also lit up by the light. There's only 1 minute left, I can't let them waste away like this. His eyes were still calm, there is no other way, then we can only. The third power, Susanoo. A burst of rich black energy shot out from his body, like a black flame ignited. Along with the strong wind, a dark skeleton instantly took shape, the breath was condensed, and had an obsidian-like texture. 2 huge bone hands protruded from the black air, and with just a slight wave, most of the ninjutsu were knocked away. A deafening roar was heard, and the sound wave set off a shock wave, and all the ninjutsu dissipated and disintegrated. Everyone's eyes widened, and they were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Some even froze up, with only their hearts beating wildly. The huge black skeleton completely enveloped Shen Yu, like an undead ghost crawling out of the abyss. Although it only had its upper body, it still exuded a domineering aura, as if it could destroy everything with just a raise of its hand. Anyone who stops me will die. Shen Yu spat out cold words, and blood slowly dripped down her delicate face. The black energy rolled like a battle flag. At this moment, he was like an invincible god of war, wearing black armor and standing tall. Chapter 6 The moon is at its roundest. The entrance to Konoha village. The divine feather is bathed in black mist, and the 2 Mangeki Sharingan are blooming with an eerie red light. With a thought in his mind, Susanoo immediately waved his hand, grabbing the ninja who would not be able to evacuate in time. Die! The bone hand was as huge and powerful as a machine. With just a slight squeeze, a burst of blood mist burst out from between the fingers, leaving only bone residue and minced meat falling down. Hateful! Kill him! Evil brat Uchiha! Die! Everyone was furious, and the second wave of ninjutsu came one after another, mixed with countless detonating talisman kunai. Boom boom boom! Shen Yu ignored this overwhelming attack and retreated step by step. Susanoo also followed him and moved outward. The huge frame seemed to be made of divine iron and was indestructible. It remained motionless under the indiscriminate bombardment. When the smoke dissipated, the black skeleton was completely undamaged, and even the black energy had not weakened by half, let alone the divine feathers inside. In contrast, the Konoha ninja's attacks were soft, like soft drizzle, unable to stir up any waves. Shen Yu controlled Susanoo to punch out, and with a bang, the gate of Konoha village instantly fell apart, and broken wood and rocks scattered everywhere. Try this! He chanted in Susanoo, fire-style great fireball double-style pill. The black skeleton opened its skeletal hands, scorching airflow rose, 2 huge fireballs condensed out of the palms, and high temperatures enveloped the entire place. Susanoo used the fireball as a weapon, swung it forward and pressed it, red flames flew across the sky, and the crowd screamed. No one could block such an attack. Tobirama tried to use the great waterfall technique to extinguish the fire, but his water style collapsed on its own before it could touch Susanoo, leaving only splashing water drops, as if he had encountered some kind of inviolable existence. Are you completely immune to my water style? He spat, what a troublesome ability. With the help of Susanoo, Shinayu overwhelmed the crowd and quickly rushed out of Konoha village, but the ninjas behind him were still chasing after him. His heart skipped a beat, and a hint of cruelty flashed through his bloodshot pupils. The giant skeleton twisted around to gain momentum, like a crazy giant ape, throwing the fireball in its hand. Hoo! Hoo! The 2 fireballs came one after the other, dragging a scorching trajectory straight towards Konoha village. With Susanoo's immense power, no one could block the impact of the fireball, and the land was plowed into 2 long straight lines. Cunning brat! Tobirama got angry, and clasped his hands together, about to seal the earth style. At this time, Shen Xiong's powerful voice came from the village. Psychicism 5-layer Rashomon. Boom! 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 5 huge doors of different colors burst out of the ground one after another. The doors were carved with lifelike faces of ghosts and gods, symbolizing death and hell, stirring up dust and smoke all over the sky. The fireball suddenly hit the first door, and the impact sent flames in all directions, and the second fireball followed. Boom! Rashomon shattered and collapsed. After smashing the 4th door, the fireball finally lost its kinetic energy and slowly dissipated in the air. In the white smoke rising into the sky, a tall and handsome figure in white fell from the sky, creating a large crater in front of Konoha village. It was awe-inspiring and majestic. Lord Hokage! Lord Hashirama! Master Patriarch, you are finally here! The crowd burst into cheers, and the moment they saw this figure, everyone was relieved. Even Tobirama is no exception. Brother, you are here. Hashirama nodded and looked at Shen Yu and Susanoo, his eyes suddenly sharp. The farce should be over. Shen Yu chuckled, Master Hashirama, don't you even ask me who I am. I only know that you are a destroyer. Hashirama said coldly, I will never forgive anyone who is an enemy of the village. I wasn't the one who committed the murder in the first place. Shen Yu paused, because Hashirama had already begun to form seals. Wood-style wooden dragon's technique. The earth and stone cracked, and a huge wooden dragon snaked out, its size no less than that of Susanoo in the first form of divine feather. The ground shook wildly. Seeing the wooden dragon's big mouth bite him, Shen Yu shook his head and smiled, and actually took the initiative to relieve Susanoo. Half of the skeleton turned into black energy and dissipated. He closed his eyes and waited for death to come as if resigned to his fate. At this moment, a thicker blue arm came from the side and grabbed the wooden dragon's neck. No matter how hard it twisted its body, it couldn't make any progress. The wind howled, and another big hand gently grabbed Shenyu's body and pulled him back behind a person. Hashirama stared blankly at the man's figure, silently lowering his hand in the seal, and wooden dragon immediately stopped struggling and fell to the ground with a rumble. The blue skeleton dissipated inch by inch, and a man appeared in the strong wind with his hands on his shoulders and black hair flying. Uchiha Madara. Seeing Madara's rescue in time, Shenyu finally breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to activate his right eye pupil technique, silently going back to his heyday. At this time, there are only 15 seconds left before the limit of the timeline. Beyond this time, you can only go back to the battle-damaged state. However, he kept a careful eye here. The retrospective object was only limited to his physical condition, and did not include his clothing and chakra content. Therefore, he still looked very embarrassed, as if he had been after a fierce battle. In fact, he has plenty of energy and is safe and sound. After all, Master Madara is here, so he needs to cover up the lie. Taking advantage of the gradual confrontation between him and Hashirama, Shenyu quickly closed the Sharingan, and his eyes became as dark as ink. When the Susanoo was turned on just now, the speed of pupil power consumption was really astonishing, and all the cells in the body were aching. No wonder the second assistant in the original time and space became blind not long after. Fortunately, Heaven's Standing can avoid this problem to the greatest extent, but this means that he cannot fight with others for a long time. The battle must be won or lost within 5 minutes, otherwise he will not be able to pass the level without injury. Madara, what on earth are you going to do? Hashirama said solemnly. Obviously, he has bound Shinayu's behavior to Madara. I'm here to pick up my disciple. Madara flicked her sleeves and protected Shenyu behind her. What? He is your disciple? Zhu Jian frowned, turned to Shenyu, and said with displeasure, do you know that he just killed many companions? That's your companion, kill him if you want. Madara showed disdain. Hashirama took a step forward, his face complex and tangled. Madara, what do you want to do? I have clearly promised you the position of second Hokage. He paused, and in front of everyone, it's hard to say 2 soft words, especially when there is a younger brother behind you with piercing eyes. Come back. After holding it in for a long time, he squeezed out these 3 words. Madara maintained her cold arrogance. I should have told you that I have doubts about your will. I left Konoha to verify whether your path is correct. Do you want me to say it again? Madara, hey, you are still the same as before, no matter how hard I try to persuade you. Hashirama sighed helplessly, at least, keep that child. Madara raised her chin, impossible, Shinayu is my tribe, the only successor I recognize, and also my best friend, put away those illusory delusions. He killed many people. Hashirama's eyes became sharp. Your clan members are all in Konoha, why bother trying to excuse the murderer? Ha 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 ha, murderer? These 3 words can actually come out of your mouth, how ridiculous. Madara looked up to the sky and smiled, am I not a murderer? You, and Tobirama behind you. Aren't you all? A murderer. Those guys in the village are no longer worthy of being called Uchiha. I won't admit that there are such ignorant people. Madara looked behind Hashirama and glanced coldly at the Uchiha clan who suffered heavy casualties. Madara, stop being willful, you know I won't let that child go. You have already taken away my best friend, now you want to take away another one. Madara's face was distorted. Hashirama was stunned, the murderous intention all over his body was stagnated. What? I'm going to take him away today. If you want to stop him, just try. After saying that, Madara turned around and walked away with Shenyu. Hashirama was still where he was, with Madara's words echoing in his mind. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Hokage didn't even make a move, and the remaining ponies didn't even dare to say a word. Tobirama chased Hashirama in one step, looking anxious. "Brother." Hashirama ignored him and shouted from a distance, "Madara! You still can't let go of Izuna's matter." Madara paused and smiled sadly. "Hashirama, the best friend I said is you." The cool night breeze blew away the smoke, but Hashirama's heart could not calm down for a long time. "Brother." Uchiha Jing lay weakly on the ground, his little face stained with tears. He looked at his brother's retreating back, his young face full of bitterness. Tobirama glanced inadvertently, but was surprised to find that Uchiha Mirror's eyes turned blood red at some point, and two Megatama were clearly visible. At this moment, the moon is at its fullest. Chapter 7. Then leave it to you. In a dense forest, Shinayu and Madara were rushing towards the northwest of the Fire Country. Their purpose is very clear, and they have obviously learned the location where Uchiha Hikari was sealed. Madara is holding a red scroll, which is the history of seal of the Warring States period that Shenyu worked so hard to get. It seems that besides being nameless, Senju and Uzumaki have really sealed a lot of things. He browsed the scrolls as he hurried on. Shenyu spoke to the side, and the breeze blew his black hair back. "I wonder what Madara-sama thinks? I think the Box of Bliss is very good. According to records, it is the legendary ninja tool of Sage of Six Paths woolen cloth. But Doyle, you are truly powerful when you are strong yourself." Madara put away the scroll and hummed, "Not to mention mere ninja tools, even the power of Sage of Six Paths is not impossible to obtain." The power of Sage of Six Paths. Shenyu murmured, thoughtfully. Of course he knows what Madara is talking about. Senju plus Uchiha, the two combined into one, are the power of the ancestor Tsutsuki. There is an ancient stone tablet in the basement of Nanga's shrine. It is a token passed down from generation to generation by our clan. It records the method of obtaining the power of Sage of Six Paths. However, the inscription has been processed by secret methods. The higher the level of Sharingan, the better it can be. The more you can interpret. Madara glanced at him. "You know about this, right?" Shenyu nodded. "After opening Manjiki Sharingan, I had the honor to observe the inscriptions. It seems that you already know how to open the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. I want to remind you that although your pupil technique has special effects, it is not an eternal eye after all. There is still a risk of blindness and a series of side effects when using it." Madara said. "Have some guidance." "I understand, Lord Madara." Shenyu said softly, "When the time comes, I will take action." "Forget it, I don't need to say more." Madara smiled and asked casually, "How long have you turned on Manjiki?" Calculating the time, it should be more than 3 years. Shinayu responded, looking back at memories. He accidentally opened his eyes at the age of 4 because he witnessed the death of his childhood friend. It was a time of war, and he was quickly taken away by his tribe. He was given a knife, put on armor, and was forced to the battlefield. What kind of fighting ability can a 4-year-old child have? Because of Sharingan, he can only move quickly, but it is already very difficult to avoid death. He still remembers what happened when he first came to the battlefield. That was his second contact with death, but the experience was completely different from the first time. It was disease that took away the life of his playmates, but on the battlefield, it was the sword that took away the life. Corpses and blood smeared the ground, the wind was full of fishy smell, and the shouts of death were mixed with the screams. The sound was heartbreaking. A fellow tribesman also gave him a thumbs up, praising him for being so calm at such a young age in the face of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Only Shinayu himself knew that he was frightened. However, that tribesman will never know the truth, because the next day, he also turned into a corpse. If you want to survive, you have to become stronger. War is a meat grinder. Surrounded by killing and death, his eyes quickly evolved into the form of 3 Megatama. His parents are kind-hearted. Although they have no talent as a ninja, they have some medical skills. In order to pray for their son, they opened a medical hall to treat injured clan members unconditionally. Over time, their home became a temporary healing center for the Uchiha ninjas. This approach aroused Shinayu's high vigilance. He warned them more than once that doing so could easily lead to war. But firstly, they are very persistent, and secondly, the name of this healing center has spread out, and it is difficult for them to refuse in the face of an endless stream of injured people. A year later, Shen Yu, who was fighting on the battlefield, suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. Something big seemed to have happened. He immediately used all his strength and quickly ended the battle. However, when he arrived home, what he saw was that he had expired. Parents, and my brother lying in a pool of blood. At this moment, his negative emotions rose to the extreme, and endless anger and regret burst out. He looked up to the sky and screamed in mourning, feeling that his chest was about to explode. With bloodshot eyes piercing his eyes and a coldness in his bones, Mangeki Sharingan starts at this moment. Sharingan is called the pupil of soul reflection. The moment Mangeki opens his eyes, he will awaken the pupil technique according to the owner's strong wishes and demands. From this, Makulo and Heaven's eternal standing corresponding to his hatred and regret respectively were born. He desperately used his pupil power in an attempt to turn back time, but his parents had been dead for a long time, but his younger brother Uchiha Mirror was stuck at the limit of 5 minutes. Under the effect of time and space, he miraculously woke up, and the wounds on his body all restored. Bringing his thoughts back to reality, Shen Yu shook his head, trying to get rid of the complicated thoughts. Soon, the two stopped by a low rock, where 2 ninjas were guarding. The emblem of the Senju clan was carved on the stone wall behind them. It seems like this is it. Madara walked over directly without any intention of hiding her figure, so Shinayu could only follow. Stop! Seal the powerful place, and the rest of the people are waiting to retreat quickly. Shen Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. The eyes of these 2 people were fierce, and there was still a vague evil spirit lingering around their bodies, as if they had experienced a lot of bloody baptisms. Senju and Sarutobi. He noticed the crests of these 2 people and sneered slightly. Did the ninjas who participated in the battle originally be sent here? He is Uchiha Madara. The 2 Konoha ninjas recognized Madara's identity and felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Master Madara, these 2 people slaughtered many people in the tribe. Shen Yu said in a deep voice, we cannot let them go. Really? I'll leave it to you then. Madara said, as if she didn't intend to take action. She found a rock and the old god sat on it. Without any nonsense, Shen Yu stepped on the ground with the solace of his feet and shot out like a sharp arrow. Damn you brats, how dare you look down on us, the Senju ninja at the front shouted angrily, drawing out his long sword with a swipe. However, Shinayu revealed his Sharingan in an instant. And the 3 Megatama turned into a flowing whirlpool, which seemed to have an enchanting attraction. The ninja just glanced at it, and then he was deeply trapped in it, unable to extricate himself. Autumn dew on the leaves. The chakra in Shen Yu's right hand gathered together and quickly turned into an icy blue light blade, leaving a gorgeous trajectory in the air. Fool, don't look him in the eyes. At the critical moment, the companion of the Sarutobi clan pulled him violently behind him, and the light blade flashed by. The man's clothes instantly split open, and his skin also opened a straight blood mark. After one blow missed, Shen Yu immediately rushed towards the other person and stabbed that person's face with the light blade as thin as a cicada's wing. The Sarutobi ninja obviously has rich combat experience. When facing Uchiha's Sharingan, he skillfully avoided looking at him and could calmly respond to the attack even without looking at Shen Yu's face. But Sharingan not only has the function of genjutsu, but also has blessings in physical skills. After only 2 rounds of fighting, his movement trajectory was predicted by Shen Yu, and his kunai was cut off by the chakra blade. Shen Yu turned around and kicked Sarutobi Ninja right in the stomach with a tricky move. Boom! The Sarutobi Ninja took the kick forcefully, but also took the opportunity to distance himself. Taking advantage of the opportunity for his body to fly upside down, he completed the seal. Fire style, the art of fire. The red flames hit his face, and his vision was illuminated red. Shen Yu didn't even have time to swing out the chakra blade before he was engulfed by the flames. We succeeded. Sarutobi Ninja's eyes flashed with excitement. He was about to untie his companion's genjutsu when suddenly, a figure emerged from the flames at a jaw-dropping speed. No! He wants to die with me. Ninja Sarutobi was horrified. He tried to avoid, but it was too late. Shen Yu was covered in fire, his black clothes and black hair were filled with flames and smoke, his cheeks were also burned, and his tender flesh was red, but his eyes were radiant, and his pupils had turned into beautifully textured manjiki. He didn't seem to take these injuries seriously at all. The teleportation technique combined with the autumn dew on the leaves sprayed out with blue light, even the air was torn, and the horrified Sarutobi Ninja was instantly cut in half. The ninja let out a horrifying scream, and the last thing he saw was Shen Yu's safe and sound body. How possible? He didn't understand, and died with a deep sense of unwillingness. Shania walked up to the Senju ninja, swung the light blade, and cut off his head neatly, and a splash of hot blood floated in the wind. From the moment he was immobilized by genjutsu, his defeat was doomed. Chapter 8, Uchiha Light. The battle ended very quickly. Shen Yu skillfully placed the bodies of Konoha ninjas together and burned them to ashes with a fireball. The battle of ninjas is also an intelligence battle. Destroying corpses and eliminating traces can conceal one's own intelligence to the greatest extent. Even if it is a corpse, ninjas can still extract information. At this time, Madara came over. I watched your battles yesterday and today. I can only say that you relied too much on your own eye skills. He commented, seeming a little dissatisfied. I'd like to hear the details. Shen Yu suddenly became cautious. Whether it is ninjutsu or taijutsu, they are too rough. Not only is it inelegant to fight, but also you only rely on poor intelligence to fight. You cannot become a strong person like this. Madara shook her head. With your style of play, if you can't kill at first sight, you will definitely suffer big losses in the next battle. Shania was a little embarrassed. Madara's comment hit the nail on the head. His foundation is indeed very poor, and he was pushed to the battlefield with little practice. His fierce and rough skills were honed on the battlefield. After opening Manjiki Sharingan, this self-sacrifice style of play was developed to the extreme. All in all, although Manjiki Sharingan gave him magical abilities and made him powerful quickly, it also led him down a wrong path, one-sided pursuit of enemy killing efficiency while ignoring basic training. You must know that truly powerful techniques are accumulated bit by bit through details and hard work. Take Metkai from the original Time and Space as an example. Did that amazing kick that almost led to the finale rely on only the 8 Gates dungeon? No. The 8 Gates dungeon just infinitely amplified his basic physical strength. The truly powerful one, still himself. If he hadn't practiced hard for decades and polished his body bit by bit, how could he have gained power far beyond the 5 shadows after opening the 8th gates? How could Yekai have the power to kick the 6 paths level? If you don't accumulate steps, you won't be able to reach 1,000 miles, if you don't accumulate small streams, you won't be able to reach a river or sea. This principle can be used wherever you put it. Taijutsu doesn't mean you can win by being brave and fierce. The key lies in the control of details. In ninjutsu, it doesn't just burst out chakra to increase its power. Madara's comments continued. At the end, he shook his head and said, "Forget it, while you are still young and the road has not completely gone astray, I will give you a little guidance." Shen Yu was surprised and happy when he heard it, and his eyes seemed to have stars blooming. Judging from your fighting style, you are a bold and careful person, and the chakra blade in your hand also proves that you have the talent to finally control chakra. You can be called a good embryo. Madara raised her chin. So, are you willing to endure my training? I do. Shinayu nodded immediately, like a chicken pecking at rice. After clearing the battlefield, Shinayu looked at the stone wall in front of him, and what he saw was the complicated and difficult to understand sealing techniques. He wisely stepped aside to make room for Madara. Madara put her fingers on the stone wall and murmured to herself, blocking time and space, I see. Shenyu was a little excited. He didn't expect Madara to be so accomplished in sealing techniques. Just as he was looking forward to how Madara solved the seal, a sea blue light suddenly flashed across his eyes. Boom! Madara activated Suzanu's initial form, and with a huge blue fist swinging out, the stone wall instantly exploded, and the sealing technique's style was also destroyed in the smoke and dust that rose into the sky. Shenyu's eyes were dull. What are you looking at? Madara glanced at Shenyu and crossed her shoulders. As long as the carrier is destroyed, no matter how powerful the sealing techniques are, they will lose their effectiveness. Earth and rocks fell, and when the smoke and dust dispersed, a dark hole appeared in front of them. Fire style fire. Shenyu snapped his fingers, and the air above his fingertips was slightly distorted. A wisp of flame ignited out of thin air and quickly expanded into a fireball the size of a palm. Under the light of the fire, the situation inside the cave was clearly visible. Oh? Are you proficient in fire style to this extent? Madara stared at Shinayu's operation, slightly surprised. Generally speaking, ninjas can control the running route of chakra through hand seals, so that it can act on the body or outside the body, which is called jutsu. Uchiha's ancestor Indra once created 12 basic mudra, which have been passed down to the world. The world is of infinite use. However, for ninjas who are skilled in a certain type of ninjutsu or a certain type of property change, because their bodies are already familiar with the operation of chakra, they can streamline the process of forming seals. Those with extraordinary talents may not even need to form seals to achieve instant ninjutsu. Shenyu held up the fireball and walked ahead. The innermost part of the cave was a spacious open space. On the ground, black spells in the form of magic arrays were dissipating in circles. It's underground. Madara's voice came from behind. Yes. Shinayu nodded. Seeing that Madara didn't move, he wisely began to form seals and pressed one hand on the ground. Earth style wave. A strange wave spread around, with Shenyu's palm as the center. The land turned outward inch by inch, and the earth and rocks flowed like a flowing stream. Shinayu's chakra has 6 attributes: wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, and yin. Although there are not many ninjutsu that she is good at, they are all practical, such as fire style and lightning style that focus on power and defense and support. Earth style, etc., are basically for combat and survival. Soon, a medium-deep pit appeared on the ground, and a black-haired girl was huddled in it, hugging her knees. She is thin and small, dressed in shabby black clothes, and her long satin-like hair is lying on the ground, like a solitary lily. Sensing the circulation of air and the warm light of the fire, she trembled slightly and slowly raised her head. Uchiha Wuming, from today on, you are free. A white palm stretched out and handed it to her. She looked up, and her dark eyes reflected a clear and gentle face. Who are you? Why did you let me out? She tilted her head in confusion, her voice soft and melodious, like a swaying wind chime. I am an abandoned person just like you. As for the reason for letting you go, you can probably understand it as hugging each other for warmth. Shenyu smiled, and in the warm firelight, his eyes were as warm as jade, and his faint smile seemed to bring out sunshine. In short, you don't have to stay in this dark place anymore. Unconditionally. She hesitated, but why should you save someone like me for no reason? Why, have you accepted your fate? Shinayu stared into her eyes, recalling Boruto's lines from the original Time and Space, and his voice was full of determination. Don't lose to the fate that others decide for you, decide it yourself, create it yourself, this is your destiny. For a moment, her eyes were filled with waves, as if a stone had fallen into the clear lake, causing gentle ripples. She stared blankly at the young man in front of her. In the dark seal, she could not even feel the passage of time. The long emptiness almost wiped out all her emotions, leaving only endless hatred and layers of condensation in her heart. Of solid ice. But now, the ice is melting layer by layer. By some strange coincidence, Wuming, or Uchiha Hikari, took Shinayu's hand and let him pull her up. Shenyu couldn't help but measure her height with his eyes, and she was actually half a head taller than him. She looks about 12 years old, probably at the age she was when she was sealed. She has picturesque features, cut pupils, a small and soft oval face, and perfect proportions of facial features. Although she is a bit dirty, she can't hide her elegance. Her black tribal clothes were shabby, and her slender white feet were exposed. She had no shoes, but a rough bandage around her ankles. The moment she stepped out of the cave, the dazzling sunlight shone on her pale cheeks. She felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but squint her eyes. She raised her hand to cover her forehead and slowly moved out of the cave. It seemed that the last time she walked under the sun was a long, long time ago. Is this Wuming? Madara was also looking at her. After a while, she finally adapted to the light slightly, her field of vision slowly focused, and Shenyu's back became clearer, until a familiar Tuanfan clan emblem came into view. Chapter 9, Get Up and Take Action. Uchiha. This symbol awakened her sleeping memory, and scenes from the past flashed before her eyes. They were scenes of her fighting on the battlefield. The cold orders of the clansmen and the pitiful howls of the enemies seemed to be lingering in my ears again. Are you from Uchiha? As if causing a chain reaction, her eyes widened in response, and her pupils turned into a sad and beautiful manjiki in an instant. Amaterasu. Her right eye burst into fine bloodshot eyes. A black flame ignited Shenyu's back and spread throughout his body in the blink of an eye. Holy shit! Shinayu screamed and threw away Wuming's hand, subconsciously activated the teleportation technique, and jumped out more than 10 meters away in an instant, like a monkey with its butt on fire. Wuming rolled his eyes, and with a sore sound, Uchiha Madara on the side was immediately bathed in black fire. Blood came out of the eye sockets and flowed along Wuming's face. The originally delicate and gentle face actually looked ferocious and cruel at this moment. I'm going to burn! Shinayu screamed without any image. Amaterasu is said to be a black flame that can burn everything. Unless the target is burned out, it will never go out. Its temperature was extremely terrifying, and Shenyu's clothes instantly dissolved like marshmallows in water. In less than a second, the skin on his back began to carbonize rapidly, and the heartbreaking pain continued to stimulate his nerves. He never expected that the seemingly docile Uchiha Wuming would stab him in the back and attack violently. But his mind no longer has time to think so much. Years of combat experience have trained his reflexes to be extremely sensitive. The moment he was injured, his eyes burst out with red light, and the manjiki in both eyes rotated simultaneously. Finally, he summoned his last bit of reason and recalled his overall state to 2 seconds ago. The black flames were extinguished instantly, as if they had never appeared before, and his body returned to the same state as before. And Uchiha Madara also easily neutralized Amaterasu. A blue skeleton was propped up all over his body, and all the flames were blocked outside the body and eliminated along with the skeleton. However, Wuming took the opportunity to rush forward, his left eye manjiki twitching faintly, and he looked into Madara's cold eyes. Tsukuyomi. Madara looked around and saw that the surrounding scenery had changed drastically. The sky and earth were filled with blood. The original forest no longer existed, and was replaced by a battlefield littered with corpses. Huge torii gates burst out of the ground one after another, surrounding Madara. Countless Senju ninjas appeared in the torii. They stared coldly at the figures in the field, and moved forward with bloodshed, their swords flashing with cold light. The fear of death flows in every inch of the air. An ordinary person would be scared to shit just standing there. But, the person in the scene is Uchiha Madara. Is this what you understand as despair? Instead of showing any discomfort, Madara showed disdain in her eyes. Little girl, the real battlefield is 10 times more tragic than this. Your illusion can't even inspire my fighting spirit. Seeing the Senju ninja charging towards him, he shook his head and smiled deeply. Forget it, let me teach you a lesson. He opened his eyes slightly. And the darker, deeper, hell-like power invaded from all directions like a cold wave. This is the eye power that belongs exclusively to the eternal Mangeki. Under these eyes, the illusion instantly shattered like ice, the blood-red world ceased to exist in an instant, and only a thin figure flew out. Wuming hit the stone wall, bleeding from all his orifices, and almost fainted. Never use genjutsu on someone whose power is stronger than your own. Even a Tsukuyomi will suffer backlash. Madara spoke leisurely, with a calm expression from beginning to end, and she didn't even move her steps. Shinayu appeared next to Wuming in an instant, and with a chi sound, a chakra blade was pressed against her fair neck. Do not move. But he underestimated Wuming's determination. She raised her head and stared at him coldly, blood gushing out of her right eye again. Amaterasu. The temperature suddenly rose, and Shenyu had already realized it and activated the teleportation technique, moved behind Wuming, and let the black flames fly away. But despite this, he was still hit by a wisp of flame on his finger, and the black fire quickly ignited the entire palm. This time, he was much calmer and his expression was not so painful. He just frowned slightly and activated the power of retrospection to extinguish the flame. Wuming wanted to turn around, but a hand suddenly fixed her head. Shinayu stepped forward and pressed her knees against Wuming's back, using his weight to suppress her from getting up. Is this how you treat your savior? He demanded. Savior? Haha, you just want me to continue to be Uchiha's weapon. This kind of puppet-like fate. I won't accept it. Wuming's eyes were full of hatred. I'm going to kill you too, and then escape to a place where no one can find you. Shenyu was slightly startled. Did you misunderstand something? Ta, ta, ta. A pair of feet appeared in Wuming's field of vision. Uchiha Light. Wuming was stunned. The moment she heard the name, all her expressions froze on her face, and an electric current seemed to flash through her mind. Uchiha Light. She raised her head, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, a little dazed and a little surprised, reflecting the figure of Uchiha Madara. The man in front of her was too strong. She had already experienced his strength firsthand. The oppressive feeling as if facing an abyss and the terrifying power of the eyes as deep as the sea were simply not something she could contend with. Well, this is your real name given to you by your parents. Madara responded. My name. She stopped struggling and asked softly, Who are you? We are all abandoned by Uchiha just like you. Shenyu felt helpless. No, we abandoned them. Madara corrected from the side. Wuming's expression was a bit confused. From the moment she recognized the identity of the two people, she subconsciously thought that these two people were here to get her back into the war. After all, to the entire Uchiha clan, she is just a useful weapon. Although those seals imprisoned time and space, her consciousness was still awake. She didn't know how many days and nights she had been locked up. She only knew that what was longer than life was endless emptiness and suffering. In these difficult years, she also gradually understood the truth. If she wants to be free and survive as a human being again, she must fight. Fight for yourself. She didn't know when she started. But she secretly made up her mind. If one day she could get out of trouble, the first thing she would have to break away from was the imprisonment of the Uchiha clan. This was also the reason why she took action. You, didn't release me just for the war?" she asked blankly. Shen Yu curled his lips. "The war you talked about is over. Except for Madara-sama and me, the Uchiha clan was all instigated to rebel and integrated into an iron pot called Konoha, waiting for slow death." Uchiha Hikari, Madara stood still in front of the two of them and said condescendingly, "In the name of the clan leader, I declare that from today on, you will no longer be a weapon and live as a human being." Chapter 10. You are good at picking it up. Shen Yu looked at Uchiha Hikaru with a rather resentful look in his eyes. After being warmly embraced by Amaterasu, he was really unhappy. If it weren't for his special eye skills, he might have turned into ashes by now. The temperature of the flame was so terrifying that he was still a little frightened. Although time and space can be reversed, the pain is real. Madara waved her hand and said, "Shinayu, let her go." "But, she might attack us suddenly." Shen Yu was still worried. "Don't worry, she can't do it." Madara's tone was very calm, and the calmness revealed the absolute confidence of a super shadow-level powerhouse. "Okay, Madara-sama." Shen Yu moved away as instructed and let Uchiha stand up. Madara looked down at Uchiha Hikari, and a faint voice floated into her ears. "What Shen Yu said just now is all true, but there is only one thing. Whether the war is really over has yet to be considered. For the ninja world, peace is only temporary, and it is far from what I want in my heart. The ideal world is still far away." "Ideal world?" Light murmured. "Liberating you means that we recognize your strength. On this road of pursuing your ideals, you can go forward with us as a companion, not a weapon." Madara changed the subject. "Of course, you can leave and live the life you want." "Ah." Shinayu was stunned and glanced at Madara with some confusion. "But let's see the reality clearly. Before we succeed, this is still a false world, still full of unsatisfactory things." After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Shen Yu was a little messy, and the light he almost risked his life to release was actually ignored by Madara. He had no choice but to glance at Uchiha Hikari hesitantly and could only follow her, leaving her alone. Does Madara-sama really not care about Uchiha Hikari? Or does he want to use his personality charm to conquer her? Shen Yu frowned and couldn't help but secretly think. Uchiha stood there blankly. After an unknown amount of time, she came back to her senses, looked at the two figures gradually moving away, and suddenly took a step forward. She really caught up. Shen Yu leaned next to Madara and whispered, "What should we do? Do we have to wait for her for a while?" "No need." Madara still looked calm and relaxed. "Since she has chosen to follow, she will definitely carry it out to the end. If she can't even do this, she won't be Uchiha. Maybe she just wants to catch up and ask for directions." Shen Yu thought secretly. The two of them ran along the tree-lined path and soon entered a small town. "Shinayu chose an izakaya, Madara-sama, let's take a rest here temporarily." Madara nodded, and the two walked into the izakaya and chose a seat near the inner hall. Shinayu took the menu from the waiter and boldly ordered several meals, such as ramen, sushi, stewed sea bream, chikuzen boil, and a hot pot of sukiyaki. From last night to now, he hasn't eaten anything. While waiting for the meal, Shen Yu hesitated again and again, took out 2 scrolls from his arms and handed them to Madara. "Madara-sama, I picked this up in the secret room of the Hokage building yesterday. I don't know what it is, but the seal on it is a bit difficult to get." Madara took the scroll, blue light flashed on her fingertips, and easily opened the seal. "The art of spiritual transformation." Madara scanned it for a few times and then opened another scroll. "This is 8 Gates armor." He glanced at Shen Yu with a slightly scrutinizing look. "They are all S-level forbidden arts. Are you quite good at picking them up?" "Master Madara, you know me." Shinayu straightened his back and said confidently, "Don't take advantage of me, UBD." Fortunately, Madara didn't say much and instead threw the scroll to Shen Yu again. "Now that I have it, there is no reason not to learn it. Madara, don't you practice some training? Shen Yu asked tentatively. He thought Madara would be interested in these forbidden techniques. I don't need it. Madara said calmly, that book The Art of Spiritualization is very helpful in improving mental power. You can study it carefully. The strength of pupil power is directly linked to mental power, and mental power the relationship with yin style is even more inseparable. Shen Yu nodded in understanding. He was born as a reckless man and had never experienced any professional guidance or training. All his fighting skills were based on instinct. Even the ninjutsu he mastered was learned from his comrades around him. In his vague understanding, he only knew that the power of the eye is the power released by the caster through the eyes, and it has a lot to do with yin style. For some blood stains of the eye, the power of the eye is a measure of the strength of a person's eye. Standards or not, the strength of yin style is directly proportional to mental strength. Madara looked at his half-informed look, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Do you know what the essence of chakra is?" "I know this question." Shen Yu responded, "Chakra is the product of a perfect fusion of a person's spiritual energy and physical energy. Mental energy represents the yin attribute, and physical energy represents the yang attribute. The different ratios of yin and yang, derived the 7 nature changes of chakra also correspond to the intersection of yin and yang that gives rise to all things in the world." "Not bad." Madara nodded with satisfaction. Shen Yu smiled. These were all told to him by a cold-faced and warm-hearted uncle on the battlefield. However, this uncle later died in the encirclement and suppression of the Senju clan. Thinking of this, his smile turned sad again. Madara seemed not to notice this, and said to herself, among the changes in chakra's properties, wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder are the 5 basic properties, while yin style and yang style are special properties. Shen Yu was brought back from his thoughts and asked, could it be said that spiritual energy is yin style? And physical energy is yang style? It's easy for beginners to fall into such misunderstandings. Madara shook his head and smiled, and as he drank the warm tea, he also came to chat. Yin style is a special chakra extracted based on spiritual energy and fused with part of the yang attribute. The same is true for yang style. Their special feature is that the ratio of yin and yang is innate and cannot be learned like the 5 elements escape technique. He looked out the window, his voice drifting far away. If people born with yin style want to gain the power of yang style, they can only change their fate by heaven-defying. Shania was thoughtful, and Madara's words made him suddenly enlightened, as if he could see the blue sky through the clouds and mist. The external manifestations of 5 elements release techniques are easy to distinguish, but the techniques based on yin style yang style seem to be, mostly secret ninjutsu. For example, medical ninjutsu, Akamichi clan's expansion jutsu, Senju clan's strange powers, etc. These are related to the body and are mostly external manifestations of yang style. Most of the things related to the spirit belong to the yin style. For example, the Nara clan's secret technique is to use yin style to transform shadows, the Yamanaka clan's heart-turning technique, Byakugan and Sharingan, etc., are all external manifestations of yin style. It can be said that spiritual energy is an important part of yin style, and yin style is a symbol of the strength of the eyes. Shen Yu's eyes brightened slightly, and the obscurities in the past were being cleared up little by little. Chapter 11 New Uchiha. At this time, Madara knocked on the table. The source of power in Taijutsu is physical energy, and the source of power in Genjutsu is spiritual energy. However, both Taijutsu and Genjutsu are inseparable from chakra. You should be aware of this, right? Shen Yu understands that ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu are different systems of power and cannot be confused. In the original time and space, this is the reason why Kisame's chakra-absorbing shark bullet technique was defeated by Metkai's day tiger in the 7th Gate of Wonder. Madara took a sip of tea and said, as for the 8 gates Dungia, it is a very powerful secret of physical skills. The stronger the physical fitness, the stronger the power, but it requires years of practice. Shen Yu nodded, he naturally understood this. The prerequisite for practicing 8 Gates Dunjia is to exercise your strength, temper your muscles and bones, and conduct unconventional, overloading, and long-term training that exceeds your limits. Only in this way can all parts of the body be exercised, so that the muscles, bones, flesh, and organs can adapt to the load they bear after being turned on, and the damage to the body caused by the huge energy after being turned on can be minimized. The food was served and the two began to eat. It wasn't until the tea gradually cooled that a stumbling figure emerged from the end of the field of vision. Uchiha Hikaru actually followed him all the way. Her breathing was slightly rapid, and her pale face was flushed abnormally. She looked like she was recovering from a serious illness, and she was obviously reaching her limit. She walked into the store holding on to the door frame and walked over weakly. Where did the beggar come from? Seeing her, the clerk in the store immediately showed impatient eyes. With her shabby clothes, messy long hair, and especially her bare feet, anyone would associate her with the word beggar. Go, go, go. There is no food for you here. It's really unlucky. If the boss sees it, he will deduct my salary again. He drove him away unceremoniously. Madara raised her eyes and was about to stand up, but Shen Yu, who had been watching for a long time, stood up first. She is with us. Shen Yu pressed the shop assistant's shoulders and showed a harmless smile. Just like that, Uchiha Hikaru also sat on the dining table, staring straight at Madara, his almond eyes shining with expectation, and occasionally glancing at the food on the table. Gurgulu. Her stomach protested. Eat. Madara said calmly. She immediately started to wolf down the food, grabbing the sushi with her left hand and the chicken drumstick with her right hand, stuffing them into her mouth with a flurry of movement, making the bowls and chopsticks jingle. This kind of eating appearance made the surrounding diners frown slightly, and they all picked up their stools and moved away. Poor kid, how long have you been hungry? Shinayu sighed and pushed the tea in front of her. Uchiha didn't hesitate, picked up the teapot and poured it into his mouth. Gurgling. Have you decided to go on the road with us? Madara picked up the teacup and asked softly. Uchiha Hikari paused, his mouth was stuffed, nodded heavily, and then continued to devour. I've subdued you now. Shen Yu showed admiration in his eyes, with random thoughts swirling in his mind. Sure enough. A handsome and indifferent uncle is always the surefire way to impress a little girl. After having enough tea and rice, Uchiha Madara stood up and looked straight at Shen Yu. Shen Yu was a little frightened by his stare. Do you have any money? Master Madara's deep voice came over. Shen Yu's throat rolled, and he suddenly realized something. Madara-sama doesn't have any money. You dragged me in. I didn't even want to come here to eat or drink. The eyes of the surrounding diners all drifted over. Shen Yu felt embarrassed, raised his head, and asked in a low voice, do we still need to pay for the meal? Do I look like a gangster? Madara tilted her head and gave him a strange look. Uchiha wiped his mouth and looked over curiously. His big bright eyes blinked and he also tilted his head. This. Shen Yu looked at these two people who had very similar looks and hairstyles, with several black lines hanging from their foreheads. Madara-sama, I have something to ask. Speak. You two are not related by blood, right? Of course not, why do you ask? Madara frowned. It's really because you two are so similar. Shen Yu stretched out his hand and gestured in mid-air. This hairstyle, this expression, and this outfit, even the dressing style is similar. Is there any? As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him eagerly, with a trace of doubt in their eyes. That's great. Shen Yu nodded fiercely. It's just a coincidence. Madara said nonchalantly, oh, by the way, take the time to give her a new outfit. It's too eye-catching now. One more thing, remember to settle the bill. From today on, the three of us are the new Uchiha clan. Madara announced, looking at the two children in front of her. Where are we going next? Uchiha asked softly. Madara looked up at the sky with an unfathomable expression. The end of the world is the end of the world. Shenyu clutched his shriveled wallet and looked up at the sky with a melancholy look on his face. 2 days later, in the country of Taki. Boom! The two huge arms collided violently, setting off gusts of wind. One is as dark blue as the sea, and the other is as black as ink. The deep and violent power is released unabashedly, destroying everything. Madara and Shinaya faced each other from a distance, and the two huge Susanos stood in each other's arms. They started the first stage one after another. The surrounding debris was messy, and the ground was a mess. Yes, you are indeed fast enough. Madara folded her hands and controlled Susanoo to punch. When I was your age, I couldn't do this. Boom! The black Susanoo raised his arm to block the powerful and heavy fist. The strong wind roared and the black energy spread, quickly turning into a second pair of arms and wrapping around him, firmly fixing Madara's Susanoo. In the face of praise, Shinaya looked solemn. The confrontation with Madara made him unable to be distracted, and there was cold sweat on his forehead. That's ridiculous. I still have a lot to learn, Madara-sama. In the dense forest, there is a giant waterfall hanging. The rapid water flows straight down from the cliff and into the lower reaches of the river. The water curtain spreads out and stirs up thousands of splashes. Under the waterfall, a small figure was soaking in the pool naked. A brand new set of clothes is neatly piled on the shore. The river water is cool, flowing inch by inch over her snow-white body. Under the shadow of the mottled trees in Madara, her skin is smooth and delicate, with a warm jade-like luster. Uchiha Guangha raised his wrist, scooped up a handful of water and poured it on his head. Feeling the refreshing feeling penetrate into his scalp, he took a long breath of satisfaction. After being sealed away for so many years, the earthy smell was so strong that she couldn't get rid of it. Even she disliked it. Today, it was finally washed away. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the pool, dull crashing sounds were heard from time to time, and Guang felt that his heart was trembling along with them. She didn't pay too much attention to it. After 2 days of getting along, she had already adapted to the way of getting along with her new companions. The two of them were fighting almost every day. It was said to be a fight, but it was more like a kind of confrontation training. The man controlled the timing of his shots and trained the young man to keep improving. The name of that jutsu is Susanoo. She tilted her head, her beautiful eyes were bright, with a hint of curiosity and a hint of eagerness to try. Wow! She held up the clear water and watched it flow down the gap between her palms. The cool touch crawled across her skin inch by inch. Under the dappled sunlight of Madara, her long arms were as crystal clear as jade. A new life has begun. Chapter 12. The road is long and long. A week later. Boo-hoo! 3 shurikens flew out in the shape of pin, collided with each other in the air, and scattered in different directions among the flying sparks. Bang! 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 The shurikens were nailed to different tree trunks, but each one hit a fallen leaf accurately. Shenyu slowly closed his hand, glanced at Uchiha Hikaru beside him, and said softly, "Shuriken technique is very easy for us Uchiha to master. I believe you will soon reach this level." Guangzhou frowned slightly. "Can you be more specific? I don't understand." Shenyu blinked his eyes, as if he was choked. After Hikaru Uchiha joined the team, he was surprised to find that his foundation was not the worst in the team. In comparison, Hikaru's fighting style is more brutal. I don't know whether it's because she has been sealed for too long or because her basic skills are poor. She can only use eye skills, but not even the simplest routines in physical skills. As for the control of chakra, as well as shuriken skills and so on, it is even more vulgar. In this regard, he is similar to Kawaki from the original Time and Space. He can only control the power of Wedge, but his basic training is ridiculously poor. Even Master Madara shook his head after looking at it, and only said this sentence. It's up to Shinayu to teach her this kind of pediatric stuff. Thinking of this, he cleared his throat and said, practicing shuriken requires sufficient observation and physical coordination. You have Manjiki Sharingan, so of course there is no need for observation. All you have to do now is to make the movements as much as possible. Keep up with your thinking. As for the technique of throwing shuriken. He thought for a while, stretched out a finger, and said with a smile, do it the way you like best, whatever makes you feel comfortable. Uchiha heard black threads in his head and said speechlessly, is this how Madara-sama taught you? You may have misunderstood something. I was not taught by Master Madara. Shinayu spread his hands, frankly speaking, my foundation is also very poor, but I am just a little bit better than you. You're lying. She frowned and said calmly, you can accurately control the direction and landing point of hundreds of shurikens, teach me. Well, the accumulated practice bit by bit, coupled with the epiphany of certain life and death moments, of course the experience and guidance of companions are also very important. Guang tilted his head, doubts flashing in his eyes, the moment of life and death. Hey, in the Warring States period, not everyone was like you. As a winning weapon, you only appeared at the critical moment of the finale. Shen Yu shook his head, as a leading soldier who charges on the battlefield, if you're killing if the enemy is not strong, he can only be used as cannon fodder. Many times, people's potential is forced out. He picked up a shuriken from the ground, in a chaotic battlefield, if you throw it incorrectly, you will put yourself and your companions around you in danger. Similarly, if you cannot move freely on the water, you can only being able to be held down in the water and tortured by the enemy. With a whoosh sound, the shuriken flew through the air, drawing a graceful arc around the two of them, and finally landed back in front of Shen Yu like a baby bird returning to its nest, stopping at his fingertips and spinning. This is very good, teach me. Guang opened his beautiful eyes slightly, like a child who found his favorite toy. Simple trajectory calculation, taking into account the wind direction, air humidity, etc., and then hey, in short, hey. Shinayu made two gestures, and there was a pattern. Yes. Guang clenched a small pink fist, veins sprouted on his smooth forehead, if you continue to deal with me, I will kill you. Why don't you be so irritable? Shinayu recalled the fear of being dominated by Amaterasu, and his face looked a little ugly. This is the task given to you by Master Madara. She looked straight into Shen Yu's eyes, stretched out her little hand, teach me quickly. Be careful, she added. Shinayu sighed, it seemed that Madara was destined to be a hands-off shopkeeper. It seems that you want to become stronger more urgently than I do. Shen Yu said, do you also think the Eye of the Moon plan is feasible? Not long ago, Madara officially introduced his Eye of the Moon plan to the two of them, including everything including the Samsara Eye, Gedo statue, 10 Tails Jinkraki, and Infinite Tsukuyomi, the world-destroying eye technique. According to Madara, these are recorded on the stone tablet in the basement of Nanga Shrine. They are the ultimate secrets left by Uchiha's ancestor Indra, and only the eternal Manjiki Sharingan can have a glimpse of them all. It was these that strengthened his belief and guided him on the way to go next. But before that, Madara decided to examine the world structure first and judge whether Hashirama's method really brought peace. If this peace is only superficial, as hypocritical as Konoha's acceptance of Uchiha, then he will implement his belief and execute it immediately. Eye of the Moon project. Madara-sama thinks it's okay, then that's okay. Guang said lightly. She is so confident that it doesn't matter. Shen Yu secretly cursed. He knew very well that the so-called Infinite Tsukuyomi plan was nothing more than a conspiracy set up by Black Zetsu to resurrect Satsuki Kagaya. The contents of the family monument had long been tampered with by Black Zetsu, and even Madara had been used by him. Peace. What ideal world and real peace are all a complete fraud. The ultimate goal of Black Zetsu, or Kaguya, is actually to consolidate the defense line after resurrection to cope with the arrival of the Tsutsuki clan. If Kaguya is successfully resurrected, all humans in the world will be turned into white Zetsu by the sacred tree. If the invasion of the Tsutsuki from outside is successful, then all humans will become the nutrients of the sacred tree and be devoured by the Tsutsuki clan. No matter which side succeeds, it will be devastating to the world. Today's ninja world seems peaceful, under the suppression of the two god tiers Hashirama and Madara, but in fact there are countless dangers hidden. An evil god of unknown origin. Heizetsu, who operates secretly. Descendants of Hamura on the moon. The Sage of Six Paths is in the Pure Land but peeks into the world. There is also the Tsutsuki style that took away the body of the monk Seisen, lived for thousands of years, and had far-reaching goals. There are too many uncertainties in the ninja world. But even though Zenyatta knew all this in advance, he couldn't tell it, because no one would believe it, and it might put himself in danger. The current plan is that he can only quietly become stronger by Madara's side, waiting for the right time to become a chess player and completely control his own destiny. The so-called vulgar development, Ba. This is the reason why a gentleman hides his weapons in his body and waits for the time to move. These are not things I should consider now. Guang said suddenly, a melancholy light flashed in his eyes. I only know that if you can't become stronger, you will be just a burden and will definitely be abandoned. Afternoon. Uchiha stretched out one foot and stepped on the tree trunk. After concentrating chakra on the sole of her foot, she took a breath and stepped on the other foot, with her body 90 degrees perpendicular to the tree trunk. She is training chakra in manipulation and balance. Directly above, Shen Yu's voice came. For ninjas, walking on trees or on water is just a way of operating chakra. The principle is that chakra changes the physical properties of the fiber molecules in contact with the solace of the feet, affecting the way hydrogen bonds work, thereby increasing the interaction between the tree trunk and the tree trunk. The difficulty with the adsorption force of the solace of the feet is that you need to constantly switch the cohesion state of chakra when walking. With a sullen face, Guang still fell down after taking 2 steps with all his strength. She rubbed her butt and stood up, looking up at the figure in the tree. Her eyes could not be said to be speechless or envious. On the tree, Shen Yu was standing upside down, with his feet firmly attached to the bottom of the branches, and his black hair standing straight up. His natural posture was like a bat with the presence of an old god. He held a scroll and responded casually, "You are too concentrated. My suggestion is to use the most comfortable way to control chakra. Imagine yourself walking on flat land, and subtly turn it into an instinct." Uchiha took a deep breath, looked serious, and continued to try. Shen Yu ignored her, his eyes never leaving the scroll in front of him. Spiritualization technique, ninjutsu that separates one's own spiritual energy from physical energy, and materializes the spiritual energy to form a stable spirit body, and uses it to fight. The effect of ninjutsu has gone beyond the ordinary concept of ninjutsu. The spirit body itself has the consciousness of the caster, can fly at high speed, ignore terrain, and ignore all physical attacks. It can not only possess the enemy, causing the enemy's spirit to collapse from the inside and die, but also can enter the spiritual world of others and forcibly control the other person's body. Once this technique is practiced, the soul will become special and develop a super wide range of perception ability, which can sense other people's souls. No matter how far away they are or whether they know the other person's location in advance, they can reach it after turning into a spirit body. Reach the other person's body immediately. Depending on the situation and the user's thoughts, many things can be done, such as transmitting information or confirming the life or death of the opponent. It can also be used to provide chakra to the opponent. But there is a fatal weakness: when the spirit body leaves the body is extremely vulnerable to attack. Without the body, the spirit body will soon dissipate and die. This is simply the legendary death god. Shen Yu nodded frequently after seeing this, and became more determined to practice this technique. The reason why it is an S-level ninjutsu is because the threshold for practicing the art of spiritual transformation is extremely high. Practitioners must have high-quality yin-style chakra. Besides, leaving the body is an extremely dangerous thing. People without great perseverance will not even be able to do it. I don't even have the courage to practice. At this moment, a figure landed on the branch, causing the two of them to look up at the same time. Dressed in black clothes, with long hair reaching his waist, carrying a fan and a sickle on his back, he is none other than Uchiha Madara. How's your practice going? Not very good. Guang raised his palm-sized face, pointed at Shen Yu, and reported calmly, he can't understand. Nanny? Damn it, eldest sister, you look so cute, and you actually snitched on me, right in front of me. Shen Yu was shocked, hooked one leg on the branch, and stood on the branch with a sway. Well, Madara-sama, her shuriken skills have improved a lot. If she only considers one shuriken, she has already it's a perfect success, but the control level of chakra needs to be improved. He is a liar, and I can't learn his methods at all. Guang continued to speak, his words not surprising. Shen Yu broke into a cold sweat. Teach me carefully. Madara glanced at him lightly. Absolutely. Shen Yu nodded guiltily. Compared to this, he quickly changed the subject. What did Madara-sama gain from this trip? It's just a brief visit to an old friend. Madara sneered, inspecting people's livelihood is destined to be a long process, and we still have a long way to go. Chapter 13 Eye of the Moon Plan. 5 years later. In the Kingdom of Thunder, on a platform high in the mountains. Be careful, don't look into their eyes. The 3 Kumo ninjas were running away like crazy, the sound of breaking through the air continued one after another, and the dense shurikens were fired at like bullets, forcing them into a corner. Directly opposite them, a handsome man and a beautiful woman wearing a high-collar black dress stood on the sandstone. 2 pairs of scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan were flowing with a breathtaking shimmer. Under their feet, the corpses of more than a dozen Kumo ninjas were lying in a strewn pattern, with scorched bones everywhere and rivers of blood. The air was mixed with a strong smell of burnt and blood. Tell me the whereabouts of 9 Tails and I will spare your life. The girl's voice was clear and cold, revealing a trace of impatience. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action ourselves. Her skin is as white as snow, and is even fairer against the backdrop of her long black hair. Her eyebrows are long and slender, like a crescent moon. Her face is as beautiful and refined as ice, and her bright eyes are like a pool of autumn water, but they carry an undisguised murderous intent. That's too much. A cloud ninja angrily shouted, 9 Tails information is the secret of our cloud-hidden village, how could I tell you? So, you choose to die. The girl raised her eyes slightly, and her pupils instantly turned into manjiki, with dark patterns swirling around, like 3 swifts circling freely in the sky. The cold chakra aura spread wildly, making the 3 of them shiver. Damn Uchiha, do you want to provoke a war between Kumogakure and Konoha? The captain-like Kumo ninja gritted his teeth and stood up, entering our country and massacring the ninjas of Kumogakure unscrupulously. Are these all tacitly approved by Hashiramadano? Yes. Keep your mouth clean, we have nothing to do with Konoha. The boy on the left spoke. He has a face like a crown jewel, with clear eyebrows and clear eyes. His short and medium-length black hair is naturally disheveled. Although there is a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, his cold, arrogant and clear eyes are a bit domineering. And, don't mention that person's name in front of us. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure fainted without warning, and he instantly appeared in the middle of the 3 people. Laugh. Light flashed, and it was an ice-blue chakra blade. Along with splashing blood, a head with a blank expression was thrown into the sky. What? Team leader? The remaining 2 people were shocked, but as veterans who had experienced many battles, they immediately responded to the panic and stabbed fiercely with their knives, attacking the young man's back and side ribs at the same time. With a stab sound, dazzling electric current flashed on the blade. This was the secret skill of Union Village, the supersonic lightning-style knife. At this moment, the boy's cheeks puffed up slightly, fire-style the art of hidden dust. A huge amount of dust completely submerged several people, and the dust was filled with unimaginable high temperatures. The 2 cloud ninjas closed their eyes subconsciously, but their respiratory tracts were still burned, and they stopped coughing. A cloud ninja resisted the discomfort and immediately retreated in the opposite direction, but he was hit hard head-on. And an iron-like palm grasped his throat. The wind howled in his ears, and the air became cool again, as if someone had taken him away from the dust. He subconsciously opened his eyes and immediately encountered a pair of enchanting and bright Sharingan. Magic puppet technique. The 3 Megatama swayed slightly, and his expression became sluggish, completely lost in genjutsu. On the other side, there were bursts of explosions in the surging dust, and the fire spread out like ripples. Only a scream was heard, and the dust scattered, revealing a charred corpse. Your teleportation technique is becoming more and more mysterious, Shinayu. The girl jumped down, with butterflies flying in her black clothes. You're not bad either. Both your physical skills and shuriken skills are beyond the level of an average Jainin. The young man smiled slightly and gave her a thumbs up. This pair of young girls are naturally Shenyu and Uchiha Hikaru, who are accomplished practitioners. And the purpose of their presence here? Tell me the whereabouts of 9 Tails. Shenyu ordered. Yunren looked confused, opening and closing his mouth. I don't know. How is that possible? Didn't you Kumagakur capture 9 Tails 3 months ago? That operation ended in failure, and many of us died. Yunren responded accordingly. Shenyu's eyes turned slightly. Who knows the whereabouts of 9 Tails? The 2 adults, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, may know this because they were swallowed by 9 Tails when they were capturing 9 Tails. 2 weeks later, they came over safely and obtained the 9 Tails chakra. That's it. Shenyu touched his chin, looked at Guang aside, and said, It seems we need to make a decision. What choice? Go back obediently and leave this matter to Madara-sama to decide, or pursue the victory and torture the information out of Jin Jiao Yin Jiao's mouth before going back. Shenyu stretched out his hand towards Uchiha Hikari, as if he was letting you choose. How about being a nobody or becoming famous all over the world? I listen to you. Guang showed a thoughtful expression. Golden Horn and Silver Horn, are these 2 very strong? Shenyu spread his hands. As far as I know, these 2 people are descendants of Sage of 6 Paths. They can freely control the 5 ninja tools of Sage of 6 Paths. They themselves have tailed beast level chakra, and now they have obtained 9 Tails chakra, difficult to deal with for sure. But, I'm more worried about Union Village. He changed the topic. These 2 people have a very high status in Union, and they belong to the high-level existence. If we rush in carelessly, we may give Madara-sama a lot of trouble. Causing a lot of trouble. Isn't it okay not to be discovered? Guang raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a look of doubt. Somehow, this expression was full of provocation in Shinayu's eyes. I'm just stating the facts. If we are exposed, this matter will definitely cause an uproar in the ninja world. If Konoha notices it, it will delay Madara-sama's plan. Shinayu raised his eyes and glared. Go back. He was a little depressed. He was already 13 years old, but he was still half a head shorter than Uchiha Hikaru. Guang thought about it seriously. I choose to be famous all over the world. Okay, then I will risk my life to accompany you. Shenyu clapped his hands gracefully. Wait a minute, why did I make the final decision on this matter? Speaking of which, it was the same for the previous missions. She finally came to her senses. Why are you mentioning that? In the Kingdom of Fire, on a wasteland. Uchiha rebound. When the hurricane hit, dozens of Konoha ninjas were washed away from their formation and fell to the ground like dumplings. The hundreds of meters in front were plowed into flat ground by the strong wind. Uchiha Madara put away her fan and looked in the direction of Konoha village, her cold eyes gradually turning calm. Now, Hashirama has to take action. After 5 years of travel, he has visited almost all of the ninja world. Regardless of whether it is a big country or a small country, any country with some strength is imitating Senju Hashirama's ninja village system and building ninja villages one after another. But he also gradually understood that this kind of peace is like duckweed on calm water. Whenever someone stirs the water, it will inevitably stir up countless messy water foam. The ninja world seems to be stable, but almost every ninja village is actively cultivating power. Some countries even apply for funding from daimyo and secretly amass troops. Their vigorous ambitions are obvious. The so-called peace is only based on Hashirama's force deterrence. Once the restraint of the strongest power is lost, the false peace will soon be broken. As time went on, Madara gradually came to have this view. Especially when first Mizukage learned that he had left Konoha village and secretly invited him to join Kirigakure village, this view became firm to the extreme. Hashirama, you are wrong. As long as there are people, there will be disputes in this world. He was completely disappointed with Hashirama's approach. The Eye of the Moon plan begins to be implemented. The first step of the plan is to awaken the power of the Samsara Eye. According to the stele, he must first obtain Hashirama's cells and merge the powers of Indra and Asura into one, so that he can awaken the yin-yang style and open these legendary eyes. This will inevitably lead to a battle with Hashirama. Thinking of the last disastrous defeat, Madara decided to capture the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts before the decisive battle to make up for her shortcomings in protracted combat. At the same time, it is also to slightly increase the chance of winning, to guard against Tobirama, the sixth child. This is also the reason why Shinayu and Guang appeared in the Kingdom of Thunder. The second step is to use the Samsara Eye to channel the Gedo statue, which is the body of 10 tails. The third step is to collect the 9-tailed beasts, resurrect 10 tails, cast 6 paths 10 tails coffin seal yourself, and become 10 tails Jinkraki. He calculated that awakening the Samsara Eye would be a long process, and that after the battle with Hashirama, he might lose his ability to fight. Therefore, Shenyu and Uchiha Hikari are particularly important now. To this end, he will spare no effort to cultivate the two of them and let them inherit his ideas. In the future, the two of them will walk around the outside world in his name, and collect the 9-tailed beasts before they awaken their Samsara eyes. The last step is to approach the moon with the power of 6 paths, awaken Sharingan, and release infinite Tsukuyomi to control everyone in the world, unify the world, and create permanent peace in the illusion. After releasing infinite Tsukuyomi, the sacred tree comes to the world and seals the people in the world into tree cocoons. Their bodies will be nourished by the sacred tree, so they will not die. Their souls will forever be immersed in infinite Tsukuyomi's genjutsu, and everyone will live in the ideal world of their own dreams. It doesn't matter what is true or false, the sun shines on the earth, the world is silent at this moment, and there will no longer be war or gunpowder smoke. And Madara herself will become a guardian and endure this eternal loneliness alone. Chapter 14. Please enter the urn. On the other side of the Kingdom of Thunder, the two people who had decided to attack the Golden Horn and Silver Horn were also ready. You must protect my safety. After my soul leaves my body is quite fragile and will be gone if I touch it. In a secret cave, Shenyu stared at Uchiha Hikari and warned with a cautious expression. First, I'm not deaf. Second, I'm not stupid. Third, this is the 4th time you've said it. Guang said with an impatient expression. The light in the cave was very weak, and the Cloud Ninja was standing beside the two of them with a dull expression. Actually, I'm not worried about anyone else. Will you do it or not? Okay, come on. Shen Yu raised his hands to express surrender. The two people's plan is very simple. Since they want to attack Jinjiao Yinjiao, they must not do it openly. The Yunyan village family has a great cause, so it is completely reckless to attack these two high-level officials directly in Renjia village. So the best way is to set up an ambush in advance and then lure you into the trap. This also avoids the risk of being discovered by sneaking into Yunyan village. As for how to lure them out, the art of spiritualization. Shen Yu took a deep breath and formed the Mao seal with his hands. As his eyes closed, a light to clear humanoid spirit jumped out from the Tianling cap. He glanced at his translucent hands. After turning into a spirit body, his vision became extremely wide, and his soul felt relaxed, exuding comfort from the inside out. Every time I use the art of spiritual transformation, there will be an impulse in my heart, that is, to travel freely between heaven and earth, and see all the mountains and small mountains at a glance. His physical body stood obediently in place, breathing evenly, and his face was peaceful, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. He did not hesitate, the spirit body swooped down and instantly disappeared between the eyebrows of the cloud ninja. He came to a colorful space, filled with fantasy colors. This was the spiritual world of Yun Ninja. Or rather, state of mind. He took a quick look and saw that the spiritual body representing Kumo Ninja was sleeping with his eyes closed in the center of the space. Apparently he was still immersed in Shen Yu's genjutsu. He is obviously the owner of this place, but now he is being slaughtered like a lamb to the slaughter. He came to Yunren's spiritual body, held up the twisted clear light in his palm, and gently pressed it on the other person's forehead. It is worth mentioning that when Shen Yu's soul left the body, the spirit body also possessed the nature of his own Manjiki Sharingan. Therefore, genjutsu, which uses spiritual energy as its source, can be released at will. This also means that as long as he enters the enemy's spiritual world, his genjutsu will hit 100%, and the enemy's state of mind becomes his domain. Moreover, as long as he lightly touches the other party's spiritual body, he can get all the information he wants to know. This method, which can be called soul searching, even eliminates the step of torture. The wonderful reaction between Uchiha and the art of spiritual transformation actually achieved the effect of 1 + 1 being far greater than 2. Of course, the premise of all this is that the enemy's soul is weaker than your own, or is already in a dormant state. Otherwise, even the spiritual transformation technique will run the risk of being backlashed. Soon, Shen Yu completed the search for information and raised a smile on his lips. Outside the spiritual world, under Uchiha's wary gaze, Yun Ninja's fingers moved slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes. "Long live Madara-sama!" Yunren said with a lively tone. Only then did Uchiha relax. This was the secret code the two had agreed on in advance. If Shen Yu failed to seize the body, she could respond immediately. Although, the chances of that happening are slim to none. Shen Yu moved his body a few times. As far as I know, Jin Jiao is a madman who protects his younger brother. Once something happens to Yin Jiao, he will go into a rage, so I will sneak attack Yin Jiao, and then you can use the pupil technique to control Jin Jiao. Then this can be done. The two went through the planning process one last time. You must remember my password. Those brothers are not fools. If they fail, they will have no chance. Shen Yu warned. I know, you should also pay attention to yourself. Oh? Pay attention to what? Shen Yu blinked. Be careful not to be discovered by others, or ruin Master Madara's plan. Guang turned his head slightly, not looking at him. The person in front of me has clearly changed in appearance and voice, but his playful and slightly frivolous eyes are still so unbeatable. Shen Yu pointed at his head. Don't worry, I'm already familiar with this guy's usual conversational terms, small movements, and personal habits, so he shouldn't be discovered, and He suddenly came close to Uchiha Hikaru's small earlobe and whispered, I will be careful. You. Guang was obviously taken aback, his pretty face turned slightly red, and just as he was about to get angry, Shen Yu directly launched the teleportation technique and disappeared in a flash. Cloud Hidden Village, a martial arts ninja village affiliated to the Kingdom of Thunder, was founded by First Reikage. It is one of the best among the 5 major ninja villages. The village was founded on a towering mountain peak, filled with clouds and mist, and echoing with deafening thunder all day long. But what is most praised by outsiders is that Union Village's internal centripetal force is extremely high, and it is monolithic from top to bottom, which precisely destined their extremely exclusive style. In the original time and space, Kumagakure was the only ninja village among the 5 great ninja villages that did not have a rebellious ninja from the Akatsuki organization. Shinayu used the body of this cloud ninja named Amui to sneak in effortlessly. Based on the information in his mind, he circled around the village, seemingly aimless, but in fact he silently approached a location. That is the mansion of Goldenhorn and Silverhorn. After repeatedly confirming that no one was paying attention to him, Shen Yu stepped through the door. As soon as he entered the mansion, he put on a panicked expression and stumbled straight to the inner courtyard. 2 adults. I have something important to report. Where is Lord Goldenhorn? Where is Lord Silverhorn? I have something important to report. With a bang, the front door was roughly pushed open, and a burly figure walked out slowly. It's so noisy at noon. Yanjiao yawned sleepily. When he saw Shinayu's face clearly, he suddenly looked impatient. Amui? So it's you, kid. If you wake me up because of something insignificant, be careful, I'll kill you. He shook his head, and under his yak-like vertical horns, his silver hair shimmered in the sun. Shen Yu took a quick look and frowned secretly when he saw Yanjiao's 3 symmetrical beards on his cheeks. It seems that the rumors are true, the brothers really got the 9 tails chakra. Sir Silverhorn, we found traces of 9 tails. What? Yanjiao's eyes widened and he rushed to Shinayu. You say it again. We encountered 9 tails while performing a mission. It seemed to want to retaliate against us, Cloud Hidden, and launched a direct attack. Shinayu showed a horrified look in his eyes and said with a trembling voice, no one except me besides, everyone is dead. Yanjiao grabbed Shinayu by the collar, picked him up like a chicken, and led him straight to open the door of another room. Jinjiao, wake up, that beast is back to take revenge. However, Jinjiao was not taking a nap. He seemed to be practicing to refine chakra. Seeing Yanjiao intruding, he immediately opened his eyes, and the violent chakra gradually subsided. He stood up slowly, and Shinayu was surprised to find that this guy was actually stronger than Yanjiao. His long dark golden hair was spread out, and his knotted muscles were filled with surging vitality. Combined with his 2 ferocious vertical horns, he looked like a human being. A vicious beast. Can you believe it? That beast came back to seek revenge on us. Yanjiao laughed excitedly. At this time, Jinjiao's majestic gaze turned around. Amui, are you sure that's 9 tails? Shen Yu nodded like he was pecking at rice, and said in a tone of voice after a disaster, it's 9 tails. He just waved his claws, and all his companions died. I have already contacted Mr. Reikage before, but he didn't seem to want to deal with this matter anymore. We continued to invest manpower and material resources, but only ordered to appease the families of our fallen companions, saying that for the long-term development of the village. Humph! That guy is really slow. Yanjiao spat. Silverhorn, after all, he is our Reikage, and sometimes he is right. Goldenhorn reminded. But Yayukung, Buletin Mo, and Sa Luyi are all dead. Shen Yu said with some despair, 2 adults, are you not even willing to avenge them? The expression on his face seemed exciting, but he was very calm in his heart. According to Amui's information, there was some discord between Goldenhorn and Silverhorn and that First Reikage. Although it was not to the point of being in a fight, they were still concerned about a certain person. There are always differences of opinion on these issues. If first Reikage is a dove who has an overall view and advocates peaceful development, then the two brothers are hawks who advocate force and advocate radicalism. Moreover, in the list of the dead he just told, the ninja from the Yayu clan was one of Yinjiao's confidants. At this time, Yinjiao patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely help our brothers to avenge themselves. Golden Horn, let's set off now. A mere piece of flesh and blood can give us such great power. If..." He showed a slightly cunning smile, "Aren't you curious about the power of 9 tails?" But over at Reikage, Jinjiao was silent for a moment, looked at Yinjiao's earnest eyes, and finally nodded, "That's it. You and I are enough to capture 9 tails alive this time. It's done." After that, Reikage couldn't say anything. "I, lead the way." Chapter 15. The picture shows the difference. In a barren mountain in the Kingdom of Thunder, Shen Yu was on his way with the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers. The wind howled and the scenery on both sides retreated rapidly. Along the way, the two brothers chatted one after another. "That beast talks a lot, doesn't it? Well, I didn't have time to use the ninja tool last time, but I can use it this time. Golden Horn, I'm not very good at transforming into a tailed beast yet. Then, let me be the main attacker. The half-tailed beast will lose consciousness, and the ninja tool will be left to you to control." As he spoke, Jinjiao took out the mini banana fan and the 7-star sword from his mouth and handed them to Yinjiao's hand. After a few simple exchanges, the battle plan against 9 tails was established. The tacit understanding between the two brothers was as good as Madara. There were a few times when Shen Yu almost wanted to activate his spiritual body to leave his body and directly break into the spiritual world of someone in Yinjiao to complete the torture of intelligence. But after thinking again and again, he resisted the urge. After all, these two people are the descendants of Sage of 6 Paths. They were swallowed by 9 tails without digesting them, and even gnawed at 9 tails' flesh and blood. If there was any specialness in the soul, he would have no place to cry. In the original time and space, they have an impressive record of killing second Reikage and second Hokage. If they attack rashly, there is a high probability that they will overturn. To be on the safe side, he decided to stick to the original plan. Soon, the three of them climbed over several mountains and arrived at a canyon shrouded in clouds and fog. "Two adults, this is the place where we encountered 9 tails." Shen Yu called back. Jinjiao and Yinjiao immediately stopped. When they saw the corpses of cloud ninjas, they frowned and stepped forward to check. The death of these ninjas was extremely miserable. Their bodies were chopped into pieces, as if they were torn apart by sharp claws. Silverhorn couldn't help but wrinkled his nose. The smell of blood in the air was so strong that it was impossible to get rid of it. "Yayukeng, it turns out you died here." Yinjiao found a pale head. Jinjiao frowned slightly. "Strange, I didn't sense 9 tails aura." When was the last time you saw 9 tails? At this distance, we should be able to sense it." Poof! Yinjiao lowered his head subconsciously, and in his hazy vision, a bright blue blade of light pierced out from his chest, and hot blood dripped down. "Ah, I also want to ask you this question." Shen Yu pressed against his back and whispered softly. You." Yinjiao was a little stunned and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His heart had been pierced. Shen Yu pulled out his hand very quickly, as if he had taken something out of his bag. The next moment, the furious golden horns came in for an instant kill, and their roars were like roaring thunder. "How dare you hurt Silverhorn? No matter if you are Mui or not, go to hell." His beard was spread out, and 2 thick arms grabbed Shen Yu's left and right hands respectively. With the sudden burst of force, Shen Yu, or Mui, was directly torn into 2 halves, and the broken organs flew into the sky. Turned into rain of blood and splashed down. Bang! 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 There was a series of explosions at his feet, and white smoke filled the air, filling the valley in an instant. It turned out that Shinayu had thrown out all the smoke bombs at the last moment. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill everyone! Goldenhorn let out violent gasps like a beast, and the air around him rose. The crimson-tailed beast chakra tore the skin, emerged from the body through the gaps, and wrapped his whole body. The dragon's reverse scale will kill anyone who touches it, and the silver horn is his reverse scale. At this moment, seeing his brother being killed with his own eyes, he can no longer suppress the hatred in his heart. The desire to kill is abundant and rising. The chakra of the tailed beast is inherently violent and difficult to control, even the descendant of Sage of Six Paths is no exception. At this moment, he is completely angered, and his only sanity is swallowed up by the will of the tailed beast. Chakra erupted, and the surging wind immediately blew away most of the smoke. Even the ground underfoot could not withstand the heavy force and cracked inch by inch. Roar! Goldenhorn looked up to the sky and roared. He had already transformed into a half-tailed beast, with 6 long red tails dancing ferociously. He waved his claws, and the smoke split in half, but the moment he rushed out of the smoke, he was faced with a pair of scarlet Mangeki Sharingan, a bug-level genjutsu who was ready to attack and had been waiting for a long time. Tsukuyomi. An unexpected move directly hit Goldenhorn, who was in a state of madness. His eyes instantly went blank, and he fell down helplessly, sliding to Uchiha Hikaru's feet like a puppet with its strings cut off. Guang stumbled, and her pretty face turned pale instantly. Uniforming the Goldenhorns consumed her too much, and blood dripped down her cheeks. Jinjiao's consciousness has long fallen into the genjutsu space of Tsukuyomi and cannot extricate himself. It went surprisingly well. Shen Yu's voice came from the side, and he patted Uchiha Hikari's shoulder. "Are you okay?" When Goldenhorn killed Imui with his bare hands, his spirit body had been withdrawn a moment ago and returned to his body. "Well, I didn't expect this guy to actually cost me so much chakra." Uchiha covered his left eye and panted slightly. "Without further ado, let's interrogate the information now." Suddenly, a white light flashed out of the thin smoke. Shen Yu's pupil shrank, and he pulled Uchiha Hikaru's body, and at the same time opened Mangeki in seconds, and the black ink skeleton enveloped his whole body. Ding! There was a harsh sound of metal clashing in the ears. Shen Yu was wearing a Susanna Fudo, and a silver weapon shaped like a door leaf flew into the air, spinning back into a person's hand. Silver horn. At this moment, a burgundy-tailed beast chakra appeared on the surface of his body, with 6 long tails swinging freely. Unlike the golden horns, his chakra was translucent, and his eyes were smart and cunning, and he did not look like he was losing his mind at all. "Look! Tailed beast chakra coat." Shen Yu narrowed his eyes and smiled sarcastically. "It turns out that of the two of you brothers, you are the one who is truly skilled in controlling the 9 tails chakra. Tailed beast chakra outerwear, this is borrowed from the tailed beast chakra. But without the detailed operation of tailed beast transformation. At this time, the ninja still retains personal consciousness, and all abilities will increase. The tailed beast chakra will heal the ninja's wounds, leaving almost no scars, and has very powerful combat capabilities. In the original time and space, this was the usual move of Killer Bee, who was known as the perfect Jinkraki. Because of this, I saved my life, didn't I?" Yinjiao tilted his head evilly and pointed at his chest. "Ah, it turns out it was you, the BD, who sneaked up on me. This knife, it hurts a lot." The ground beneath his feet cracked instantly, and his whole body turned into a red shadow and pounced towards him. Because of his speed, the 7-star sword actually turned into a blur of silver light. But Shinayu kept up with his speed. A huge bone hand appeared out of thin air, and hammered the silver horn into the stone wall on the side with one punch. Boom! The black energy swirled and entangled, and another bone hand grew out of the ink-colored ribs outside Shen Yu's body. He smashed his fists one after another, and the stone wall exploded with a sound, stirring up dust and smoke all over the sky. This is the primary form of Susanoo, which can be used for various purposes such as attack, defense, protection, control, etc. In addition to its renowned defensive power, Susanoo is also quite powerful using only his arms. Shen Yu only punched a few times and dug out a small cave on the spot. Hikaru was stunned. She was very envious of this power, but for some reason, she was unable to awaken Susanoo even though she opened her eyes earlier than Shinayu. Chapter 16 Six Paths Ninja Tool. Shen Yu controlled Susanoo to close his fist, but found that the wrist of the bone hand had been wrapped with a piece of golden hemp rope at some point. This is... Shen Yu looked surprised. Immediately afterwards, Silverhorn flew out of the dusty hole. He grabbed the other end of the golden rope and swung to the rock like a gibbon. His robes and armor were in tatters, and there were a few bruises on his forehead and arms, but other than that, he had no injuries. That fist that could crack mountains and crack rocks only made him a little embarrassed. An ordinary ninja would have been smashed into a pulp long ago. Being trapped by the golden rope, Shen Yu felt something was wrong, so he immediately released Susanoo's bone arm and regenerated one. Sharingan, Uchiha? Are you from Konoha? Ginkaku held the seven-star sword on his shoulder, looking down at them, and the thick gold rope automatically wrapped around his arm. Guang, is there any chance? Shen Yu asked in a low voice without looking back. Uchiha shook his head and said, "No, this guy has been avoiding my eyes." Shen Yu also frowned slightly. Jinkaku was very cunning, never looked at them in battle or confrontation, and never gave them a chance to activate genjutsu. Be careful, there's something weird about that rope. It's probably the golden rope I told you about. It's best not to be touched. He warned cautiously. Light nodded cautiously. Under the guise of a golden rope, the person who is touched will spit out the words that he or she frequently uses. The so-called words are the words that have been spoken the most since birth. The seven-star sword was not created for chopping. Its real purpose was to cut off the opponent's speech spirit and cast a curse. The red gourd can record and seal the spirit of speech. When the person speaks a keyword or does not speak for a long time, or speaks words with a pronunciation similar to the keyword, he will be sucked into the gourd and completely sealed. Together, these three pieces are a perfect weapon of the law of cause and effect. As for the other two Six Paths ninja tools, the amber bottle is an oversized jar. As long as it responds to the holder's words, it will be put into the bottle. Even the rampaging eight tails can be suppressed and sealed. The banana fan can be ignored with its own chakra attribute. It can release ninjutsu's 5 major property changes of fire, water, thunder, wind, and earth at once, which is a great weapon. If you think about it carefully, these two brothers are both shadow-level warriors in terms of physical strength and weapons. At this time, Yin Jiao grinned and said, "If you don't answer, you are acquiescing." His expression gradually became crazy, and with the blessing of the tailed beast chakra, he became slightly ferocious. "How dare you attack two of our brothers, it is really unforgivable. No matter who you are, come to my red gourd." A 3-inch gourd was thrown into the air and grew long in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became as tall as half a person and was held by Yin Jiao around his waist. Fire-style Great Fireball. Hikari was the first to attack. After 5 years of training, she had already mastered her fire-style ninjutsu. The huge fireball flew away, but was split in half by Ginkaku's sword. "Are you kidding me? How could a technique of this level hurt me?" The silver horn fell from the sky. The 7-star sword pointed directly at Uchiha Hikaru's head, and a beam of silver light tore through the air. Guang immediately dodged, but Yin Jiao made a move and rushed to another place, which was where Jin Jiao was. He wants to undo Golden Horn's genjutsu. Shen Yu's eyes were cold, and he swooped in front of Jin Jiao, wielding the junior Susanoo to hit him with a punch. The jet-black bone fist was as powerful as thunder, causing a heavy sound of wind. "Absorb it, golden rope," Yanjiao suddenly said. There was no strong collision as expected. Shen Yu's eyes suddenly widened, and his stomach was churning like waves. Due to the temporary loss of control of his body, his Susanna skeleton suddenly became weak, and his ribs and arms collapsed into black gas. He opened his mouth uncontrollably and spit out a milky blue halo. "This is my word spirit." His eyes were full of disbelief. "How is it possible? I was not touched by the golden rope at all." "Curse, 7-star sword," Yanjiao whispered. A smile of success flashed across his lips, and he slashed vertically with his sword. "Shen Yu!" Uchiha Hikaru shouted hurriedly. At the critical moment, Shen Yu calmed down and leaned back slightly to avoid the fatal edge, but the halo he spat out was still cut off by the 7-star sword. Shen Yu looked slightly stern. He thought he knew enough about the Sage of Six Paths' noble phantasm, but he didn't expect to be tricked. Yanjiao turned his body violently and slashed across a semicircle with the 7-star sword, forcing the two men back. "Think it will be fine if the body is not touched? If the chakra is touched by the gold rope, the word spirit will also be absorbed. Little devil!" Yanjiao laughed wildly and raised the red gourd, according to it, red gourd. With a pop sound, the blue halo floating in the air was suddenly sucked into the gourd's mouth. Yanjiao raised the 7-star sword, and Shen Yu's word spirit was revealed on the mirror-like sword. "Lord Madara." "Oh." Yanjiao raised his eyebrows, showing an interested look. "Have you seen my word spirit?" Shiniu raised his eyes, and the two scarlet manjiki faintly rotated. "If I guessed correctly, it should be Madara-sama, right?" At this moment, both Ginkaku and Uchiha opened their eyes wide. The former was surprised and immediately raised the red gourd, while the latter looked shocked. Long before, Shen Yu had introduced the 6 Paths ninja tools of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn to Uchiha Hikaru one by one. What she didn't expect was that Shen Yu himself actually took the risk on his own initiative, as if he had forgotten about it. As expected, a look of panic appeared on Shen Yu's face, and his body seemed to have lost control as he suddenly shot towards Yanjiao. However, just as he was approaching the gourd mouth, a sharp blue light suddenly appeared from his left hand and slashed towards Yanjiao's neck. "Autumn dew on the leaves." "What?" Yanjiao couldn't believe his eyes. He blocked with his sword in a hurry, and with a stab sound, Chu Lu rubbed a series of sparks on the 7-star sword. Shen Yu took advantage of the situation and grabbed the sword spine, and somersaulted down behind Yanjiao. Blue halo gathered in the palm of his hand, the air flew violently, and along with a buzzing sound, he had a high-speed rotating chakra ball in his hand. "Raise Nan." Shiniu held the Raise Nan alone, and under Yanjiao's panicked eyes. He pressed hard on his back. The flowing wind spiraled and expanded, and Yanjiao's body was blown away by a huge twisting force and smashed into the stone wall behind him. "It's interesting. The destructive power is pretty good." Shen Yu nodded with satisfaction. Makara gave him a strong learning ability. Moreover, Raise Nan, an A-level ninjutsu, is not difficult to practice as long as you know the principles and training methods. In the original time and space, Jiraiya learned it in only 3 days. Accomplished. The difficulty is nothing more than performing extreme operations on the form of chakra, causing the chakra to flow and compress in different directions to form a chakra ball with high rotational density. As for the degree of research on chakra's morphological changes, Shen Yu is much more advanced than Jiraiya. The autumn dew on the leaves that made Tobirama tremble with fear explains everything. Therefore, it only took him 1 day to fully master the iconic ninjutsu of the protagonist in the original time and space. "Why? I clearly cut off your speech spirit." Yanjiao was a little crazy and got up from the pile of rocks in embarrassment. "Really? Why don't I remember this?" Shen Yu smiled contemptuously. After Yanling was put into the red gourd, he activated his pupil technique, Mo Su Luo, and Heaven's permanent standing opened simultaneously. While adapting to the golden rope, he traced his own state back to before being touched by the golden rope. Judging from the perspective of the entire time and space, he was complete at that moment and was not affected by any external force. Therefore, this operation was equivalent to covering up the fact that his spirit was cut off. His choice was wise. The golden rope, the 7-star sword, and the red gourd. The prerequisite for the activation of these 3 ninja tools of the law of cause and effect is that the speech spirit is absorbed by the golden rope. Therefore, he only needs to remove the influence of the golden rope, and the latter 2 will not attack. Self-destructive. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Yinjiao was still going crazy, but no one would explain to him. This is the world of Hokage ninjas, where information is very important. There is no such thing as disclosure of spells, and Shen Yu is not interested in explaining his eye skills. Amaterasu. Guang took the opportunity to take action, and a black flame hit Yinjiao's chest. Not good. Feeling the weird temperature, Silverhorn's pupils shrank suddenly, and the crimson-tailed beast's coat squirmed crazily, converging towards his chest. In Hikari's shocked eyes, this guy actually took the initiative to peel off the tailed beast chakra from his body, letting it fall to the ground along with Amaterasu's black fire, and burn into nothingness. You actually blocked Amaterasu's burning in this way. Shen Yu was also surprised. After all, this was Naruto's method to resolve Amaterasu in the original time and space. Is this the flame that is said to never go out? It is indeed dangerous. Ginkaku smiled lowly and turned his fierce eyes to Uchiha Hikaru. It seems that you are the enemy that should be killed first. Chapter 00 Setting Supplement. Hello everyone, this is Piggy. This is not a main chapter, it is only a supplement to Suzanu's settings. Those who do not need to supplement the settings can skip it directly. Considering that some fellow Taoists may have questions about the names I use for Susanoo in this article, such as Junior Susanoo, First Level Susanoo, etc., I will unify the names here and this will prevail from now on. The following is the setting of Susanoo that I compiled by combining information from the original work and various channels, as well as my personal understanding. Susanoo form setting. Principle: the high output form of chakra is released to materialize the energy, forming a superdensity chakra body, transforming into a burly god of war to fight, and will grow in stages as the user's pupil power strengthens, the ultimate in attack and defense. Eye surgery. Susanoo basic level, ribs and arms, which can be used for various purposes such as attack, defense, protection, and control. The body was not completely wrapped by Susanoo, but there was a large gap left, but the defense was enough to withstand most attacks. Susanoo First Order, half-body skeleton, with a skull-like appearance. Chakra will completely cover the body, and the defense is further improved, but there is still a gap at the sole of the foot, and 2 violent attacks can break through its defense. At this time, Susanoo can be equipped with some simple weapons, such as ordinary swords, etc., and the attack method is ordinary physical attack. Susanoo Level 2, half-body of skeleton and muscles, covered with meridians and flesh on the basis of the skeleton, wrapped in a coat like chakra, can unlock the curse seal, and can use his own weapons and ninjutsu, such as Yata Mirror, bow and arrow, etc. This Susanoo has the best balance in terms of balance. Madara's double-faced little blue man and Sasuke's crossbowman often used this form before gaining the power of 6 paths. At the same time, Susanoo in this state can use the universal long-range attack ninjutsu, Yasaka's Megatama. Susanoo Level 3 Crotengu, half-body and Crotengu armor, adding Crotengu armor to Susanoo's original foundation, the defense power is greatly improved, and the weapons that can be used are also more abundant, such as the 10-fist sword, flame control sword, etc. This kind of Susanoo is very powerful, but the consumption of chakra has also increased significantly, and it is extremely unstable. It is difficult for ordinary manjiki to maintain this form for a long time, which is the limit of ordinary manjiki. Only the eternal manjiki can make this kind of Susanoo Nanga grew legs and became taller than the mountain. Susanoo level 4 mature body, unlocks the full body form. Based on the second level form, the lower body and legs are added, and the volume is also greatly increased. The caster will be located on Susanoo's head. In terms of weapons, not only can you use weapons originally unique to Susanoo, but you can also use the sword of Susanoo with a very large attack range. The form between the second form and the complete body, while retaining the balance and full capabilities of the second form, also adds excellent mobility, making up for the original defense gap under the feet. Susanoo 5th level complete body, based on the 3rd level Kro Tengu, the body rises from the ground, getting rid of the limitations of the half body. And the armor is further integrated. It is called the real Susanoo. Only the Manjiki Sharingan, the complete form of Susanoo, can only be opened by those who have exerted their eye power to the extreme and possess a huge chakra. At this time, Susanoo's size became extremely large, and the chakra became stable. Its power could not only easily split mountains and meteorites, but also had the ability to fly, and at the same time, it could form seals to perform the arts that the caster was good at. Susanoo level 5 prestige, based on the 3rd level Kro Tengu, Susanoo is equipped as armor on 9 tails, combining the overwhelming strength of 9 tails and the extremely strong defense of Susanoo. You can also use Susanoo's weapon and link it with the tailed beast Tama to activate skills. Susanoo level 6 ultimate body, use Susanoo to replace the Gedo statue as the container for the tailed beast chakra, and fuse the chakra into a human form, perfectly combining the power of the tailed beast and Susanoo. At this time, Susanoo is as powerful as a ghost and can release the strongest skill Indra's arrow, which is very powerful. According to 9 Tails, Sasuke's fusion of tailed beast chakra is comparable to that of Sage of 6 Paths. Chapter 17 Fierce Fighting. In the valley, Ginkaku opened the tailed beast chakra coat again. After tasting the taste of Amaterasu, he immediately changed his target and launched an attack on Uchiha Hikaru. Watch out! After releasing 2 eye skills one after another, her face was covered with blood, and her vision was blurry. She only heard the sharp sound of wind coming, and she quickly put her hands together and said, "Fire style Great Dragon Fire." She raised her head and spit out, and the flame turned into a lifelike dragon head, carrying heat and high temperature to meet the attack. With a click, the fire dragon split into 2 from the center. Accompanied by Yinjiao's wild laughter, the sword light was unstoppable. Facing the approaching 7-star sword, Uchiha's eyes lit up. At this moment, her eyes blurred, and a slightly thin back stood in front of her. Hisen's bony hand stretched out, caught the slash with a thunderous clang sound, and held the 7-star sword in the palm of his hand. In the rolling black air, Shinayu stared coldly at Silverhorn, and the 2 Manjiki floated with a cold light. "Damn you, kid, you move pretty fast," Yinjiao said with a sinister smile. The 7-star sword seemed to be embedded in the giant Yamanaka and could not be pulled out for a while. Seeing another bone arm raised high, he immediately abandoned the sword and retreated. "It's really difficult." Yinjiao recited the mantra silently, put away the red gourd, and freed up his other hand. "I'm here to feint, and you find an opportunity to finish him off with the pupil technique." Shinayu spoke quickly, with blue light lingering in his hands, and the ice blue chakra surged like a blade. Without waiting for Uchiha Hikaru to respond, he saw the black bone arm suddenly raised, throwing the 7-star sword high into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye, and Shenyu's figure also disappeared from the place. Yinjiao's heart skipped a beat. He was partially distracted by the 7-star sword in the air. The deadly chakra blade came towards him, but he had lost the opportunity to counterattack. He almost burst out with all his strength to deflect his body, and the blade flashed past, only to hear a chi sound, and half of his silver hair fell away like snow. "My hair!" Yinjiao roared and rushed towards Shinayu, its burly body blocking the sun, like a tiger that chooses people to eat. The two of them exchanged several moves, and Shen Yu was a little unable to resist. Facing Yin Jiao's strong offensive, he struggled to keep up with his speed. Bang! 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 After a few rounds, he has been hit by the silver horn several times. If it weren't for Suzanu's care, he would have been seriously injured, and even his skeleton was cracking from the terrifying force. Haha, it seems this is the limit of my normal state. Shen Yu looked solemn and began to secretly accumulate strength. 8 gates Dungia, gate of opening, open. Faint veins bulged on his forehead. Gate of healing, open. His hair was flying, and he was dressed in black clothes without any wind. His body became as red as a shrimp due to congestion, and even started to emit a faint heat. Gate of life, open. With a boom, accompanied by a burst of turbulent airflow, Shiniu spread his arms, surrounded by wind, burning with substantial cyan energy. At this moment, his physical fitness has exceeded his normal level by 10 times. Yin Jiao felt his eyes flash, and a red and ferocious delicate face appeared in front of him instantly. Immediately afterwards, countless fists and kicks turned into gusts of wind and rain, and Yin Jiao blocked it in a hurry, but was kicked away by a heartless kick, which shot straight into the ground, plowing a deep human-shaped ravine. With a flash of green light, Shiniu once again attacked Yin Jiao. The violent energy left a straight trace of light in the air. His hands were wrapped in the wind, and the sharp chakra blade condensed like ice. Kid! Don't underestimate me! Yin Jiao roared angrily and shot out from the flying rebel to meet Shen Yu. It's not over yet. The 4th gate of pain, open. Shiniu's speed suddenly increased to a new level, and his whole body seemed to blend into the ghosts in the air. Autumn dew on the leaves combined with the teleportation technique disappeared on the spot, and the next moment, a fatal slash appeared on the back of Silverhorn's neck. Laugh! The hair all over Yin Jiao's body almost stood up. He twisted his body desperately, only to feel numbness in his neck, followed by a burning sting. A hole! I almost had my head chopped off by you. Yin Jiao covered his neck, gurgling hot blood flowed out between his fingers, his pupils were beating in panic, and the cold sweat on his forehead was evaporated by the high temperature. Almost. Just a little bit different. He almost had his artery severed. Ah! I'm going to kill you. As if in response to his rage, the 9 tails chakra burned blazingly, and the whole person shot towards Shiniu like a cannonball. 2 rays of light, one red and one green, fought madly and raged through the valley. Their fists were like the wind, sword shadows flashed horizontally, and rubble flew all over the sky. Their figures were blurred and invisible. But seeing the afterimages scattered all over the place, mixed together and unable to be dismantled, one could only rely on the sudden explosion of the stone wall and the dust and smoke to barely distinguish their trajectory. Guanghuan looked around, pursed her red lips, and her mentality quietly changed. Is this his strength? It turns out, there is such a big distance between me and him. Although Shiniu was entrusted with the important task of making a fatal blow, her mood became complicated. After 5 years of training, both of them have grown in strength. If she is described as progressing by leaps and bounds, then Shiniu's growth rate is thousands of miles a day. In terms of forbidden arts, the spiritual transformation technique strengthened his soul. Based on spiritual power, his yin style and eye power were enhanced, and the 8 gates Dungia even raised his upper limit. With his current strength, it can even be opened up to the gate of limit. In terms of ninjutsu, under the guidance of Madara, he not only mastered a large number of fire-style ninjutsu, chakra's micromanipulation ability has also improved a lot, and even small ninjutsu is very powerful. In terms of physical skills, he received the true inheritance from Madara, which changed the idea of risking his life to make it faster, more efficient, simple and deadly. As for genjutsu, during the sparring with Uchiha Hikaru, he gradually became more powerful. He is probably not much different from Uchiha Itaki in the original time and space, but if the opponent uses Tsukuyomi, that is another matter. After all, he is not Genjutsu's eye. He was not inferior in the development of Mangeki Sharingan, not to mention a killer weapon like Susanoo. Guang narrowed his bright eyes, and in the blurred vision, the back of the young man who was fighting bloody battles was reflected. Boom! Yanjiao punched the ground with both fists, bursting out a turbulent wave of air. His expression was fierce, his fangs were clenched, and his body was covered with bloodstains. He has realized the uniqueness of the Shinryu Chakra blade. It is not a simple shape change. It seems like an ordinary blade, but its internal chakra flow is like an endless river, forming a perfectly closed circuit in the entire blade. Gushing endlessly, endlessly. Every seemingly simple touch was like being cut by a chainsaw, and his tailed beast chakra coat was decorated. The strong wind swept by, Shinryu jumped up, folded his limbs in the air, and the dark ribs appeared at will, wrapping his body like a battle armor. Yanjiao's eyes flashed fiercely, and the ground beneath his feet exploded, and a ferocious blow came as promised in the next second. Boom! The sharp long horn collided fiercely with Susanoo's skeleton. Just the impact caused a loud noise, the earth shook and collapsed, and the strong wind expanded suddenly. Shen Yu's figure was thrown far into the sky. He was about to form the fire-style seal, but he found that there was a golden rope wrapped around the ribs outside his body. Kid! Forget this trick! Yanjiao laughed wildly, and with a pull, Shinryu shot back at a faster speed. Absorb it, Hurricane Rope! Ginkaku pulled back his fist and was ready to go. What he was waiting for was the moment when Kamiwa Susanoo lost control. Shen Yu looked calm and actually reached out and grabbed the gold rope himself. I would like to advise you, don't use the same trick on me a second time. Shen Yu said lightly, his left pupil faintly rotated, while blood flowed out, it also released a strange light. With the help of Makulo, Shinryu has already completed the adaptation to the three major ninja tools. He pulled the golden rope and repeated the Silverhorn spell, drain it, golden rope. Silverhorn's eyes widened, and the tailed beast's chakra coat instantly collapsed. At this moment, he seemed to have lost control of his body, and seemed to be out of touch with the world. Ugh! He spit out blue light mist uncontrollably, that was his spirit of speech. How is it possible? How could the golden rope come back to bite me? Yanjiao's pupils shrank violently. What did you do? Of course, Shen Yu would not let go of such an opportunity. He rubbed his hands together, and the solid chakra knife penetrated Yanjiao's chest, nailing him to the ground with the huge kinetic energy falling from the sky. This wasn't over yet. A bone arm grew out of Susanoo's ribs, and he only raised his hand slightly, as if to catch something. Shen Yu jumped up on the spot, and swung his bone arm downwards, but saw a flash of silver light, and the flowing sword body reflected Yin Horn's anxious face. That's the 7-star sword. Damn it! Could it be that he has already calculated the time and landing point? Curse, 7-star sword! With a stab sound, Yanjiao tilted his head, and one ear was cut off, along with the slowly falling spirit of speech. Shinryu stepped on Yanjiao's chest and reached into his pocket, where the red gourd was stored. Damn it! Yanjiao was furious. I'm going to make you pay the price. He clasped his palms together, and the surrounding air surged. The hot and thick-tailed beast chakra came out of the body, turning into a long tail and sweeping wildly. Shen Yu immediately withdrew from his attack range. The dust and gravel floated slightly, huge power was rising, and the crimson chakra flowed like purgatory lava, wrapping the silver horn inside. Suddenly, the lava rattled and surged. In Shen Yu's shocked eyes, a burly figure covered in skeleton armor looked up to the sky and roared. That is Chapter 18. I am invincible. Yanjiao stood in the field, the energy flowing all over his body was like lava, and the 2 tufts of hair on his forehead were raised in the shape of fox ears. All his injuries were healed, his whole body was shining with red light, his exoskeleton was trembling, and he was emitting bursts of powerful aura. He recited the mantra silently, and Shiniu suddenly felt that the golden rope on his left arm was getting hot quickly. He immediately let go, and the rope wriggled on its own like a long snake, and returned to Yinjiao's hand. And this hand? Staring at Yinjiao in this state, Shiniu's expression became solemn. Yinjiao opened his mouth, and the golden rope, the seven-star sword, and the floating spirit of words shrank in size and were sucked into his mouth. I didn't expect that I was forced to reveal my trump card by you. Silverhorn's rough voice came from the skull mask. Amaterasu. Uchiha saw the right moment and released the long-awaited Amaterasu. A ball of black fire appeared on Silverhorn's back in the blink of an eye, but with a flash of red light, Silverhorn disappeared instantly. Amaterasu jumped into the air and accidentally landed on Shen Yu. Shen Yu suddenly frowned as he was surrounded by black flames, but before he could think about it, the wind suddenly rose in front of him, and Yinjiao had already raised his fist to kill in front of him. What a fast speed! Shen Yu's eyes tightened, and chakra naturally poured into his legs. The red fist smashed down violently, as if the air had been sucked out, and Shen Yu's body was torn to pieces, but Yinjiao let out a light sigh. This feels wrong. It's an afterimage. He raised his head suddenly, and Shiniu had already jumped to the top of his head. Silverhorn's back glowed red, and a long red tail formed entirely from the energy of the tailed beast appeared, roaring towards Shen Yu. The Shiniu man couldn't use his strength in the air, so he clasped his palms together, and the figure in black flashed, turning into two out of thin air, narrowly avoiding the tail. Phantom instant technique. The two divine feathers landed at the same time, and the chakra blade slashed down with jet black flames. Yinjiao roared, and his red fist was as powerful as thunder, colliding with the divine feathers slash. There was a loud bang, the impact stirred up strong winds, and light waves visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. After entering this mode, Silverhorn's attack methods are unpredictable. They are no longer simple physical attacks. The powerful attacks are mixed with pure nine tails chakra. There are 6 tails in total. They can be described as elusive. Simply Gate of Pain state combined with Uchiha-style swordsmanship to fight against him is obviously not enough. The 5th Gate of Limit, open. Shen Yu shouted low, and the cyan energy on his body became more and more intense. The airflow surged like wind, causing the ground to break into pieces and float. He had already done his best. At this moment, he can move 100 meters with just one step, and can break rocks and break gold with just a snap of his fingers. Relying on the Gate of Limit state, he forcefully entangled the silver horn of the Nine Tails chakra mode, and the two figures continued to split, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, fighting within a few rounds. 10 identical figures from 6 paths surrounded Silverhorn. Shen Yu was not in a hurry to activate retrospect to extinguish Amaterasu. He had been sparring with Uchiha Hikari for 5 years, during which time he was burned by Amaterasu more than 10 times. After adapting to Makshara, he already had extremely high resistance. Although the chakra blade is sharp, it is inevitably stretched when faced with a monster like Ginako with extremely strong recovery power. Suzanu's movements are a bit slow and consume too much eye power. If you really want to hurt Ginako, you still have to rely on your strength. Wearing Amaterasu. Just because he can't hit the Silverhorn doesn't mean he can't do it. Many clones were slaying, and the cyan energy was wrapped in black flames and burned wildly. In just a moment, Yinjiao's body was ignited with black fire. Jingaku was furious and kept peeling off the tailed beast's coat to block Amaterasu's burning. The two of them fought together, causing bone fragments to fall off. This way of surviving by cutting off the tail made him feel even more humiliated. Being surrounded by so many clones, even Yinjiao felt a headache. Even though he used his long tail to sweep, those clones would not disappear even if they were hit, and they would attack again in an instant. This is not the way to go. This damn flame consumes chakra too much. Yinjiao crossed his arms and stood in front of him. Try this trick of mine. He jumped up, his whole body burst into red light, like a burning little sun, and his 6 colored long tails beat the ground at the same time. Boom! The ground exploded instantly, surging air waves surged in all directions, and the red energy was like a long river, overturning everything and submerging all Shen Yu's clones in the blink of an eye. When the dust cleared, Yinjiao suddenly froze, and the figure of 16 paths stood unscathed, like a bamboo breaking through rock, without moving. In the surging cyan energy, 16 pairs of red eyes were staring at him coldly. How is it possible? Are they all massless afterimages? But why are every attack so heavy? My teleportation technique has no entity. Shinayu's clones all spoke together, holding up the chakra blade with uniform movements, but at the same time, it can be said that all clones are entities. You must be tired of this boring attack method. Shen Yu smiled slightly, and the energy surged, as if he was covered with a dark blue cloak. Now let's do something new. Let me ask you, do these clones need Susanoo? What? Yinjiao opened his mouth wide, as if this question was difficult to answer. Okay, let me answer it for you. The corner of Shen Yu's mouth curled up. The answer is, yes. The black energy rolled like waves, and 16 huge skeletons appeared on the ground. Different from the ribs and arms just now, Shinayu activated Susanoo's first level form, and 16 half-length skeletons seemed to crawl out of the abyss. A huge encirclement was formed. The black skeletons roared together, each skeleton had 4 arms covered with black flames. Yinjiao's scalp was numb, and he didn't dare to fight hard, so he turned into a golden light and moved around. Shen Yu stood with his hands on his shoulders and stood inside Susanoo. Under the cover of the black air, Jinkeiku couldn't see his face clearly, nor could he see the glistening traces of sweat hanging on his forehead. The so-called phantom teleportation technique is to form an afterimage through continuous high-speed movement, and then use genjutsu to cover up the traces left by the displacement. The visual effect is as if you are really surrounded by clones. In fact, the real body's location will only appear at the moment of attack. At a fixed moment, Yinjiao actually suffered only 1 attack, but when he took the opportunity to counterattack, Shinayu used the teleportation technique or the eternal standing of the sky to move back to a certain afterimage. This creates the illusion that the clone cannot be destroyed. Although the effect of this move is obvious, the consumption is very shocking. It is okay to leave only an afterimage of himself, but now he has to take care of even Susanoo and maintain the gate of limit. The consumption caused by this move cannot be compared at all. You must know that once the 8 gates dungia is opened to the gate of pain, the body will begin to suffer damage and enter the danger zone of the 8 gates dungia, truly entering the 8 gates dungia state. Now, not only is his chakra rapidly depleting, he is also suffering from the pain of muscle tearing all the time, and the cells all over his body are aching. This is a side effect of Susanoo. If it weren't for the pupil technique of Heaven's Standing, he wouldn't dare to play like this. Boom boom boom. Countless fists poured down like a violent storm. In a series of roars, the ground continued to explode, and the silver horn finally showed its flaws. Although his movement was extremely fast, he was still unable to escape from this almost blind angle attack. With a loud bang, he was slapped into the ground, like a red thumbtack. In order to avoid continued contact with Amaterasu, Silverhorn immediately escaped underground. While avoiding the attack, he also quickly searched for Shinayu's true body. Damn it, why is this kid so scary? Where is his true body? Yinjiao turned into a loach, and black fists kept hitting the ground and attacking him. By the way, I can use that move to concentrate. Shen Yu, who was immersed in the attack, suddenly had his eyelids twitching. A beam of red light broke through the ground and went straight towards Susanoo. He was so fast that he had no time to react. He instantly met a pair of eyes full of violent desire. I found you. Yinjiao appeared in front of his eyes, grinning in an exaggerated arc. With a pop sound, Shen Yu's heart was pierced by bone claws, and blood spilled into the sky. His body was thrown far away, and 16 tall half-length skeletons disappeared in an instant. Kid, my speed is unmatched. Is that so? No matter, you can do whatever you want. Shen Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the manjiki in his right eye turned quietly. A surprising scene appeared. His state instantly returned to full strength, the blood stains disappeared, his red body turned white again, the black flames and cyan energy on his body were extinguished, and the 8 gates armor was also lifted. The breath is deep and steady as Mount Tai. The blood is strong, but not released. Yinjiao stared blankly at Shinayu, who returned to his full strength in seconds, and was dumbfounded. The current Shinayu is majestic and calm, and is no different from when he just finished the battle. He looked like he was seriously injured and on the verge of death just a second ago. What the hell kind of body is this? Yinjiao lost his composure and was furious. Do you also have the power of a tailed beast? I'm so sorry. Shinayu moved his wrist calmly, and Gujing Wubo's eyes showed a little indifference. I forgot to tell you that I am invincible. Chapter 19 Banana Fan vs Susanoo. The clouds and fog in the valley were thin, and the gentle breeze blew away the gunpowder smoke everywhere. Lightning-style pseudo-darkness. Shinayu raised one hand high, and with a burst of sizzling sound, a dazzling thunder suddenly sounded, and the big thunder gun condensed into 2 fired out. The silver horn turned into a beam of red light and jumped onto the cliff. The rock behind him was immediately penetrated by the thunder gun and exploded into powder. It's endless. He was a little crazy. This kid's body was so weird that his heart was damaged, but he was still jumping around. If that's the case. He rolled his eyes slightly, opened his mouth and spit out a crimson feather fan. Shen Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that? Kid, you like to play with thunder, don't you? Yinjiao jumped into the air and slapped the fan fiercely. Here comes thunder. Boom. The thunder and lightning surged out like a flood, instantly drowning Shinayu, and countless electric arcs crackled and exploded. Here comes the fire. Yinjiao grasped the handle of the fan and flapped it again. The dazzling firelight lit up the sky, and the rolling flames rolled down and licked the earth, as if a ray of light fell from the setting sun on the horizon and rushed into the thunder. Susana. Just listen to a thunderous roar, the huge black skeleton breaks through the flames, the black energy surges like waves, extinguishing all the lightning. Shen Yu's body is blurred and invisible, only 2 Sharingan blooms with bloodthirsty red light. Kid, do you think this is the end? I don't believe I can't break your turtle shell. Yinjiao roared angrily, the wind is coming. A hurricane surged out of the banana fan, and invisible weasels seemed to be hidden in the wind. Even the rocks along the way were scratched with large and small marks. The wind roared wildly and instantly merged into the sea of fire. The wind helps the fire, and the fire borrows the power of the wind. The high temperature of thousands of degrees flows in the air, seeming to evaporate everything. Yinjiao narrowed his eyes and stared forward expectantly. At this moment, he extremely expected to see a charred corpse. Suddenly, the air in the scorched smoke twisted slightly, and a black lightning broke through the air, striking in front of Yinjiao in the blink of an eye. Yinjiao's pupils shrank and he turned his body almost to the limit. That was not lightning at all, but a huge spinning megatama. Boom! Boom! The megatama popped out of the barrel like a cannon, and 2 rocks in succession exploded into pieces. The rolling rocks sounded like a wail. A big black hand suppressed the flames, and with a deep roar, Susanoo showed his huge body. However, Susanoo at this moment is no longer the skeleton he was before. The black energy spiraled and grew along the spine, condensing into substantial meridians and flesh and blood throughout the body. Then, the muscles all over the body bulged high, the coat like black chakra was solid and thick, and 4 thick arms were clearly visible, as if they had become a true half-giant. You just had a great time. Shen Yu stared coldly at the red figure lying on the stone wall. The black giant's four palms were close together and slowly opened. As the black light circulated, a series of huge Megatama beads were condensed. This is the second-level Susanoo. In addition to a richer body shape, it can use its own unique weapons and ninjutsu, such as the universal long-range attack ninjutsu, Yasaka's Megatama. Tong. 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 The jet-black Megatama shot out like huge rotating shurikens, making Yin Jiao's scalp numb, and he didn't even think about fighting. When he is in Nine Tails Chakra mode, being hit by a shuriken is nothing, but if he is hit by this thing, half of his life will be lost. A beam of red light jumped repeatedly across the valley, avoiding the attack of Yasaka's Megatama. Rocks fell, dust filled the sky, and the sound of explosions continued like thunder. Shen Yu was as stable as a mountain under Susanoo's shroud, and his right eye rotated like a clock wheel. He was constantly reviewing his own state. Magatama's shooting speed is very fast. In Uchiha's eyes, bunches of blurry black light sweep across and pour down like anti-aircraft guns. Everything in its path is blown to pieces, throwing up smoke and dust, and the valley is being razed to the ground. Suddenly, Uchiha shuddered, and a scorching heat came from behind her. She quickly turned around, and a huge amount of flames came towards her like a wave. Behind the distorted air was Yin Jiao's ferocious and cunning face. "Don't underestimate me." She closed her left eye, and bright red blood gushes out from her wide right eye. Amaterasu. A dot of black flame appeared in the red sea of fire, like ink dripping onto rice paper, and instantly smudged out, turning the entire sea of fire into an abyss like black. The wind is coming. Ginkaku seemed to have expected this move. With a wave of his banana fan, a strong wind blew up, and the turbulent airflow suddenly merged into the sea of fire. Under the influence of this thrust, the black sea of fire immediately pushed towards Uchiha Hikari. "Are you going to die?" Guang panted slightly, kneeling on the ground. Amaterasu consumes a lot of energy, and for her now, it is already a skill comparable to her ultimate move. What's more, just using Tsukuyomi to control the violent golden horn seemed easy to others, but only she knew that it consumed almost half of her chakra. Black flames enveloped her like a dark cloud, faintly blocking all her escape routes. Hikaru felt her vision dim, and when she reacted, Shinayu had already covered her with Susanoo. The billowing black flames spread, and Kamuha's Susanna turned into a barrier to keep out the high temperature and heat flow. At first glance, Amaterasu's flames seemed to merge with the pitch-black giant, indistinguishable from each other. But Shen Yu's expression was not relaxed. The black energy curled up as if it had been evaporated, and there was a heart-wrenching crack sound echoing in his ears, and his Susanoo was melting. "Come on, fire! Thunder comes! The wind is coming!" Yin Jiao started a crazy attack. He was chased and beaten by Shen Yu before, so embarrassed. Now of course he will not let go of the opportunity to beat the drowned dog. It seems that my guess was correct. That woman is indeed his weakness. His attack was so fierce that even the banana fan was left with an afterimage. In order to avoid being locked by Shinayu, he kept moving at high speed and changing his position, releasing 5 attributes of ninjutsu at once. "Damn it, if you continue like this, you will really be consumed by him." Shen Yu's face was solemn, the manjiki in his eyes was spinning like a windmill. And hot blood covered his face, and then disappeared repeatedly in the continuous backtracking of time. At the same time, his Makshara can only adapt to one thing, and he chose Amaterasu. Silverhorn's 5 escape continuous bullet looks fierce, but what actually causes him harm is this black flame that is like a maggot attached to his bones and seems to eat up everything in the world. I can only try that move, but with such a huge target, I don't know if my right eye can survive it. In the past, he would stretch the timeline as much as possible to trace back the initial burning of Amaterasu, but now Silverhorn's attacks are constantly providing fuel for Amaterasu. Such a huge macroscopic amount will probably cause incalculable damage to his right eye. Burden. What's the secret to this trick? Uchiha Hikaru's voice suddenly came from behind. His voice was very soft and ethereal, like an outsider. Susanoo. Shinayu looked back at her, thought for a moment, and said, "It feels different from using other eye techniques. If I have to describe it, the feeling of using it is not for protection, but for protection. It's destroying everything in front of you. It feels like this." "Are you almost at full strength?" she asked softly. Shen Yu let out a long breath. "Yet, but don't worry, when the moment comes, I won't let myself die." "Is that why you are so embarrassed to protect me?" Hikari was silent. Susugai had lightning and thunder, and the sudden light reflected her pretty face in and out. "Hey, forget it, it seems that it is really unrealistic to comprehend it here." She pursed her thin lips, a trace of annoyance flashed in her eyes. She stretched out her palm and put it lightly on Shen Yu's back shoulder. "It's better to live well first, and then you can teach me slowly in the future." In an instant, Shinai's whole body was shaken, and a huge chakra was injected into his body. This power was deep and manic, like hot lava. "This is tailed beast chakra." Shinayu found that he was also covered in a translucent tailed beast chakra coat, like a wriggling strawberry jelly. Chapter 21 Artifact. "You don't really think I'm useless, do you?" Uchiha Hikaru snorted. "Do you think I only hit the golden horn with the Tsukuyomi pupil technique? Could it be?" Shen Yu suddenly thought of something. "It's another pupil technique of my left eye, 8,000 spears ceiling. When golden horn fell into the genjutsu space, it was also marked by me." Uchiha raised his little face, and a hint of pride jumped in his calm tone. "As long as I activate the 8,000 spears reincarnation in my right eye, I can directly control his chakra regardless of distance. How about 9 tails chakras? It tastes not bad, right?" On the other side, Golden Horn was still lying unconscious on the ground, with red light swaying, and the tailed beast's coat was actively peeling off his body. On the back of his hand, there was a Mangeki mark of Uchiha light printed on it. "It's more than good." Guang's face was startled. "Heh." With the injection of 9 tails chakra, Shen Yu's complexion gradually flushed, and he was breathing heavily. The cold chakra seemed to merge with the tailed beast chakra, and it was as hot as lava. "With this chakra, maybe I can try that move." Shen Yu was inexplicably excited. This violent power of the tailed beast seemed to be able to affect people's emotions. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames, and Mangeki Sharingan became much brighter, with a red glimmer floating out. "Okay, I've decided, let's use this move." Uchiha asked hesitantly. "Wait a minute, which move are you going to use?" Shen Yu breathed out slightly, and as the chakra slowly gathered, a whirlwind rolled up around him. The wind became stronger and stronger. His black hair was fluttering wildly, and his black clothes sounded like a war flag. Uchiha's light was blown almost blind. "Don't open your eyes. Hikari, watch out, this is what Susanoo does." Shen Yu gathered momentum slightly, and chakra exploded. Susanoo Third Order Kro Tengu. The black air expanded rapidly, like boiling lava. The half-length giant roared, and his whole body quickly grew fine armor, like black scales, which opened and closed one after another from back to front, making a crisp sound of metal collision. When Kro Tengu's armor covers his head, half of his face is exposed under the half-covered visor, and his whole body of armor is suddenly buckled tightly, with a pair of bright blue eyes shooting out light. Third-level Susanoo, based on the original Susanoo and adding the Kro Tengu armor, the size has expanded several times, the defense power has been greatly improved, and the weapons that can be used are also richer, including even legendary artifacts. This Susanoo is extremely powerful, but the consumption of chakra has also increased significantly, and it is extremely unstable. It is difficult for ordinary Mangeki to maintain this form for a long time, and it is the limit of ordinary Mangeki. The Crotengu Susanoo is huge and powerful, so big that it can almost catch up with a hill. Under its prominence, the Black Sea of Fire becomes a foil. It's my turn. Shen Yu's eyes burst into red light, Susanoo waved his hand, and dozens of black Megatama scattered all over the sky. Seeing the silver-horned souls, he put away his banana fan and ran away. Previously, it was necessary to maintain Susanoo's strength and could not concentrate on dealing with Silverhorn, but now with the blessing of armor, Susanoo has become much more resistant to burning, and Chinayu can finally fight back. The overwhelming Megatama of Yasaka is thrown out like beans. Yinjiao stirred up the banana fan, blowing out large amounts of sand and hurricanes, trying to block him for a moment, but the Megatama went upstream and almost cut off his head. While Shen Yu was blocking Silverhorn's movement, he used Susanoo's other two hands to create a burst of black light. A dark, deep aura flowed, and the prototype of a long-handled weapon gradually emerged. Buzz! The black light condensed into substance, and the sharp black gold light flowed along the long handle. It was a huge spear. The body of the gun is straight and the tip is as sharp as lightning. The handle of the gun is carved with simple and obscure patterns, which is extremely linear in beauty. The cold air is so oppressive that just looking at it from a distance makes you feel terrified, like a lion that is ready to go. The giant dragon is always ready to kill. While it is ferocious and violent, it is also agile and elegant. Sacred Weapon to Jianhuangba Tuesday. The four-handed giant grasped the handle of the gun and slowly pulled it back. Several Megatama shots forced the Silverhorn down from mid-air. Shen Yu saw the right moment, aimed at the landing point of the Silverhorn, and threw the spear violently. Whoosh! The giant spear shot through the air like a black thunderbolt. It was so fast that even a white wave of air burst out from the tail of the spear. Looking at the dark gun head, Yinjiao felt the threat of death for the first time, and his pupils shrank to pinpoints. At the critical moment, he quickly used the red gourd grid to stagger the attack. The spear carried a huge force and smashed the red gourd to pieces with just one blow. The legendary ninja tool of Sage of Six Paths came to a dismal end like this. The head of the gun penetrated the ground, setting off a powerful shock wave, black light swaying, and a rumbling sound that shook the mountains. Hoo! Yinjiao climbed up from the ground, panting. He was blown away, his exoskeleton was completely shattered, and the red light all over his body was dimmed. Good boy, I was almost killed by you, ha 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 ha. He grinned, his eyes dancing with the ecstasy of surviving the disaster. The corners of Shen Yu's mouth raised slightly, really. The giant black gun did not disappear. As the gun's body lit up with ancient and complex runes, the ground suddenly rippled with waves. At this moment, the gravity of hundreds of meters in radius suddenly increased hundreds of times, the ground suddenly collapsed, and even the air became heavy. Yinjiao bowed down almost instantly, his knees cracked, and even his spine made an unbearable gurgle sound. It felt like he was being dragged to hell by a ghost in the endless abyss. Damn, what the hell, what's going on? He wanted to raise his head, but he really couldn't. It took a lot of effort to even lift one foot. To Jianhuangba 2, the legendary magic gun that hosts the law of gravity, can not only add gravity to the gun body, but also form its own domain, allowing everything within a certain range to withstand dozens or even hundreds of times the gravity. Yinjiao thumped and fell to his knees, struggling to hold his hands on the ground, trembling like chaff, like a bent bamboo. Although his body can withstand hypergravity, the blood in his body will also accumulate downwards, causing blood loss and oxygen deprivation in the brain. He has to bow his head to avoid blood loss in the brain. Damn it, he roared. You actually asked me to kneel down to you, you brat. Yinjiao finally went crazy, the red light emitted, and the Nine Tails chakra erupted into waves of air. Although he could barely stand up, he still could not break free from the constraints of gravity. You really don't want to give up. Shen Yu dispelled the third order Susanoo, leaving only the skeleton of the initial form, and the peripheral Amaterasu gradually extinguished as the black energy disappeared. He took the opportunity to activate his bone arm, picked up a handful of flames, and immediately rushed towards Silverhorn. Dojian Huang Ba2 couldn't affect him in the slightest. He moved freely in the gravity field and suppressed Silverhorn with a slap. The black fire burned rapidly along the bone hand, and finally burned onto Yinjiao's body. Yinjiao let out a shrill scream and twisted like a loach, but under the suppression of Shinayu and Dojian Huang Batu, no matter how hard he struggled, it was to no avail. Accumulate. Shen Yu's tongue exploded with spring thunder. Uchiha Hikaru suddenly froze, her beautiful eyes widening. This kind of stunned expression was not common. What did she see? That handful of Amaterasu actually expanded dozens of times at Shen Yu's command. He can control my Amaterasu. Amaterasu, who claims to burn nothing, will not disappear until the target is burned out. Even she can only control the switch. But Shinayu not only expanded Amaterasu's fire, but even controlled the direction in which Amaterasu spread, protecting himself from its harm. In comparison, Ginkaku was much miserable, losing consciousness after a few breaths. Amaterasu also gradually died out after peeling off his tailed beast coat, revealing a severely burned body inside. Finally, Shinayu smiled. After the battle, he habitually activated the pupil technique to restore his condition. In addition to the black flames on the body, the various injuries, the consumption of chakra, the wear and tear of Manjiki Sharingan, and the fatigue after the battle are all gone, and the body's functions return to normal. Yes. Uchiha was relieved. After so much effort, I finally subdued this guy. At this moment, the original valley was gone, the clouds and fog had cleared, smoke was billowing all around, and everything within a radius of several kilometers was razed to the ground. But... She looked at Shen Yu strangely, and her voice returned to a cold tone. Does it make you so happy to defeat him? That's not the reason. Shen Yu waved one hand, and the black flames on his body unexpectedly converged on his right hand, condensing into a pitch-black fireball. With a gentle blow from him, the fireball was extinguished instantly, with that casual gesture, like blowing out a candle. You, how did you do that? Guangxiu frowned slightly, and she noticed that Shen Yu did not use the pupil technique. This. Shen Yu's fingertips brushed the socket of his left eye, and the pattern of the pupil's magic circle lit up with a shimmering light. I'm finally getting used to your Amaterasu. The battle is over, but the crisis has not been resolved. In Shen Yu's soul perception, many people are already approaching here. And the battle just now made too much noise. The two stopped talking nonsense and immediately learned through the Golden Horn the location where Nine Tails last appeared, which was... The Kingdom of Fields is located in the middle of the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Fire. Shinayu, what should we do with these two people? Uchiha took out his kunao and his eyes turned cold, like before. Are you going to kill them? Her hair was messy, she looked a little embarrassed, and the bloodshot eyes had not faded away. Don't worry, I have other plans. Shen Yu patted her shoulder. For these two people, living is more useful than dead. Compared to Uchiha Hikaru, his condition was much better. His black eyes were pure and moist, and his whole person was refreshing and natural, as if the battle that caused landslides and earth-shattering just now had nothing to do with him. Shinayu walked up to the unconscious Yinjiao and grabbed his hair. Guang, use your 8,000 spears to mark him too. Do you want to? Uchiha guessed his intention instantly. That's right, these two people have a huge amount of chakra themselves. If you include Nine Tails chakra, they are simply two walking sources of chakra. Shen Yu opened Yinjiao's eyelids with interest. I remember too, it can only be activated according to your vision, right? There's really nothing I can do against you. Uchiha Hikaru was a little disgusted, but he still followed the instructions and activated the pupil technique. Soon, a Mangeki mark appeared on the back of Ginkaku's hand. The activation conditions of her 8,000 Spears seal are the same as those of Tsukiyomi. They must first look at each other. If the target's mental power is lower than Uchiha Light, the seal can be directly marked, otherwise, unless the target allows it or the target's consciousness has been only when you fall into a coma and are unable to resist can the engraving be successful. That's right. With these 2 power banks, we won't have to worry about the lack of chakra for the time being. Shenyu clapped his hands. Uchiha glanced at Ginkaku. Don't you take this guy's 6 paths noble phantasm. It's just useless. In the past, I might have considered it. Shenyu shook his head gently. He raised his sword finger, and the foot-long chakra blade immediately jumped out from his fingertips. As the blue light circulated, he pointed at the sword and carved several large characters dragon flying and phoenix dancing around Yinjiao. The one who takes action is Konoha Uchiha. Okay, this is perfect. Shenyu scratched his chin and showed a satisfied smile. You. Uchiha was stunned for a moment and looked at him speechlessly. Is this really okay? What does it matter? The Konoha family has a great business, why are you still worried about this trouble? Shinayu said nonchalantly, Madara-sama must be causing trouble for Konoha at this time, and I am also sharing his worries. All right, Union's pursuers will be here soon, use that move to retreat. After saying this, he bit his index finger and quickly formed several seals, reverse psychic technique. With a bang, his figure disappeared, turning into a wisp of white smoke and slowly dissipating. Uchiha Hikaru also followed suit, lightly wiping his green-white jade fingers on his face, and using the blood to form a seal, reverse psychic technique. Her field of vision suddenly dimmed, and a dizzy feeling of dizziness passed away. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in a quaint and old small room, with a chubby orange cat squatting in front of her. Miao Chenghui. The orange cat looked indifferent and stretched out its paw towards her. Uchiha sighed and took out a wad of bills from his pocket. The orange cat took the bills, licked his paws, and ran away without raising his head. This cat is her psychic beast, a ninja cat named Takabanaru Maru. Although it looks naive, it has a very stingy personality and cannot be paid less, which makes her want to pet cats. But it's hard to start. You can't sway me with the mutant po drink alone, Naya, Zisuk, I won't be fooled by you this time, Naya. Don't be so stingy. What's the use of asking for so much money for a little cat? In front, Shenyu was arguing with a slender tabby cat. Infinite psychic skills are quite tiring. It's not a good habit to have S*X for free, Naya. Zisuk raised his head and stared at Shinayu, his claws spread out far away. Humph, I thought we had a good relationship. Shenyu took out his pocket slowly, looking reluctant. If I still don't pay you this time, I won't respond to you next time. You're so cruel, I won't bring you a drink next time. Reverse psychic technique, a fixed-point teleportation ninjutsu developed by Shinayu, first needs to greet the cats. When they sense the call of psychic technique, they will not respond to the call and instead channel the psychic caster. This is also a time and space ninjutsu in disguise. This one is the reward for this spiritual practice. The other one. Shinayu put the second stack of bills on the cat's paw. Send a message to Madara. Nine Tails is likely to in the country of fields. We meet in the country of fields. Zisuk nodded and took the mutant po drink from Shinayu's hand. Aren't you going to meet Grandma Cat? No, that old guy's mouth is too long and will reveal our whereabouts. Oh. Zisuk counted the bills one by one with his cat's paw and said, Where's Boss Pokey? Aren't you here too? That guy will lose half of his wealth once he meets him. It's a bottomless pit. Shinayu rejected Zisuk's proposal. Do your own thing and pass the news to Madara-sama as soon as possible. Be sure to proceed with caution. Don't worry, meow. As long as the money is in place, there's nothing I can't do. The two rested for a while in the cat house, and then set off for Tien country. Hey, what exactly do you mean by adapting to Amaterasu? On the way to Tianakuni, Uchiha Hikaru finally couldn't help it anymore. Why did Amaterasu become so obedient in your hands? This is all thanks to my pupil technique, which allows me to constantly adapt to everything in the world, eliminate negative effects, and provide the optimal solution to deal with damage. Shinayu smiled slightly. Your Amaterasu is really the best thing I have ever encountered. It's the hardest thing to get used to. This so-called optimal solution is the reason why you can control Amaterasu. Control? It's not to that level yet. Shinayu hurried on, resting his hands on the back of his head. What I can do now is to be immune to Amaterasu and control the direction and intensity of its burning. It's still far from real control. It's far away. How did you do it? Hikari hesitated, remembering the embarrassment when he was surrounded by his own Amaterasu during the battle against Ginkaku. Although the eye technique of Amaterasu is astonishingly lethal, it does a lot of damage to itself. In addition to consuming a large amount of chakra, whether it is released or closed, it will cause unimaginable burden on the eyes. Especially when it was closed, the flames swept over it overwhelmingly. Her eyes couldn't bear it if she closed it forcefully. He was obviously the one who cast the spell, but he almost died from his own spell. If I could also control the direction of Amaterasu. Want to learn? Shenyu looked back at her and said with a half-smile, I'll teach you. Uchiha stared at him, a certain kind of persistence flashed in his beautiful eyes. Stop trying to talk about it, do you want to say it or not? Ahem. Shinayu cleared his throat. Amaterasu, after all, it is also a change in the nature of chakra, but it is very extreme. Extreme. Well, to put it simply, use wind release to control its direction, and then use fire style to adjust its intensity. If you want to extinguish it, peel off the chakra that touches Amaterasu. But here you need a little micromanipulation. Chakra's morphological changes are no joke. As he spoke, Shenyu's expression became serious, while Guang listened carefully, his moist almond eyes full of curiosity. The two chatted while walking, and naturally entered into this kind of teacher-student state of teaching knowledge and solving doubts. For a long time in the past, Uchiha Hikaru's training was carried out under the guidance of Shenyu. Except for the eye technique, all ninja skills were taught by Shenyu, such as tracking enemies, stealth reconnaissance, three-body techniques, ninjutsu and taijutsu. From explanation to sparring, it's a complete one-stop service. One-on-one, teaching and learning. On the surface, both of them are Madara's disciples, but in fact, it is this innocent young man in front of him who should really be called master. It's a bit difficult to control two attributes at the same time. Guangxiu frowned slightly. Strictly speaking, there are three types. Shinayu said with a thoughtful look, I am getting used to your Amaterasu for the first time, and I have some novel experiences. This so-called eternal burning fire is probably a special kind of blood inheritance limit. The blood inheritance limit. Shenyu nodded. Well, if I guessed correctly, it should be a fusion of wind escape and fire style, so it has that terrifying temperature. As for that eternal burning characteristic, it seems, it's still there is a third attribute. Guang thought about it and realized that his question seemed to be taken astray. Is this important? Of course it's important. Shenyu raised his voice. If we know which attribute is left, it means that we can restore Amaterasu, use our own chakra to fuse it, and develop a new blood inheritance limit. He looked into Guang's eyes, and his starry eyes lit up slightly. At that time, controlling Amaterasu's form will be no different from controlling ordinary form changes. Our Uchiha itself is the limit of blood inheritance, Hikaru said with some distress. How can it be so easy to develop a new one? I'm worried. Shinayu blinked and suddenly changed his tone. His tone was low to the point of begging. Guang, let's do an experiment. I'm driving the Makulo, you can use Amaterasu burned me, I will try to analyze it again, although I can analyze it myself, but the progress is too slow. Are you crazy? Guang came closer in surprise and tested his body temperature with her cold, soft hands. Shen Yu pulled her little hand away and said, "What's there? Anyway, I'm already immune. I'll leave it to you all the way. Do it, now." "Well, I'm curious about the results of the second adaptation." "Hey, I really can't do anything with you." Chapter 22 I will bring him back with my own hands. Konoha Village. 5 years ago, since Uchiha Madara left Konoha, Senju Hashirama has not been depressed. Instead, with the cooperation of his younger brother Tobirama, the village has been managed in an orderly and prosperous way. He continued to improve the ninja village policy, using the money officially invested by the Fire Nation as starting capital, and invested heavily in the construction of Konoha village. Tobirama even founded a ninja school to cultivate high-quality ninjas. Without the blood of the branch house clan, regardless of high or low, any child who can condense chakra can enjoy formal ninja education even if he is a commoner. At the same time, Konoha village also dispatched ninjas to accept mission commissions from all parties, thus receiving a large amount of commission fees and driving the economic growth of the Fire Country. The Country of Fire has sufficient financial funds and can allocate funds for military expenditures. It has maintained a large number of ninjas in Konoha village as the national military force for a long time. Coupled with the unique geographical conditions, the Country of Fire has become the country with the strongest comprehensive strength in the world. None of them. At this time, a training ground in Konoha forest. People were moving around in the forest, and from time to time, there were 3 or 2 clear metal collision sounds. It seemed that someone was fighting, and the breathing was rapid and intensive. It seemed that there were more than 2 people. Just hearing 2 muffled groans, the 2 teenagers flew out of the tree crown at the same time and fell hard to the ground. "It's not over yet." A spiky-headed boy burst out from a hidden corner, formed a seal with his hands, and shouted, "Wind escape vacuum wave." He spit out a slender and transparent wind line from his mouth and pierced straight into the canopy of the tree just now. Broken leaves fluttered around, and a cold voice came from the canopy, "Danzo, is this the only reason why you have been hiding so far?" Danzo tilted his head, and the wind line in his mouth slashed down diagonally like a long knife. The crown of the tree was immediately split into 2, and the branches and leaves were cut off. A young man jumped up from the tree crown. The sun blurred his outline, leaving only a shadow. A trace of annoyance flashed across Danzo's face. He missed his target. Fire style Phoenix Sage Fire Claw Red. Immediately afterwards, Danzo's eyes were lit by fire, and dozens of burning fireballs flew out of the shadows. "Uchiha Mirror! Don't underestimate me!" Danzo shouted low, changed his hand seals, and thrust out his palms. "Wind release Jean Combo." The wind pressure gathered in his palm, spurting out bullet-like airflow. Under the impact of this force, the fireballs swayed one after another and were extinguished one after another in the turbulent wind. But Danzo did not show a relaxed look, because he saw that among the extinguished flames, spinning shurikens were revealed. "No!" he exclaimed. Buzz! Countless secret threads appeared in the air, and the shuriken paused slightly in front of Danzo's face, then shot back into the bushes like birds returning to their nests, and fell into the young man's hand. The young man turned sideways and landed on the ground, his black clothes fluttering in the wind. He stood with his back to everyone and his hands behind his back. The Tuan Fan clan emblem on his back was very eye-catching. "You lost," Uchiha Jing said calmly. On the ground, a monkey-faced boy with a pineapple head struggled to get up and said unwillingly, I can still fight. Hiruzen, I have shown mercy." Kagami's voice was clear and cold. "The gap between Janin and Chnin cannot be made up by quantity. Humph, as long as I can still move, I haven't lost." Hiruzen Sarutobi glared angrily, jumped up from the ground, pulled out his kunao, and rushed straight towards the back. "Well, let me show you what Uchiha's true power is." The kunao was getting closer and closer, but Uchiha Mirror still stood there without moving. He didn't make any unnecessary movements. He just looked back and glared. In the red pupils, the three tadpole-like Megatama turned slightly, and like a kite with its string broken, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground with a plop and became motionless. What? Mito Kadoyan and Shimura Danzo on the side exclaimed, their voices filled with disbelief. This BD has been playing with us just now. Mito Katoyan pushed up his glasses with some guilt. If he wants to, he can end the battle in an instant. Is this the power of blood successor limit, Sharingan? Danzo stood there blankly. At this time, Uchiha Mirror walked up to Hiruzen, bent down to pick up the kunao, and placed it across the back of Hiruzen's neck. That's enough. If this was a battlefield, you would have died twice. He said, whether it's ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, I can crush you and win easily. Danzo held down his trembling right hand and pretended to be calm. Even so, you still can't get our approval. Jing frowned slightly. I have agreed to all your requests. I was promoted to Jainin. You challenged me and I accepted it. Whether it was a wheel battle or a group fight, I accepted it. Is it only okay to lose to you? That's too arrogant to say, we're not that weak yet. Danzo snorted coldly. I know you can't stand me, but we are all members of Konoha, and we still have to live in harmony. Only by uniting as one can Konoha be stronger. I really... Jing sighed lightly, I really want to be friends with everyone. Being friends? What do you want? You Uchiha have turned out to be such a traitor, and you actually want to integrate into us. What? Jing suddenly fell silent. Danzo seemed to have remembered something, and the more he spoke, the more energetic he became, as if this could restore the dignity lost due to defeat. Yes. That's right. 5 years ago, your traitorous brother defected to Konoha and killed so many companions, including Jainin from our Shimura clan. You, Uchiha Mirror, will never be able to repay this debt. Jing's voice became deeper. You say it again. Humph, let me tell you, your damn traitorous brother, ugh. The sound of wind rose and fell, and a kunao was pressed against Danzo's throat. Because it was so sudden, Danzo didn't even react. He only felt a blur in his eyes and a pain in his neck, as the kunao tip had pierced his skin. Warm blood came out and covered his neck in an instant. When the wind blew, it was bitingly cold. Uchiha Mirror slowly leaned forward, his scarlet eyes filled with unspeakable rage, and a cold breath passed along the kunao, making Danzo shiver. I will bring him back to the village with my own hands. This is also the only motivation that has supported me in my hard training so far. Kagami approached Danzo's ear and said word by word, before then, you are not allowed to talk nonsense. Thump. Danzo slumped on the ground, his eyes wide with shock, and he was breathing heavily. Uchiha Shinayu. Mito Minoyan simply lay down and took a deep breath, his voice showing a little fear. That guy is so strong, I died in his hands that night. There are 16 Jainin there, and even Tobira Masama has no choice but to take him back. He looked at the Uchiha Mirror and said weakly, I'm afraid Jainin's strength alone is not enough. Master Tobirama has recognized my determination and has agreed to accept me as his direct disciple. As long as I can learn the technique. Looking at the sky through the Uchiha Mirror, the red setting sun coated his eyes with a layer of golden light, which was in the direction of the entrance to Konoha village. Brother, no matter where you are in the world, no matter what the cost, I will definitely bring you back to the village with my own hands. Chapter 23 Madara's Plan. Tien Country, in a leafy forest. 3 people were walking along the tree-lined path. They all had black hair and cold expressions. They were wearing high-collared black robes, with 3 Tuanfan clan emblems painted on their backs. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a man and a pair of boys and girls. The man has an upright figure, handsome and upright, carrying a fan and a sickle on his back, walking like a dragon and a tiger, giving him an unparalleled momentum in the world. The girl's skin is as white as snow, her face is cold, and there is a kind of classical beauty between her eyebrows. Compared with the man, she is petite and exquisite, but her pair of almond eyes are very energetic, like a stream of autumn water. With her elegant and refined temperament, she seems to be born with a sense of aloofness and coldness. The young man is as beautiful as jade, with exquisite facial features and long eyelashes, especially his black and white eyes. At first glance, they look as warm and moist as water, clear and pure, but in fact they are as bright and restrained as if they are connected to the deep starry sky, inadvertently revealing the secret of the world. The brilliance can only be detected by masters. These three people are naturally the Uchiha trio who arrived in Tianakuni. After the three of them reunited, Shinayu used the art of spiritual transformation to fly at high speed and searched the entire Tien country in less than half an hour, and the goal of this trip was in this forest. Shen Yu. Shinayu immediately stepped forward and said, "Master Madara. The task of capturing 9 tails will be on you later." Madara said calmly. "Okay." Shen Yu nodded calmly. He looked very calm, as if he had expected this result. Madara glanced sideways at him. "Are you not surprised? It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but it only takes a while to use it." Shen Yu smiled. "Since you asked us to meet up in the kingdom of Tien, I have guessed that this will be the case. Raise an army for 1,000 days, use it for a while." Madara repeated thoughtfully, "Humph, these 2 sentences are wonderful. Of course, you have spared no effort to train us. No matter how thick-skinned we are, we can't just have free rice all the time." Shen Yu scratched his head. "Actually, since you formulated the Eye of the Moon plan, I knew that the 2 of us would definitely come in handy in this plan." "Oh." Madara raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Tell me about it." Shen Yu casually broke off a straw and held it in his mouth. "The first step of the Eye of the Moon plan is to obtain Senju Hashirama's cells, which means that we will definitely have to fight Konoha in the near future. The capture of 9 tails this time is also to serve this battle and ensure that the plan is foolproof. However, Senju Hashirama is known as the god of ninja. He is a ninja as famous as you, Madara-sama. Even if 9 tails is here, there is no guarantee that anything unexpected will happen. This battle..." Shinayu glanced secretly glancing at Madara. Seeing his brows slightly wrinkled, he immediately changed his words. "This must be a battle worthy of being recorded in the history of the ninja world. But Madara-sama has been preparing for so many years, so he must be able to capture it." Shen Yu rubbed his hands with a smile. "After this is done, Madara-sama must concentrate on awakening the Samsara Eye. Then the next task of capturing the tailed beast will inevitably fall on the 2 of us. So that's it." Uchiha blinked his eyes and said suddenly, "Then it is necessary to test the combat strength in advance. 9 tails is the best test object. Well, if the 2 of us can successfully complete this capture mission, then Madara-sama will no longer have any worries and can fight Senju Hashirama with all his strength." Shen Yu nodded in agreement. "You seem to have made a mistake." Madara's voice was low and cold, sending a slight chill down Shinayu's spine. Madara glanced at Guang on the side. "I didn't ask her to help you. This time the capture mission is just for you." The air became silent for a moment. "Ah!" Shen Yu opened his mouth, and his whole body seemed to be struck by lightning, and the straw fell to the ground. Madara's gaze fell on Guang. "In this battle, you are not allowed to use the 8,000 spears to assist him, let alone provide him with any help." Uchiha opened his mouth slightly, obviously shocked. "Humph, you are very smart. You can guess almost all my general thoughts, but this is the only one." Madara said seriously, "She is just our ace, and I do not intend to let her debut prematurely, let alone let her participate in this decisive battle." Shen Yu was stunned and immediately guessed Madara's intention. "Is it because of her eye skills?" Madara nodded and said, "Yes, her pupil technique is very special. When used in the right place, it can indeed be called a killer weapon, but it is not yet the best in the world. She needs time to grow. If Konoha detects her existence, even if Hashirama doesn't take action, Tobirama will definitely kill her. The light on the side immediately jumped in front of Madara, raised his little pink fist, and said firmly, "Master Madara, I can do it. What I need is you when you grow up." Madara reached out and touched her little head. "Your weakness is too obvious. It is not an eternal eye. There are always side effects when using it. Without Hashirama's cells, you will end up blind one day. Then he can." Guangqiao's face flushed slightly and she pointed at Shen Yu. Unexpectedly, Madara actually smiled and said, "I used him because of his special eye skills." He patted Shinayu on the shoulder. "This kid can continuously refresh his own status through time retrieval. Every battle is zero consumption. The negative effects on the body are completely erased by him. There is no need to worry about the side effects of Manjiki Sharingan." Shen Yu was a little speechless, secretly glad that he had hidden his secret. If Madara knew the true ability of Heaven's Standing, he would really have to become a tool. But before he could express his opinion, Guang said anxiously, "But, I can help you. When you have a decisive battle with the Senju family leader, I can provide you with chakra. We will provide it to Union Village at Yunli Gorge. The golden horns and silver horns are marked, and they have 9 tails chakra in their bodies. I can also try to mark the 9 tails, so that you don't have to worry about the shortage of chakra." "No," Madara interrupted her, "this decisive battle is between Hashirama and me. Neither of you are allowed to participate in the battle. Even Shen Yu is only responsible for post-war work." He turned to look at Shinayu. "If I succeed, Konoha will definitely not sit back and watch me leave. You will be responsible for protecting me from leaving. If I fail, you don't need to care about my body, but you must recover 9 tails. It is an indispensable part of the Eye of the Moon project." Shen Yu was suddenly startled. "So, this capture operation is to verify whether I have the strength to conquer 9 tails head-on. You are indeed very smart." Madara smiled happily. Shen Yu took a deep breath. "But what if I fail?" "Don't worry, when that time comes, I will take action to protect your life." "But..." Madara changed the topic and said meaningfully, "You kid, I have watched your growth over the years. Chapter 24 I'm here to catch you." Tailed beast in the history of the ninja world where wars raged, a terrifying existence that was deeply imprinted in people's minds along with disasters. Their power is so terrifying that even ninjas, let alone ordinary people, keep silent about them and regard them as evil beasts like natural disasters. Throughout the ages, countless ambitious people have tried to use them as weapons to dominate the entire ninja world. Gradually, they have also become synonymous with war. In fact, tailed beasts also have thoughts and emotions, and their hatred for humans who use them as they please becomes stronger and stronger. 9 Tails is the strongest of the legendary 9-tailed beasts. The destructive power that is enough to destroy a ninja village, the nearly unlimited chakra, the deep hatred for human beings, and the ferocious and cruel personality, all declare its dangerous level. Shen Yu deeply agrees with this. Because, he is standing in front of 9 Tails now. In a relatively empty flat land in the forest, a huge fox is sleeping soundly. It lies here in a lazy sleeping posture. Its exaggerated size is like an orange mountain peak. As it breathes, its hair like steel needles rise. Ups and downs, just the gentle sound of breathing, stirred up waves of whirlwind. Although he had already seen the 9 Tails chakra and fought a battle with 9 Tails fake Jinkra ki, when he faced the real master, he still couldn't help being shocked. Just looking at the mountain-like body and feeling its terrifying chakra power as vast as the sea, Shen Yu knew that with his current eye power alone, he would not be able to directly control it with the Manjiki Sharingan. On the one hand, his lack of pupil power is not enough, and his genjutsu level is not that strong either. As soon as genjutsu is fired and he stares at it, he might be the first to suffer backlash and bleed from his orifices. Who dares to disturb my deep sleep? Ninetales slowly opened his eyelids, and when he saw the person coming, his two lantern-like red vertical pupils condensed slightly. Hello. Shiniu took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Ninetales, showing a harmless smile. You have a very unpleasant smell. Ninetales stood up, the ground shook, and the woods not far away also trembled slightly. Shen Yu was blown away by its breath, but he still smiled and said, Ninetales, I'm here to catch you. Since it is impossible to kill Ninetales at a glance, his strategy is to focus on the heart first, weaken it severely first, slowly consume its power, and then use genjutsu to defeat the enemy with one move when it loses its mind. Ninetales glared, when did humans become so arrogant? It's okay to be eaten by the descendants of 2 6-paths-old men, but now even a kid dares to take advantage of him. It suddenly became furious, roaring like thunder, and the rolling sound waves set off waves of waves. A few hundred meters away from here, on a towering cliff, Madara was watching the battle with Uchiha. Is it really okay for him to provoke Ninetales like this? Guang stared at the audience with fear and opened his mouth slightly. That was Ninetales. It was earth-shattering to take down a silver horn with Ninetales' chakra. Now facing the real body, he can still laugh. Madara crossed her shoulders and hummed, instead of worrying about him. It's better to take care of yourself and use the method I taught you to hide your aura, otherwise Ninetales will find you. I'm not worried about him. Guang blushed and muttered in a low voice, Ninetales probably has no time to care about us now, it is completely angered by Shen Yu. At the foot of the mountain, the strong wind surged like a wave. Shen Yu stood upright in the center of the storm, like a bamboo standing through the rock, with strong roots. Ninetales, I heard that you are the embodiment of anger, but now it seems that you are not so vicious. Facing the soaring aura and violent beastliness, most people would have been frightened, but Shiniu not only did not hide, but even teased Ninetales, I provoked you like this, but you just roared. Ninetales was furious, and raised its claws. With a boom, the ground exploded instantly, and the gravel and soil splashed high like water. You asked for this. Ninetales snorted coldly. Soon, the dust and smoke were blown away by the wind. When it focused its eyes, it found that Shen Yu was standing lightly on its paws, holding its shoulders with both hands, calm and calm. You. My name is Uchiha Shiniu. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiniu moved. His figure flashed, like a black ghost, running up Ninetales' front legs. Ninetales didn't have time to raise its claws, and immediately opened its mouth, and the crimson chakra cannon spurted out. However, Shen Yu's movement was dexterous and slippery like a loach. He stood upside down and easily ducked under Ninetales' front legs, blocking its sight and continuing to run. Ninetales exhaled 2 streams of scorching air. Before the second cannonball was fully charged, Shen Yu jumped up and stretched out a 3-meter-long chakra blade with both hands. The sharp light pierced its eyes. Succeeded Shen Yu's proud expression froze instantly, and the sky was shrouded by a huge shadow, followed by a heavy wind. Boom! However, he was knocked into the ground by one tail. Just a faster kid. Ninetales thought the battle was over, but a burst of rich black energy suddenly emerged from under its tail. Immediately afterwards, it felt its tail tighten, and a pitch-black bone hand grasped its tail and forcibly lifted it up. In its horrified eyes, a half-length giant emerged from under his tail, and the fast kid was standing safely inside the giant. Shen Yu directly activated Suzanu's second-level form, hugged one of Ninetales' tails with 4 big hands, and flicked it hard. The huge force suddenly exploded, and Ninetales was thrown out. It moved dozens of meters on the spot, leaving 4 deep ravines on the ground before it stopped. Ninetales bared its teeth, its hair stood on end in anger, its 9 long tails danced wildly like a dragon, and they smashed at Suzanu, venting their full anger. Bang! 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 Shen Yu controlled Susanoo to defend, but under this violent attack, even the second-level Susanoo slowly cracked. The crisp sound was like crystal cracking. Shen Yu's eyes were solemn, and the cracks spread and expanded, and even the internal skeleton showed signs of fragmentation. Seeing how hard the black giant in front of him was, Ninetales couldn't hold back his temper and rushed over. The exaggerated size made the mountains tremble, the forest trembled slightly, and the birds flew around. Sometimes, having too big a goal is not a good thing. Shen Yu immediately dispelled Susanoo and at the same time formed the seal of Phantom Instant technique. His body split into 8 phantoms and dispersed in a rush, leaving Ninetales to miss. Go to hell! Ninetales raised its head to the sky and roared, waving its tail and poking wildly, not missing any phantom. It looked like a fluffy fox tail, but it carried a huge amount of power, sending pieces of wood flying everywhere and shaking the earth. The ground could not withstand its thumping, stirring up dust and smoke all over the sky. Super Big Ball Raise Nan! Ninetales was startled, feeling a stinging sensation under its buttocks, and then came an astonishing force. Shiniu unexpectedly ran under it without knowing when. Ah! He held a huge raised nan in one hand and jumped out. Ninetales roared, and the fur in contact with raised nan suddenly emitted bursts of burnt smoke. Although the blow did not shatter its body, the force was enough to knock it away. Its huge body flew high into the air, casting a shadow that could cover the entire forest. Ninetales roared angrily, its lantern-like vertical pupils widening, full of anger, but also mixed with a trace of human confusion. The chakra required for the move just now was huge. This guy's aura was mediocre. Why did such a chakra appear out of thin air? Shen Yu stared at the Ninetales falling from the sky, put his palms together, made a bow and arrow movement, and pointed at the Ninetales in the air. The move just now was actually not easy for him. The seemingly powerful massive raised nan made him backtrack 3 times in just a few breaths. Only in this way did he accumulate enough chakra. When Ninetales was in the air twisted in an instant, and jet black flames emerged from Shen Yu's hands, like dancing elves. The flames expanded instantly, and the terrifying high temperature enveloped the surroundings. With Shen Yu as the center, the flowers and plants were evaporated inch by inch and quickly turned into fly ash. Arrow! The Uchiha light in the distance covered her mouth in surprise, and even Madara opened her eyes slightly. That's Amaterasu. He actually did it. Guang stared at the back blankly, his beautiful eyes widening. That's right, after adapting all the way, with the help of Uchiha Hikaru, Shiniu continued to analyze Amaterasu, trying to understand its origin. After tirelessly building crazily and trying over and over again, he finally completed the second optimization. Amaterasu, the legendary immortal black flame, consists of 3 chakra attributes: wind, fire, and yin. The wind gives it agility and elegance, and the fire gives it high temperature and scorching flames. The wind helps the fire, and the fire borrows the power of the wind. The combination of the two is enough to push the temperature of the flame to a terrifying level. But on this basis, after giving the caster the will and the yin attribute that represents ignite everything and never die, this special blood inheritance limit was born. Inferno style. The arrow shrank suddenly, and after absorbing enough strength, it solidified instantly, and then shrank again. Repeated several times, a pitch-black arrow became more and more shaped. The whole body was dark and deep, the high temperature was restrained, and the surrounding air was distorted. It seems that even the sunlight has been swallowed up. Arrow of flame control. Shen Yu shouted coldly. And the black arrow shot out suddenly, as fast as lightning. The next second it disappeared, the muffled sound of Ninetales was heard. Chapter 25 Shiniu vs Kurama. The black arrow was as fast as wind and thunder. Ninetales only felt that he blinked once, and the sharp tip of the arrow was shot in front of his eyes. It struck the black arrow with one claw, but obviously underestimated its strength. With a pop sound, the black arrow pierced Ninetales' claws and penetrated into its body from its shoulder, bursting out a burst of blood mist. Explode! Shenyu snapped his fingers. The black arrow suddenly detonated, and the high-density compressed black flames of Amaterasu were released in Ninetales' body. The overwhelming black flames poured in like a river, sweeping across and destroying everything in Ninetales crazily. Flesh, meridians, bones, were melting at an alarming rate. With the oozing squeaking sound, Ninetales crashed down. It roared and rolled, and thick black smoke even came from its mouth and ears. "Come out!" A bloody hole was opened in the claw, and the black fire quickly spread to the chest, but the most painful thing was still the damage inside the body. Ninetales opened its big mouth, and the dark red chakra cannon was sprayed out mixed with black flames. It wanted to force out the black flames in the body in this way, and at the same time bursts of chakra surged out of the body surface, thereby stripping away the black flames outside the body. How could Shinyu let it solve the crisis so easily? He immediately formed seals with his hands, and in a flash of black energy, the second form of Susanoo came instantly. He drove Susanoo to pounce, tightening his two thick arms around Ninetales' neck, and raised his fists with the other two hands, punching Ninetales in the face. For a while, the dull sound continued. The energy jet was immediately interrupted, replaced by the intermittent roar of Ninetales. Ouch! Ouch! Seeing such a brutal scene, Madara couldn't help but put a hand on her forehead. So, Susanoo is used like this. Madara was slightly startled, and quickly looked sideways, only to see Uchiha next to her, staring at the battle below with bright eyes, her little hands unconsciously clasped in front of her chest. Ninetales' ability to withstand blows was beyond imagination. With a thought in Shenyu's mind, Susanoo held it with one hand and formed a strange black sharp blade. He took advantage of the situation and swung the blade light into a black moon and swept out, but Ninetales suddenly ducked past it, and the forest behind him was completely wiped out. It deceived Shinyu with a fake move, took the opportunity to turn the muzzle, and fired a soulful atomic breath at Shinyu. The tailed beast's energy turned into a thick, straight laser, completely engulfing even Susanoo. The ground shook, the grass and trees turned into fly ash, and the map in front of them was instantly cleared. In Ninetales' eyes, the black giant was also swallowed up by the light, disintegrating rapidly, and could not help but increase its energy output. Although this is not a tailed beast jade, such a huge and violent energy breath is still a natural disaster-like damage. How can the mortal body stop it? Ninetales successfully peeled off the last trace of Amaterasu's fire, but its body shape has become visibly thinner. Unexpectedly, Shinyu actually stood upright in the chakra cannon and walked forward step by step against the torrent. How on earth did this kid do it? Ninetales was shocked. And his vertical pupils suddenly shrank into needles. Apart from that man, this was the first time in his life that he had seen such a monster. It was answered with murmured words. The third gate of life, open. The fourth gate of pain, open. The fifth gate of limit, open. Of course it doesn't know that not long ago, Shinyu's Makulo adapted to its chakra. Although it failed to complete the analysis, it gained enough resistance. Boom! Shinyu jumped up and hit Ninetales' chin with a fierce uppercut, shutting it up instantly. The powerful impact actually knocked it over on the spot. Ninetales got on top and ran over to fight with red eyes. One man and one beast fought each other passionately, and the primitive and wild battle was presented in the chaotic forest. Shenyu's whole body was filled with blood, and cyan energy flowed out of his body surrounded by hot air. The power of every punch and kick was incredible, and it was able to knock Ninetales staggering. As a tailed beast, Ninetales showed excellent ability to withstand attacks. Although it looked very embarrassed, it actually did not suffer any damage. Instead, it was stimulated to become fiercer and more ferocious. It relied on its long and plentiful tail, and with an unexpected move, the divine feather was shot away from a distance. Fortunately, he summoned Suzanu's skeleton the moment the attack came. "It's so heavy." Shen Yu opened his eyes wide in surprise. This sweep was so powerful that his black ribs were shattered. An overwhelming force penetrated his body, and his internal organs were shaking. With a swish sound, his whole body shot through the air with black energy, shooting straight into the stone wall in the distance. Nine Tails opened its big mouth and pointed it in the direction of Shen Yu. Its heavy and huge breath flowed. The red and blue chakra gathered in front of its mouth and quickly turned into a purple-black liquid sphere. The moment the sphere appeared, the air in the forest was stagnant. This is its trump card, the tailed beast Jade. It's going to end the fight once and for all. However, before it could finish gathering momentum, the sky suddenly darkened and seemed to be covered by a huge shadow. It glanced hastily and its sight was frozen. Reflected in the vertical pupils was a mountain-like crow Tengu Susanoo. And the kid who flew out just a second ago actually appeared inside Susanoo without any warning at this moment. Damn it! When did he? It had no idea why Shen Yu suddenly appeared above its head, let alone that it was actually where Shen Yu was 5 seconds ago. Susanoo clasped his hands together, wrapped in black energy, and dropped from the sky with a huge spear. With a pop sound, it penetrated Nine Tails' body and nailed it to the ground. The artifact, Dijian Huangba 2. Nine Tails' tailed beast Jade also failed midway. It put its 4 claws on the ground and struggled to get up. The tailed beast's huge strength was indeed terrifying. Susanoo in his third form was already a giant in the eyes of ordinary people, but he was still shaken by Nine Tails. Shinayu activated the gravity array in Dojian Huang BA2, and suddenly it fell with 20 times the gravity. Nine Tails fell to the ground with a loud rumbling sound. Damn it! What is this? Its face was buried deeply in the soil, and its huge body seemed to be embedded into the ground. Not to mention raising its head. Even its 2 fox ears were forced to droop down. A little more honest. Shen Yu showed an evil smile, Susanoo's big hand twisted slightly on the handle of the gun, and a cluster of burning black flames immediately passed down the gun body, and Amaterasu was injected into Nine Tails' body again. Ouch! This bone-gnawing pain caused Nine Tails to open his mouth uncontrollably, letting out a humiliating and painful howl. Damn, you kid, how dare you look down on me! In order to break free from the constraints of gravity, Nine Tails condenses the chakra throughout the body to output with maximum power. A huge beam of light rose into the sky, the hurricane roared and expanded, the sand and gravel cracked, and the forest was wiped out in pieces in this light wave. The beam roared and quickly turned into a huge ball of light, illuminating the day and the earth. A piece of transparency. The storm destroyed everything, and the shock wave spread to the distance. Everywhere it passed, there was no grass, and the rocks were broken and collapsed. Uchiha opened her eyes blankly, and the dazzling white light occupied her entire field of vision. Her hair was flying wildly. Just as she was dazed for a moment, Madara stepped in front of her, and the blue Susanoo skeleton enveloped the two of them at the same time. Madara-sama. Off the field, the light slowly dissipated, revealing the scene inside. The first thing that catches the eye is Kamuha's Susanoo, but at this moment, the half-length giant has faded to the second-level form. Half of the body's flesh and blood have disappeared, with a swaying black energy hanging on it, and the skeleton inside is clearly visible. Shen Yu gasped and stood inside Susanoo, blood emerging from his eyes and slowly dripping down his delicate cheeks. Even so, he still smiled and looked a little crazy. Because opposite him, Nine Tails looked even worse. Nine Tails, who was originally full of vitality and bright hair, is now skinny, shrunken, and withered, as if his body has been hollowed out. But the anger in its eyes has reached its peak. At this moment, it glares at Shen Yu fiercely, its eyes are split, and it wants to pounce on him and tear him into pieces. A thing called reason is almost extinct. Shinayu's right eye turned slightly, and its state quietly recovered. What he was waiting for was the moment when it completely fell into anger. Goo! The heavy chakra slowly gathered, and Nine Tails couldn't wait to gather the tailed beast Jade. But it shut up immediately, because a huge Megatama flew over at a faster speed, like a black lightning. If it hadn't dodged in time, its teeth would have exploded to pieces like the rocks behind it. I won't let you use this trick. Shen Yu smiled wildly, and Susanoo's four palms slowly opened, condensing a series of Yasaka Megatama. Nine Tails became angry, and turned to spray out faster energy breath at Shinayu. Shinayu was also unequivocal, and made a hand seal with both hands. Susanoo remained motionless, directly controlling Megatama and Nine Tails to shoot passionately. One person and one beast looked like crazy, as if they were all burning with real fire. However, the only one who is truly crazy is Nine Tails. Shen Yu appears to be insane, but is actually as stable as an old dog. The magic array patterns of Makulo have been quietly operating for a long time. The target he chose to adapt to was Nine Tails' chakra. And he had already acquired a certain degree of patience. His Yasaka Megatama was mixed with some unexplained energy, and could make some effective attacks against Nine Tails. In the next wave of confrontation, he will also accelerate and adapt according to the energy shot in, until he can analyze the winning blow with one blow. The charred smoke was blown by the strong wind, and the ground was in a mess. The battle has actually turned to this level. Guang looked nervously at the audience, even she couldn't help but worry. Shen Yu, will he be in danger? Uchiha Madara looked at it for a while, as if she had seen through something, and let out a hum with some understanding. Madara-sama, how long are they going to fight? Don't worry, it will be over soon. What? Guang looked at Madara, who looked calm and was a little confused. How did Madara-sama know? That guy, which battle lasted more than 5 minutes. Soon, the light went out, and the light knew that the battle had been won or lost. The entire battlefield was filled with only billowing smoke. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was shaking, and it was obvious that a huge creature was approaching them step by step. Light immediately became nervous. When the sound stopped in front of them, a huge fox's face poked out from the smoke, looking down at the two of them. It's Nine Tails. Uchiha Hikaru took a small step back, feeling like he was facing a formidable enemy. Don't worry. Madara's voice remained calm. At this moment, Nine Tails slowly lowered his head, and there was a young man sitting loosely on top of his head. Only then did Guang realize that the two red vertical pupils of Nine Tails had unexpectedly turned into the shape of a three-Magatama Sharingan. Shen Yu supported his knees with one hand, and one leg hung down from Nine Tails' head. The torn black clothes and the blood stains at the corners of his mouth could not hide his compelling energy and slightly evil smile. He looked at Madara and reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, I lived up to my fate. Chapter 26, The Valley of the End. In the land of fire, God has no bridge. The shadows of the trees are swaying, and the moon waves are light. Midnight is approaching, and the air is filled with cool water vapor. A few seagulls, covered in moonlight, keep circling on the coast, emitting a desolate and lonely cry. Outside a secret cave on the shore, Uchiha Madara was giving her final instructions. Needless to say, your mission is to guard the base and don't let anyone discover this place. Madara-sama. Uchiha stretched out his hand with trembling eyes, his almond-shaped eyes were misty, and he looked pitiful. Her eyes were pleading. She didn't know whether she wanted to say something to persuade her to stay or to ask for a companion, but no matter what it was, she finally ran away under Madara's stern gaze. Yet. Her voice was weak and she nodded softly. Don't try to find us, and don't act rashly until we contact you. Madara turned around and faced the sea. The waves were rolling on the sea. His expression was neither sad nor happy. At this moment, he was ready to go, with a round fan on his back and a scroll on his waist. His scythe was polished brightly, and his dark red armor reflected the moonlight. The sea breeze blew in his face, and his waterfall-like long hair rose and fell with the wind. "I know you are very upset, but this is the best arrangement." Madara's tone was surprisingly softer. "With 9 tails here, I won't have the shortcomings of chakra, and your eyesight has deteriorated a lot." "Ah!" Guang opened his eyes in surprise, and in his blurry vision, Madara's back merged with the moonlight. She clenched her fists unconsciously and opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Tears fell silently, splashing into circles on the rocks. "Well." Not far away, Shen Yu let out a long sigh. He stood alone on the other side, leaning against an old palm tree with slender leaves, obscured by the moonlight, casting long and intertwined Madara shadows on his fair face. Like Madara, he is now fully armed. In addition to his original black outfit, he wears a set of vests and soft armor. He also wears arm guards on both arms, carries a long knife on his back, and has short and medium hair tied back in a very smart manner. Speaking of which, his current appearance is quite similar to that of the Red Moon Weasel on the night of the genocide in the original time and space. Looking at the lonely Madara, he felt filled with emotion. If his prediction was correct, the outcome of the decisive battle between Madara and Hashirama would not be much different from the original time and space. Although the world always says that these two people are the pinnacle of the ninja world, the only one who truly stands at the pinnacle is Senju Hashirama. Madara knows this best. Speaking of which, there were only 3 real battles between Madara and Hashirama in the original time and space. Although the reasons for the battles were different, the results were the same. For the first time, Madara, who transplanted her younger brother Izuna's eyes and awakened the eternal Mangeki, fought a decisive battle with Hashirama, and was ultimately defeated by Hashirama, thus ending the Warring States period. The second time, Madara, who had been away from Konoha for many years, returned to Konoha with 9 tails. Hashirama thought that Madara really wanted to destroy the village they founded. So he was beaten to death and killed Madara with a knife. For the third time, 2 people who were both made of filth faced off on the battlefield of the Fourth Ninja World War. Even with the blessings of the Samsara Eye, Yin-Yang style, infinite chakra, and the immortal body, Madara was still suppressed by Hashirama. Trapped in the Ming-Shen Gate. You never know what tricks Hashirama has waiting for you. There is only one god of ninja. But Madara's goal this time is not actually to destroy Konoha. His purpose is just to get a piece of Hashirama's flesh and blood. The reason why he put on the posture of falling into the abyss and wanting to destroy everything was just to inspire Hashirama to fight with all his strength and fight openly. Many times, Shen Yu couldn't help but think. What if Madara could lower her attitude, use less extreme methods, and use a gentle tone to beg Hashirama? Will Hashirama directly agree to his request and this battle can be avoided? But this is impossible. Madara has her own arrogance, which is the self-esteem of a strong person. "Shinayu, let's go." Madara's deep voice came from afar, and Shinayu responded immediately. "Good." With a swish sound, his figure disappeared, leaving only one leaf falling leisurely. Konoha Year 7, a summer night. For Konoha village, this is destined to be an extraordinary night. Psychicism. With a puff of smoke rising into the sky, the huge body of 9 tails was revealed outside the leaf village. In the wild wind, the 9 long tails stretched out under the full moon, and the roar 100 times more ferocious than the wild beasts shot straight into the sky, rolling like thunder. Ding! The round fan and the heavy sword clashed fiercely, and the 2 figures fighting each other separated in 2 under the moonlight and fell back at the same time. 9 tails roared, giant vines entangled, and the powerful shock wave crazily devastated the land. This was a battle that ordinary ninjas could not intervene at all. Madara came fiercely, chakra exploded, he activated the powerful weapon Susanoo, and with the blessing of Susanoo, the 9 tails reached a height of 100 feet, which was much higher than the mountain peak. Susanoo originally materialized the huge chakra to form a burly god of war for fighting. When he used Susanoo, which symbolized destruction and destruction, as armor, and armed it on the tailed beast, the destructive power caused was a natural disaster. Hashirama had some appreciation for his old friend's technique, but now it was not a martial arts competition, but a life and death battle. He was even more worried that the village would be affected by the battle. So he walked while fighting, silently leading Madara and Nine Tails to the seaside. Madara also took advantage of the trick and started the pursuit in a tacit understanding. After all, he did not come to destroy Konoha. His target was only Hashirama from the beginning to the end. Shenyu was quietly dormant in the dark, falling far behind them, always keeping a close distance from the two god tiers. His mission is to recover Nine Tails, and he just needs to wait silently for the battle to end. Suddenly, his brows furrowed slightly, and in his mental perception, many people were chasing after him in the direction of Konoha village, following them furtively. What on earth are these guys planning? While he was thinking, a red beam of light flashed away and shot into the distant island. Immediately afterwards, a huge fireball lit up on the island, like the rising sun. The entire land shook, the dazzling firelight illuminated the entire forest, and a huge explosion resounded throughout the world. Is this a battle between them? Shenyu stood blankly against a big tree, feeling a slight chill on his back. At that moment, he could clearly see that the red beam of light was clearly a tailed beast jade blessed with Susanoo's power. He couldn't help but secretly smacked his tongue. Fortunately, Nine Tails didn't let Nine Tails use the tailed beast jade, otherwise he wouldn't be able to stop it just by looking at it now. In the distant observation field, under the cover of the billowing smoke, a faint blue light can be seen, as well as the burly outline of the wooden giant. The sound of the trees cracking is mixed with the roar of Nine Tails. In the center of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara stood condescendingly in the powerful Susanaka. Hashirama, I haven't had a serious fight with you for a long time. You should know. I'm different from before, right? Hashirama looked solemn, clapped his palms together, and while saving up chakra, he also tried to give the final consolation, all our efforts so far, do you want them to be in vain? Madara. He raised his head and faced the huge and powerful Susan, there is no benefit to you and me from fighting. This battle will only hurt the village and the ninjas, and will only insult our brothers and companions. Madara stared at him condescendingly, her face getting colder and colder. You are preaching to me. I don't want to kill you. Hashirama's eyes were still sincere. You mean you can kill me at any time? No, I mean, we are friends. Madara's face twitched, a certain emotion flashed in his eyes, and he said fiercely, I have reached the other side. As if to confirm his attitude, the Nine Tails under his feet also roared to the sky with a roar. Hashirama suddenly froze, and his thoughts were instantly pulled back to a few decades ago. It was a sunny morning when two innocent teenagers competed with each other and threw stones at each other. The figures overlapped, but they couldn't overlap no matter what, and finally they were shattered with a roar. There is no other way. Hashirama closed his eyes in disappointment. When he opened his eyes again, all the unbearable and sincerity in his eyes disappeared, replaced by determination. And black face lines that contain rich natural energy. Sage art true number Senju. Hashirama shouted loudly, and the chakra all over his body turned into light visible to the naked eye. Amidst the sound of giant trees rolling, a Senju wooden Buddha several hundred feet high rose up from the ground and stood between the sky and the earth. Under the moonlight, a huge shadow cast the land is completely covered. I'm Ed, Madara. Come on, Hashirama. Chapter 27 How dare you? Shenyu stood quietly among the trees. A little further away, Nine Tails, who had been unparalleled before, was now held in the palm of the wooden Buddha giant like a kitten. Its eyes were closed, and it looked quiet and obedient, as if it was asleep. The breeze blew by, and the orange hair on his body undulated like waves. From this point of view, Nine Tails is quite good. Shen Yu had an unreasonable thought in his heart. Although the target was right in front of him, he still did not dare to act rashly. It's not that he's afraid of the Konoha ninja lurking behind him, but the battle between Madara and Hashirama has not yet decided the winner. This battle has lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Shen Yu wrinkled his nose. I don't know when. The fresh earthy fragrance began to fill the forest, and the air became more and more humid. He gently stretched out his palm, and a drop of rain fell into his palm, breaking into cool and crystal spray. It's raining. This time, it's your turn and you can't throw it away. Under the empty waterfall, Madara was breathing heavily, holding a fan and a sickle in both hands, looking at the equally exhausted figure opposite, showing a smile of victory. The chakra of the 2 men was basically exhausted, their faces were covered with vicissitudes of life, and their fatigue was evident. Even their armors were shattered into pieces, and they looked miserable. Hashirama raised his head slightly and stared at this former best friend. Whether it was due to excessive consumption or serious injury, his eyes were slightly absent-minded. Suddenly, the water waves under my feet suddenly swayed, and it was Madara who moved. Without realizing it, Hashirama raised his long sword and rushed towards the opponent at the same speed. The blade flashed and the 2 figures staggered and separated. With a plop, Hashirama plunged into the water splashed everywhere, and he was hit in the lower abdomen. Madara, however, still stood upright. When she turned around, she saw Hashirama's complex eyes full of unwillingness, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious. I am the one standing this time, contrary to that time. The electric light shines directly into the heart of the sky, and thousands of raindrops fall from the sky. Tick-tock tick hits the 2 people's faces. The water mist fills the air, and their faces are blurred. Hashirama forced himself to stand up, his eyes fell on the water, staring at his face expressionlessly, his mouth opening and closing. The dream has just come true. I want to protect it and I can't let you. Madara chuckled softly, you look quite depressed, Hashirama, aren't you going to give up on yourself this time? Poof! A knife burst out of his chest and penetrated his heart from his back. Blood gurgled down the rain, quickly turning the water red. Madara looked shocked, staring blankly at the knife that pierced her, her vision blurred a little. He turned his eyes in disbelief, glanced at Hashirama behind him, and then at the wood-style clone in front of him, his pupils shrinking slightly. I was stabbed from behind. Hashirama's deep and tired voice floated behind him. I want to protect protect my village. No matter what happens, I still firmly believe that protecting the village is equivalent to protecting people, protecting ninjas and children, whether it is my friends, brothers, or even my child. As long as you dare to be an enemy of the village, I will never let you go. You have changed, Hashirama. Madara's pupils trembled and she knelt down weakly. Hashirama looked down at him indifferently. In Furui Muha's eyes, something called friendship was disappearing. You are putting the cart before the horse. One day, this will turn into darkness for the village. Madara fell to the ground with a plop, just like Hashirama just now. He closed his eyes and lost his breath. Uchiha Madara, fallen. Hashirama looked up at the sky, and the entire night sky was reflected in his pupils. Through the thin moonlight, it seemed that all the raindrops fell from one point in the sky and fell into his eyes. If you know how to use wood style, then the village will be called Konoha. You know how to use fire style, then name the leader Hokage. He felt cold inexplicably, his vision blurred suddenly, and the endless exhaustion seemed to open a flood, sweeping through his body. He could no longer bear it, and let the exhaustion engulf him, and he fell next to Madara's body. Half a minute later, a young man appeared silently on the other side of the waterfall. With clear eyebrows and beautiful eyes, and pupils as dark as jade, he is none other than Shen Yu. He walked towards the 2 of them step by step, looking deeply at Uchiha Madara's body. The heavy rain was like a curtain, and there was no joy or sorrow on his face. After an unknown amount of time, his eyes fell on Hashirama. He stretched out his foot to pick up the sickle, and aimed it at Hashirama's head, raising the sickle high. Under the cold moonlight, the blade was shining with dazzling cold light. Congratulations, to the god of ninja! The knife-like judgment was about to land. At this moment, a furious roar suddenly came from the forest. How dare you, Shozi! The sound of the wind was harsh, and a wind demon shuriken came through the air. With a ding sound, sparks flew everywhere, and Shen Yu's sickle was knocked aside. Immediately afterwards, a man rushed in front of Shen Yu with lightning speed, and the kunao drew an icy arc. Who are you? Shen Yu saw the appearance of the incoming man clearly, leaned back slightly, and easily avoided the attack, but was forced back by the incoming man. My name, Sarutobi Suzuki. The man shouted loudly and announced his name. Shen Yu nodded slightly. Ah, the current head of the Sarutobi clan, right. I know you too. The man pulled off the scroll behind him, his eyes cold. Uchiha Shinayu, the traitor who followed Uchiha Madara out of Konoha 5 years ago, you have 22 lives in your hands, including 16 Jonin, 2 special Jonin, and 4 Chunin. Senju, Sarutobi, Shimura, and even your Uchiha clan are all there were casualties. On the night of your defection, you stole the scroll of forbidden arts and destroyed countless properties in the village. Your evil deeds are simply too numerous to describe. As he spoke, more than a dozen Konoha ninjas sprang out of the forest one after another, surrounding Shen Yu. Their auras were calm, and their skills were all at the Jonin level. Shen Yu looked around indifferently, took out his ears, and said frivolously, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known how powerful I was back then. Arrogant, as long as I'm here today, you can't even think about hurting a single hair in the village. Sarutobi Suzuki yelled angrily. That night that year, he was not in the village due to mission reasons. As one of the founders of Konoha, he was entrusted with important tasks by Lord Hashirama, but something like this happened. He always felt that it was a shame. The young man in front of him became a thorn in his heart. No matter what happens today, the end must be made here. Just as he was thinking about it, the hairs on the back of his neck suddenly exploded. Relying on his years of combat experience and his instinctive sense of danger, he immediately lowered his head. Brush! The sword flashed past, and a handful of hair fell in the wind and rain. You! He was a little surprised. The person who took action was actually his companion. However, this companion's eyes were blank and his expression was dull, like a puppet being manipulated at will. Suzuki Sarutobi immediately understood that this was a genjutsu. Damn it, he reminded loudly, don't look into his eyes. Years of combat experience have allowed him to develop the habit of fighting without looking into the enemy's eyes. Because of this, he did not notice that Shen Yu's eyes had quietly turned scarlet. However, his warning was already too late. There was a series of muffled sounds in his ears, as well as the sound of the blade entering the flesh. He had just subdued the companions around him, and there were already dead and injured everywhere. This group of ninjas are actually of extremely high quality, and many of them have fought against the Uchiha clan. They knew they could not look directly at their Sharingan, but they could not avoid the blades of their companions. All in all, there are only 4 ninjas left who can miss genjutsu and escape attack like Suzuki Sarutobi. No. Sarutobi Suzuki suddenly realized something, his expression suddenly distorted, he stretched out his hand towards Shen Yu, his eyes were cracked. Stop! The group of ninjas controlled by genjutsu, seeing that they could not succeed, actually drew their swords and killed themselves without any hesitation. In an instant, the situation reversed and blood flowed everywhere. The few people who survived immediately leaned towards Sarutobi Suzuki, facing the boy who could not look directly at him, as if facing a formidable enemy. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood today. I'm not usually like this. Shen Yu was still standing there calmly, and the dark and cold breath flowed slowly. Everyone couldn't help but shudder, feeling inexplicably that this rainy night was particularly cold. Chapter 28 I will be a psychic as a substitute. I will never forgive you. Sarutobi Suzuki spoke bitterly, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. With a bang sound, white smoke floated out of the scroll. He picked up a huge Fuma shuriken, threw it towards Shen Yu, and immediately formed seals with his hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Smoke exploded one after another, and the dense Fuma shuriken surrounded Shen Yu, blocking all his escape routes. Shen Yu waved the scythe expressionlessly, and the cold light flashed, forming an airtight defense network. Sparks burst out, clinking, clanging, 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 clanging and clanging, and all the invading wind demon shurikens were dismembered and broken into pieces. Scrap metal everywhere. It wasn't over yet. He shook his hand suddenly, and the scythe went against the torrent and struck Sarutobi Suzuki. Sarutobi Suzuki quickly retreated, and with a soft chi sound, the blade actually stabbed out a light blade as thin as a cicada's wing. What? His pupils shrank suddenly, and he was caught off guard. The kunai that came back to defend was cut in two, and he was also scratched on the cheek. Shen Yu took back the sickle, gently held it in a spear, and shook off all the blood from the blade. Tisk, didn't Master Tobirama share information with you? He pretended to be confused. This trick is called autumn dew on the leaves. It's really strange. He has obviously seen it before. What answered him was a surging fire dragon. Fire-style fire dragon flame bullet. Shen Yu raised the corners of his mouth and swayed his body, leaving an afterimage on the spot. He easily dodged the fire dragon. As the rain curtain wavered, a dozen images appeared outside the encirclement. Everyone looked exactly like Shen Yu, and each held a scythe in their hands. A dozen black-haired teenagers surrounded the Konoha ninjas. More than a dozen sickles danced together, and ice-blue sharp edges surged in the air. Except for Sarutobi Suzuki, the other four people suddenly became confused and hurriedly fought against more than a dozen divine feathers, with swords dancing wildly and ninjutsu blasting wildly. However, when they hit those people, they found that they were just phantoms. They didn't even touch the skirt of the real Shen Yu. At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and the two Shinryu slashed their sickles into the chests of the two Konoha ninjas at the same time. Blood spilled out, and the bodies of the two people were cut in half in the air. In the end, all the figures merged into one, and there was still a divine feather in place. Water-style water fang blade. He formed a seal with one hand, using the sickle as a guide, and the water flow was compressed into a thin water jet on the blade, and then brushed out vertically. The water blade fired at an extremely fast speed and could not be seen clearly in the heavy rain. Suzuki Sarutobi felt that the rain curtain in front of him was slightly distorted for a moment, and then he suddenly realized and slowly pulled his companion's shoulder. The crescent-shaped water blade flashed in midair and was instantly dyed with pink blood lines. Sarutobi Suzuki stared blankly at the arm in his hand. His companion was split in half by this move. His organs were flowing out, and the water under his feet was blood red. Ah! He rushed towards Shen Yu like crazy, shaking his hand and throwing out countless shurikens. However, playing with shurikens in front of Uchiha was like playing with a broadsword in front of Guangong. Shen Yu didn't even bother to look, and easily shot down all the shurikens just by listening to the sound and identifying their positions, but Sarutobi Suzuki also took the opportunity to kill in front of him. The taishu of the Sarutobi family is quite good. Shen Yu couldn't defeat him for a while, so he pretended to sell a flaw. As expected, Sarutobi took the uppercut and cut into the center line with a sharp knife. With a pop sound, Shen Yu's right arm was at shoulder level. Cut it off, and the sickle hits the ground with a bang. With a slight hook of Shen Yu's fingers, dozens of transparent filaments shot out from the rain, instantly locking Sarutobi Sasuke's body. Autumn dew. Shen Yu moved his left hand very quickly, and the thin chakra blade came out of his palm, sealing his throat with a knife. Bang! When the smoke dissipated, Sarutobi Sasuke in front of him turned into a wooden pile. Substitute. Shen Yu's reaction was also extremely fast. The moment the smoke came out, he used the blood on his right arm to form a seal with one hand and press it to the ground. Psychicism. The black spell spread wildly, and with the surge of chakra, a giant cat emerged from the billowing smoke. The ground exploded directly, and a man's figure was blown away by the shock wave. Sarutobi Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the big cat that suddenly appeared. His eyes were full of solemnity. Mataya. The transformed cat, Poke, the legendary civet cat, is the only super-large ninja cat in the cat house. According to the information of the Uchiha clan, Poke has a long lifespan, has long been born with extraordinary consciousness, and even mastered the legend. The Sage Jutsu in Sage Jutsu is a mythical beast that has not made a contract with anyone for hundreds of years. But now, it was channeled by someone and appeared in front of me. The cat's body is blue, with a pair of huge bronze vertical pupils. Its beautiful hair is like a dream, with Madara patterns changing all the time, and a misty black mist is always emitting from the whole body, which is strange and hazy. Shen Yu stood on top of the cat's head, looking down at Sarutobi Sasuke from afar, rubbing his chin with his remaining left hand. I'm careless. I didn't expect that besides Tobirama, Konoha would have such a troublesome person. Meow, the giant cat Poke said in human words, 3 million. It's a deal. A vague pain flashed across Shen Yu's face, and he raised his finger and pointed at Sasuke. Sarutobi, kill him for me. Poke's eyes rolled, revealing his human shrewdness. I need more money. How much more? 2 million. Forget it, then trap him and don't let him bother me. Shiniu chose to give in. 500,000. Okay. Shen Yu nodded heavily. He turned over and fell, and the big cat took steps at the same time, rushing towards Sarutobi Sasuke in the distance. Don't underestimate me. Sarutobi Sasuke's eyes widened, his hands flashed, and he slammed to the ground. Psychic. Appear. Ape King, Ape Demon. A white line extended along the water, and white smoke suddenly exploded in the sky. A huge ape broke through the smoke and fought with Bokai. Sarutobi Sasuke looked at Shen Yu, trying to catch up, but the cat in front of him, Poke, suddenly took a breath and floated into the air, blocking him and the monkey demon together. Don't try to escape. Poke said. Then let me see what magical power the legendary cat has. Sarutobi Sasuke raised his palm high in the distance. Saru Demon, Vajra Wishful Stick. Transform. The monkey demon shouted, and in a burst of thick white smoke, he transformed into a stick and fell into the hands of Sarutobi Sasuke. He swung the stick across, and the Vajra Ruyi stick grew thicker out of thin air. With a pop sound, Bokai's round belly was beaten into powder. What? Sasuke stared blankly. This feeling was strange, just like hitting a balloon. Poke let out a meow, and his whole body exploded into blue smoke, leaving only the cat's head floating in the air, condensing. It blew up a dark tornado, trapping Sarutobi Sasuke, who was caught off guard. Land. Bang. 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 Poke's cat head floated in the air as if it was weightless, and the sound of blunt objects being struck was constantly heard in the smoke, but it purred happily. That expression looked very unbeatable. Shen Yu smiled leisurely, his pupil patterns changed, and the moment the Manjaki Madara pattern appeared, his right arm returned to its original state. Suddenly, his expression was slightly startled, and a familiar yet unfamiliar soul appeared in his perception. Chapter 29. Good brother, don't you give me a hug? Let go of my father. Several young men jumped out from behind, and the young man at the front took the lead and rushed towards Shen Yu in a daze. This unruly and reckless move was full of flaws in Shen Yu's eyes. He swung his leg and threw the young man in the face, and kicked him away more than 10 meters with a bang. "Here is an monkey!" The teenagers behind him all exclaimed. "Little Lord!" This figure came from the other side. It was the only Jainin left on the field. Looking at it now, it turned out to be a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. The sound came from far and near, and he charged forward with a kunao in his hand. The black air around Shiniu flashed, the outline of his skeleton flickered, and the kunao broke into 2 pieces with a ding. "What?" The ninja looked shocked, and the next second he was grabbed by a giant black hand and raised high. However, Shen Yu didn't even look at him. Because, at this moment, there was only one figure left in his eyes. It was a black-haired boy who was somewhat similar to him in height and appearance. "Brother, brother!" Uchiha looked at Shen Yu blankly, his steps inexplicably a bit frivolous. Shen Yu just stared at him for a while, then revealed a wicked smile. "You have grown a lot taller, my good brother." Jing froze on the spot, a little at a loss. He had thought about thousands of scenarios for the brothers to meet, but he never expected that when he saw his brother again, he saw his familiar and unfamiliar face, and that person who had always been there. After the joking look, he was stunned. He forgot to breathe, only his heart was beating rapidly. "The last time I saw that back, those eyes, and that mangeki pattern was on that full moon night 5 years ago. The appearance of the two is similar, with soft facial lines and long eyelashes, but the outline of the eyes is slightly different. Jing's appearance is more feminine, with slightly lowered eyelids and a slightly lazy look when squinting. And Shen Yu has a pair of red phoenix eyes, with the ends of the eyes raised slightly upward. They are long and narrow but not narrow. As a man, he is delicate and agile. He not only has the appearance of charming all living beings, but also has some dignity of not being angry and being relegated to the world." "Chi! Are you so happy to see your brother that you are stunned?" The sound that floated in his ears brought Jing back to his senses instantly. Only then did he realize with horror that Shen Yu had come to him at some point and was speaking softly into his ear. "Brush!" Like a conditioned reflex, he stabbed out the kunao in his hand. Shen Yu just flicked his hand and clasped Jing's wrist accurately. It was as if he had inserted the wrist himself. "What, can't you help but want to give me a hug?" He stared into his brother's eyes, and Suzanu's hands suddenly exerted force, crushing Jainin of the Sarutobi clan to pieces in front of him. "Brother!" "Shiniu!" Jing's face immediately twisted. Hey! Mirror, what are you doing?" In the distance, Shimura Danzo shouted angrily, "Didn't you threaten to catch him with your own hands? What are you doing now?" Jing finally showed off his Sharingan. When Shen Yu saw the 3 black Megatama, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "Well..." Jing knelt down on the ground uncontrollably, and blood flowed out drop by drop from his 7 orifices. His vision was spinning, and his consciousness was hazy, as if he was about to be thrown out of the planet. "Good brother, if you use genjutsu on someone with stronger eye power than yourself, there will be backlash. Didn't your elders teach you?" He kicked Jing in the chest and kicked him away like trash. The next second, the invisible wind blade instantly enveloped him. Wind escape vacuum continuous waves. Danzo made a hand seal with his hands, spitting out a large number of sharp wind blades and a weasel-like breath from his mouth, plowing the ground into countless wind marks of varying depths. But Shiniu maintained the primary Susanoo, and those seemingly indestructible wind blades failed to leave a trace on the skeleton. Black air flowed, and a bone arm shot out, grabbing Danzo from a weird angle. The art of partial doubling. A fat man with yellow hair jumped up high, his huge palms and bony arms clapped together, and an invisible wave of air burst out. Water-style water whip. Lightning-style emotion wave. In the distance, a man and a woman performed the water and thunder combination technique. The girl held a whip with flashing lightning and roared through the air. It's really troublesome. If the fly is too dishonest, you can only kill it by swatting it. Shen Yu spoke coldly, the black energy roared like a dragon, and the First Order Susanoo took shape instantly, like a demon crawling out of hell. Under the gaze of the giant skeleton's empty eyes, everyone broke out in cold sweat. Gaba. The fat man with yellow hair was the first to be attacked. His arm was directly crushed by Susanoo, and his whole body was slapped to the ground. Blood spattered like a waterfall. An eyeball flew out from between his fingers and rolled to the Uchiha mirror. Before the next second, the sea mine joint technique was drawn on the skeleton, like a mud cow entering the sea, without causing any waves. This was not over yet. Shen Yu clapped his hands, and a huge amount of black energy wrapped around the weapon. The skeleton grew flesh and blood, becoming unusually tall. With a weak hold of its 4 long arms, 4 weird black sharp blades were condensed. Die! The half-giant slashed down violently, and the giant crescent-like slashing wave plowed the ground. The bodies of Danzo and Hiruzen exploded one after another, scattering large amounts of blood mist. Koharu, who was sleeping in the distance, was not spared, and was involved in the attack. Middle. Help! Help me! Mito Kadoyan held on to Jing's trousers tightly. Jing turned her head tremblingly, and saw only half of the other person's body. Mirror, save me, save! Puff! A flash of blood came into view. Susanoo raised his fist, the smell of blood hit his nostrils, minced meat dripped down, and thick blood spattered all over Q's face. Feeling the hot temperature on his face and the debris everywhere, Uchiha Mirror couldn't help the throbbing in his heart anymore. Ugh! Call! Shen Yu manipulated Susanoo to catch him, looked at Megatama in his eyes, and said, "Your companion died tragically in front of you, and you don't feel any pain at all." Jing's body trembled, and he closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. Even though the liquid on his face was flowing, he couldn't tell whether it was rain, blood, or tears. "I didn't expect you to be such a ruthless person. My dear brother, your companions are all dead, and you. What on earth are you doing? What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? You. Mirror. Mirror. What the hell are you doing? Move." Kagami suddenly opened his eyes, and the pungent blood disappeared. He was not crushed by Susanoo and still stood in place. He looked around blankly. His companions who had died tragically just now were lying on the ground, looking at him with evil eyes, but they were all still alive. Magic, mirror, heaven and earth spin. In front of him, Shen Yu said leisurely, "Genjutsu is just a rebound. The elders in your clan haven't taught you?" "Hey, you!" actually cried out of fear. Jing quickly wiped his face, feeling moist to the touch. Mirror. Ahem, run away, this guy. Hiruzen Sarutobi was lying in a deep pit in disgrace. It looked like he didn't even have the strength to stand up. It's too strong, it's not at the same level as us. Humph, he said he captured him, but now he wants to be a deserter. Danzo had a gloomy face, lying next to Hiruzen and mumbling, but seeing that no one paid attention to him, he suddenly became as thin as a mosquito. Voice. Hurry, go. Akamichi lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air as if he had just swum out of the water. After going to bed, Koharu looked desperate, with 2 lines of tears streaming down his pretty face. "Let's go, let Tobira Misama come and avenge us." Shen Yu smiled and said, "While you were immersed in this little genjutsu, I gave your companion a lesson. Well, he is much better behaved than before." Chapter 30 Hiruzen, Danzo? What strength do you have? Uchiha Mirror looked at his brother, for this man who killed all his companions instantly while talking and laughing, he didn't even have the courage to draw a kunai. After experiencing that terrible genjutsu, his desire to fight has been completely extinguished. Shuriken, fire style, and even the genjutsu he is most proud of are not worth mentioning in front of others. What if he really explodes with the strength in genjutsu? If he takes action rashly, his companions may die tragically. Do you think that as long as you don't take action, your companions will not die? Jing's heart dropped hard, and she raised her head in shock. Shen Yu just looked at him leisurely, with half-smiling eyes that seemed to be able to easily understand all his thoughts. The skeleton reappeared, and a dark skeletal arm was raised high, slowly moving above Hiruzen and the others, like a giant python foraging in the ancient forest, greedily searching for its prey. "Good brother, who among them has the best relationship with you?" Shen Yu asked lightly, with a soft voice, like a gentle older brother caring about his younger brother's social life. But to the ears of the mirror, it is no different than the whisper of the devil. "You, what are you going to do?" He didn't dare to answer. "What to do? Of course I'm punishing you. If you hadn't betrayed me in the first place, I wouldn't have such a big hatred against Konoha." Shen Yu smiled at his younger brother. His words were harsh, but his smile was still clear and dust-free, rippling with the warm sunshine. "Don't tell? How cunning, then I have to guess it myself." Shen Yu rubbed his chin, his huge bone hand patrolling in the air. The bone hand slowly swept over everyone, from Danzo and Hiruzen to Akamichi Feng Feng, and then to Mito Kadoyan and Koharu who were sleeping on the side. Everyone stared at it, their eyes trembling, cold sweat dripping from their eyes, and the shadow of death hung over everyone's mind. "Is it him?" The scornful voice struck the heart like a heavy hammer. Bang! The bone fist fell down brazenly. A heart-piercing scream, mixed with the numbing sound of bone cracking. Akamika's body was deeply embedded in the fist pit, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. The hot blood quickly dyed the water surface red. "Ah!" Jing rushed forward desperately, the double torture of illusion and reality was almost driving him crazy. "Sure." Shen Yu turned his head slightly and glanced at him. Mirror's fingertips just barely touched the skeleton, then stopped abruptly. When his sight touched the magnificent pair of Mangeki Sharingan, his body seemed to be out of control, and all movements suddenly stopped. "It's genjutsu." His heart stopped, and a trace of indescribable fear and confusion flashed in his eyes. "Don't worry, our game is not over yet," Shen Yu said with a smile. "It seems that I guessed wrong, then, the game continues." Danzo stared at the stretched-out bone hand in fear, his breathing became more and more rapid. He had an intuition that this time it was coming towards him. The bone hand stopped above him, and the blood stains remaining on it could even be seen clearly. Danzo's face was pale and his heart was pounding. "Die! Death, death, death! No! I can't die like this! I haven't become a Hokage yet, I haven't made a name for myself yet! Move, damn it!" He wanted to escape. But he couldn't muster any strength. Among these people, he was the least injured. He was just kicked by Shen Yu. But that kick happened to hit a certain point, which was the key acupuncture point for the operation of his chakra. The kick, neither light nor heavy, caused the ninjutsu he was brewing to detonate in his body, and countless small wind blades came back to bite him. Running around, the meridians all over the body were severely damaged, and he was unable to move. As the bone hand approached, the shadow cast by the moonlight became larger and larger, and goosebumps appeared on his body. "Think of a solution quickly." He gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted. "Your Majesty Shinayu! I usually look down on Uchiha Mirror the most." Everyone was stunned, even Hiruzen on the side looked at him blankly. "That's right, the person I hate the most is Uchiha Kagami. Who is he? He's just a guy who only brags. After all, I'm the one who usually has the worst relationship with him." Danzo ignored it. The companions looked at him and said to himself, "TCH." Shinayu curled his lips, and Susanoo waved his hand casually, pulling Danzo aside far away, rolling and crawling and shooting him far away, like sweeping away an intrusive insect. You are not even qualified to die in my hands. Shen Yu's indifferent voice drifted over from afar. At this time, a black shadow flashed, and a bone hand appeared next to Hiruzen. He pinched his head with 2 fingers and lifted him up to Shen Yu like a chicken. You're okay. Shen Yu smiled evilly and drew out the long knife from behind. In the mirror's horrified eyes, he stabbed Hiruzen's heart with a poof. As the knife twists, hot blood spurts out like a spring. Hiruzen's eyes bulged, and his body convulsed. The intense pain made him open his mouth wide, but he couldn't make a sound. He kicked his legs and became silent. Uchiha's mirror pupils shrank to pinpoints. That moment was frozen in front of his eyes, and the biting cold air ran from his back to Tianling Gai. Is this the real ninja world? From his birth to the end of the Warring States period, he was well protected by Shinayu. From joining Konoha to now, he has been well protected by his division commander. After all, this was the second time he had experienced death personally, except for his parents. His heart stopped beating at this moment, and his bloodshot pupils flashed with great fear. His face was ashen, and his mouth was trembling unconsciously, but he could not make any sound. This unbearable look made Shen Yu frown for a while. Strange, isn't it him too? Shen Yu glanced at his frightened brother, and the disappointment in his eyes could no longer be concealed. From the very beginning, his murderous killing spree had only one purpose, and that was to stimulate Uchiha to open his eyes. Uchiha, the most considerate family, no family has a deeper love than Uchiha. Once Uchiha who understands love loses that strong love, love will be replaced by stronger hatred, resulting in extreme pain. At this time, their yin-style chakra will undergo a qualitative change, acting on the optic nerve, and the eyes will follow. Produce changes. This is the eye that reflects the soul, Sharingan. On this basis, more extreme and intense emotional stimulation can allow Sharingan to evolve to its final state, which is Manjiki Sharingan. As far as Shinayu knows, when Sharingan opens 3 Megatama, the stimulation of life and death is the key factor that induces Sharingan's evolution. For example, when he witnesses the death of an important person, he himself opens his eyes in this way. In his heart, his younger brother is an out-and-out BD. For such a guy, the real important people in the clan will never be there. But after trying for so long, even if he watched Sarutobi Hiruzen die in front of him, this guy still had no sign of opening his eyes. Is it because the bond we established is not enough? Shen Yu glanced at Hiruzen's body and pondered for a moment. His gorgeous right eye turned faintly, and an unknown force acted on Hiruzen. From the perspective that no one could see, Hiruzen's broken heart miraculously healed, but the heart veins were still damaged and the trauma was still there, cleverly maintaining a half-dead state. Judging from the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen is more useful alive than dead. His affinity is pretty good, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to remain the Hokage for so many years in the original time and space. Therefore, Shinayu decided to save his life first, and then kill him again in front of Jing after he and Jing established a deep bond. As for that Akamichi Feng Feng, it doesn't matter, Shen Yu doesn't care about his life or death at all. It's time to get down to business. He held the knife and walked to Senju Hashirama step by step. He raised the knife and dropped it without any hesitation. Ding! A figure appeared silently, blocking the sword, and the sparks flying around illuminated the stern face and a pair of serious eyes. He has silver hair and red eyes, a tall figure, and wears a black tight-fitting combat uniform with blue layered armor on the outside. He has special white down collars on his shoulders. He moves decisively and has a murderous intention. Senju Tobirama. He still wears an iron forehead protector in the style of a face shield, but the logo on his forehead has been changed from the emblem of the Senju clan to the logo of Konoha. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Tobirama-sama. Not only did Shen Yu not panic at all, he even looked at him with excitement, as if he had expected it. Tobirama did not dare to look directly into his strange pupils, so he did not see clearly the deep ridicule in Shenyu's eyes. Chapter 31 Who is the best speed ninja in the world? Tobirama blocked in front of Hashirama, confronting Shenyu from afar. He quickly looked around the battlefield, and one by one he glanced at the lost Uchiha mirror, Hiruzen in a pool of blood, Akamichi Taifeng, and others who didn't know whether they were alive or dead. When he saw Poki, his face became a little more solemn. It seems that you have made great progress in the past few years, he said solemnly. Shenyu spread his hands, thanks to you for showing mercy at that time. Are you irritating me? Tobirama narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze bursting with murderous intent. Sure enough, I should have insisted on killing you back then, otherwise it would not have caused today's disaster. Master Tobirama, are you regretting it? Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. No, Tobirama put his hand into his bag and pulled out 8 kunao with both hands. I'll just get rid of you today. Whoosh whoosh. The kunao penetrated the rain curtain and came towards the face. The flying thunder god marks clearly fell into Shenyu's eyes. They were all flying thunder god kunao. He turned his eyes slightly and instantly locked the position and landing point of all the kunao. No matter where Tobirama appears, he will immediately attack and kill. Come on, let me try to see who is the best speed ninja in the world. Shenyu licked his lips, his muscles tensed, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the handle of the knife. Suddenly, his ankle tightened, and a big hand suddenly came out of the water and pulled him into the ground. All your attention is on the kunao. The cold voice was like the wind in a tomb. Tobirama appeared silently behind Shenyu. He showed off the skills of a fast ninja. In just a split second, a spear pierced Shenyu's right eye and plunged directly into his head. Poof! Shenyu's stunned expression was fixed on his face, and the Tobirama in front of him bang turned into white smoke and dissipated. This move is called the shadow clone technique. It's really strange. You've obviously seen it before. Tobirama's real body appeared behind him and said coldly. Shenyu was startled suddenly. This sentence was very familiar. It was clearly what he had just said to Mochizuke Sarutobi. So, you have been watching. Shenyu spoke intermittently, his face was pale, his delicate face was twisted and ferocious, his eyes were filled with kunao, and blood was gurgling like a spring. Even his left eye looked empty, and the whites of his eyes were completely dyed blood red. Don't even think about using that pupil technique to reply, I've already destroyed your optic nerve. Tobirama squatted down, picked up the long knife with one hand, and pulled Shinayu's hair with the other hand. Actually, Shinayu's body twitched, his voice became weaker and weaker, and he was still mumbling something. It's me. Brush. The blade of the sword reflected the moonlight, and it flashed by. Tobirama cut off Shenyu's head neatly, and the blood splashed on the water, as red as fine wine. 1. Tobirama frowned, he understood the lip language of the head at the last moment. Suddenly, Tobirama realized something, raised the head in his hand, and then discovered the imperceptible mockery at the corner of Shinayu's mouth. Tobirama's heart was severely shaken. The next second, the head melted along with the raindrops. And the flesh and blood turned transparent. In an instant, it turned into a large puddle of clear water, leaking out from between Tobirama's fingers. Tobirama looked down and saw that the headless body liquefied into water and merged into the earth. The previous blood stains also disappeared and completely dissolved into the puddle. Water, clone technique. His face was ashen and his fists clenched. Before he showed up, he had actually been watching for a while, but he couldn't figure out Shenyu's purpose, so he quietly lurked around. Therefore, it is impossible for Shinayu to perform the water body technique in front of him. This guy has always been just a water avatar. Similar to Shadow Clone, it only has 10% of the power of the main body, and it cannot be too far away from the main body, but the water body's ability will be improved when it is in water. This means that his true identity is not good. Tobirama suddenly thought of something, and suddenly looked shocked and angry. He didn't care about the subordinates around him, and directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in place. Another part of the battlefield. This is a collapsed land. Although the heavy rain has washed away the scorched smoke, it is still a mess as far as the eye can see. Giant trees grow haphazardly everywhere, and the ground is uneven and full of ravines, as if they have been roughly plowed by giants. No one is found intact. This is due to the disorderly rolling and destruction of the ground by the tree roots. A huge wooden Buddha with a height of 100 feet stands here, and opposite it, the huge trees are intertwined, forming several empty wooden dragon upwards, as if they are blocking something. However, the bodies of these wooden dragons have long been broken, the palms of the wooden Buddhas have also been shattered, and the sealed things have long disappeared. Above wooden golem's head, a young man in black stands gracefully with his hands behind his back. The moonlight was as cold as water, outlining his profound facial features. The tips of the strands of hair were dripping with water, falling down his fair face. A pair of beautiful manjaki shimmered with light, adding a bit of dreamy haziness. Since the rain has fallen, the night has become a little cooler, and the thin layer of water vapor has aggravated the cold feeling. Brush. Senju Tobirama's figure appeared on the giant tree. The first thing he saw was the empty wooden dragon cage and the nonchalant young man. His eyes suddenly filled with the fury of thunder. Nine Tails is missing. Even the spell he left on Nine Tails disappeared. Were you here for Nine Tails from the beginning? He stared at Shen Yu's back. If eyes could kill, Shen Yu would have died thousands of times. Shen Yu turned around leisurely and asked with a smile, "Didn't you guess it too?" Tobirama's face was livid, and he squeezed out a cold hum. Shen Yu was right. During the decisive battle between Hashirama and Madara, as the second in command of Konoha village, he had already arranged strategic countermeasures. In order to avoid being involved in the battle, he deliberately sent only Sasuke Sarutobi and a few Jonin to participate in the work of cleaning up the battlefield. In his heart, the eldest brother is invincible, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible. And he led his trusted subordinates to stay beside Nine Tails. While guarding the target, he also wanted to lead them to learn a lot. This goal is naturally Uchiha Shinayu. Tobirama has never forgotten him. Since that night 5 years ago, Tobirama has regarded him as the biggest threat to Konoha village besides Madara. As an old rival in the game for many years, he had long expected that Madara would send Shinayu to retrieve Nine Tails. But he had been lying in wait at Nine Tails for a long time, but he still didn't see Shen Yu arriving. However, this did not make him confused. He decisively ordered his subordinates to rush to another battlefield to find out the news. But he didn't expect that after seeing his father trapped, Sarutobi Hiruzen became so angry that he rushed out in a daze. Danzo, who has always been cautious, let Uchiha Kagami take action first, then took advantage of the chaos to make a sneak attack, and finally put his partners in danger. Tobirama didn't see his subordinates returning for a long time, so he immediately secretly said something's not good and teleported over through the mark of the Flying Thunder God on Hashirama's body. Immediately afterwards, he continued to be misled by Shen Yu, thinking that Shen Yu's target was Hashirama. Coupled with Shen Yu's provocation, his murderous intention had been accumulated for a long time, so he couldn't help but take action until he realized that he had been tricked. 100 secrets, Lord Tobirama. Shen Yu winked at him. What I really didn't expect was that you could break the ban in such a short period of time and release Nine Tails easily, but... The corners of Tobirama's eyes twitched. The future second Hokage took a deep breath and suppressed his anger into a gloomy and cold voice. You will die today. Chapter 32 The Art of Flying Thunder God. You're going to die today. As soon as the last sound of the last word passed by, Tobirama disappeared. Shinayu's pupils shrank suddenly, he moved, turned sideways, and tilted his head. The movements were done in one go, without any hesitation. Bah! Blood spurted out from the right side of his face, and the hot pain made his face slightly distorted. Tobirama held a kunao in his hand and pounced past him without warning. Shen Yu's reaction was quite fast, and he quickly threw out his right hand. The afterimage of his arm was like a long whip, and he clasped Tobirama's wrist tightly with a snap sound. The force was so strong that his kunao fell from his hand. He squeezed Tobirama's wrist tightly, and blue light spurted out from the palm of his other hand. The autumn dew turned into an ice blue sharp blade and stabbed straight into Tobirama's heart. Brush! Tobirama's body disappeared again. Shinayu noticed a slight flow of air behind him, and a biting chill rushed straight to Tianling Gai, but he had no time to look back, and his scarlet pupils hurriedly looked back in fear. The dim light was dazzling. Tobirama held the kunao back and gouged out his eyes fiercely. We succeeded. Tobirama's eyes were gloomy, and the tip of the kunao cut the air, making a long and harsh sound. Silently, the kunao stabbed the air, and Shinayu's body disappeared out of thin air, appearing 5 meters away in an instant. He staggered and almost fell down. Almost. Shen Yu's breathing was disordered, and even though he was out of danger, his eyes still flashed with panic, like an alert cub. Just a hair's breadth away, his right eye was stabbed blind by Tobirama. However, compared to him, Tobirama's expression was more intriguing. Time and space ninjutsu? Your pupil technique not only has a restorative effect, it can also move in space. He frowned, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Compared to Lord Tobirama, it's still a lot worse. Shen Yu pretended to be relaxed. Tobirama's expression returned to normal, and he spread his hands and said, "This place has long been engraved with the mark of the Flying Thunder God. I can appear in any location. This is the cemetery I built specifically for you." Shen Yu subconsciously scanned the surroundings. In the low grass, in the cracks of broken trees, at the edge of cracks in the ground, under the water, between stone walls, on rocks, countless marks of the Flying Thunder God came into his eyes, one by one. The Flying Thunder God kunao is scattered on the battlefield, mixed in the chaos of weapons, and it is difficult to detect it unless you deliberately search for it. At the moment when he was dazed, Tobirama teleported to him again, and the kunao flashed through the cold light. It was too late. In front of Senju Tobirama, Shinayu had no time to use the teleportation technique. He could only activate the eternal standing of heaven. His right eye turned subconsciously, and he appeared out of thin air at Tobirama's position just now. From the perspective of a bystander, the two people were blurred for a moment in the heavy rain and switched places in the blink of an eye, which was simply miraculous. In addition to the teleportation, the injury on the right face is also gone. This pupil technique can not only restore the injury, but also restore the position in space. These positions are not random. Tobirama launched the offensive while analyzing the battle. In the midst of lightning and flint, he appeared in front of Shen Yu again like a life-threatening ghost, with the kunao taking out his right eye. "You can't escape, I can teleport to any corner of this space." Puff! The kunao pierced the palm and blood spattered. Shen Yu grabbed Tobirama's fist with his palm, and the tip of the blade stopped an inch in front of his eyes. The faint cold light flowed past, reflecting his manjiki as delicate as jade. Luster. Didn't teleport away immediately? Is there a cooling time or? Tobirama narrowed his eyes. His attack this time seemed sharp, but according to Shen Yu's agility in the past, he could predict his attack in advance and use his time and space pupil technique to jump away immediately. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Shen Yu teleported and disappeared. With a swipe, a shadow quietly appeared above Wooden Golem's head. This was where Shinayu was about 3 minutes ago. The pupil technique of the left eye can make me immune to my water style. The pupil technique of the right eye, is it time and space regression? Not only can I teleport to the location I passed before, I can also restore my own health, but it seems to have the cooling time is 1 second and cannot be activated continuously. Tobirama's mind was rapidly analyzing the information, his eyes as calm as water. Since he has not left this range, it means that the time he can go back is limited, it is almost a few minutes. In just a few rounds of testing, he almost figured out Shenyu's ability. The moment Shenyu landed on the ground, he called out Susanoo without hesitation. The ribs are coiled, the arms grow, and the meridians quickly fill the gaps, and in the blink of an eye they gather into solid flesh and blood. The second-level Susanoo appeared in the world in less than half a second. His huge body stretched to his heart's content in the cold moonlight, and his lines were solemn and tough. The half-giant clasped his hands together to condense the strange-looking weapon, but this time the gathering of chakra did not stop. Filled with the billowing black air, the tail of the weapon suddenly extended, and finally turned into a majestic spear. "Are you finally willing to use this move?" Tobirama did not pursue him, but raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Susanoo's spear swept across, and the tip of the spear drew a perfect circle in the rain curtain. The arc was dark and deep, and it looked more like it cut through the space, leaving behind a dark nothingness. Immediately afterwards, the arc shrank suddenly like a black hole, and then suddenly expanded, tearing the earth apart with a powerful blow, like a storm passing through. With Susanoo as the center, the ground cracked and flew away inch by inch. The broken wood and rainwater were swept up by the strong wind, and followed the arc to farther places. Even the wooden golem and the huge wooden Buddha were swept away. Without Hashirama's blessing, these woods are no different from ordinary trees. When the impact slowly subsided, only the bare earth was left. The giant trees, puddles, flying thunder god Kunao and Mark no longer existed, and a radius of 1 kilometer was wiped out by a single shot. A little far away from Susanoo, the space was slightly distorted, and Tobirama's figure flashed again, but he did not continue to attack Shinayu. The moment he appeared, he threw the flying thunder god Kunao in his hand, but the target was not Shinayu, but an unrelated direction. The Kunao exploded into white smoke while flying, and the second Tobirama appeared out of thin air. He grabbed the Kunao, twisted his waist in mid-air, and threw it in a different direction. Whoosh! When the third Tobirama appeared, Shenyu frowned. In Manjiki Sharingan's dynamic vision, the trajectory of Kunao left a long straight line in the air, faintly surrounding himself. He had already understood Tobirama's intention. With a flick of his wrist, 3 shurikens flew through the air. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the flying thunder god Kunao and was about to successfully intercept them. However, the fourth Tobirama actually appeared in advance. With a jingling sound, he waved his Kunao to block all the shurikens, took advantage of the situation and jumped across in a few steps, occupying the east, west, south, and north corners with the remaining 3. Surrounding Shinayu in the center. "Call out!" At this moment, a ray of red light soared into the sky from in front of Tobirama. Whoosh! 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 3 rays of light followed closely behind, piercing the sky like flying monkeys. The beams of light connected with each other, extending out into crimson barriers, forming an encirclement, blocking and enveloping 100 meters in radius. In conjunction with instant shadow flying thunder god 4 red sun formation. The 4 Fijians shouted in unison. Shenyu's heart dropped hard, and a chill ran down his spine. He felt the strong blocking force from this shield, the air became heavy, the meridians were stagnant, and the chakra all over his body was slowed down several notches, not functioning as well as before. Chapter 33 Tobirama's Killer Move. It's not over yet. On the empty flat ground, Tobirama clapped his hands and shouted loudly. Necromantic technique reincarnation in the dirty earth. Inside the 4 red sun formation, hundreds of coffins rose from the ground, emerging one after another from the edge of the barriers. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and within a moment, the black Susanoo in the center was surrounded. Bang! Bang bang bang! The sound of the coffin lid falling to the ground continued one after another, and hundreds of gloomy figures loomed in the thick smoke. As the moonlight approached, Susanaka Kamenyo couldn't help but frown. He saw pairs of scarlet Sharingan. 8 years ago, some of the Uchiha ninjas died in the battlefield. Tobirama stared at Shenyu in the red barriers, with a cold and mocking smile on his lips. Today, they will send you on your way. Buzz. The pitch-black slash tore through the earth, turned into a beam of moonlight and swept across, killing dozens of figures with one blow and shattering the coffins behind them. Susanoo shook his spear, and black light burst out from the tip of the spear, sweeping away thousands of troops. He once again swung a dark arc, and powerful energy poured out again, sweeping and raging like a storm. Under this power that was comparable to a natural disaster, the Earth One was as fragile as a mayfly. In the blink of an eye, it was wiped out into ashes. The arc was as powerful as a broken bamboo. The unstoppable power directly hit the barriers, making a loud buzzing and swaying layer by layer. Raging air waves. Shenyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The four-red sun formation was indeed a barriers technique that could only be performed by a cage-level expert. It was so tough that even his second-level Susanoo's full blow could not tear it apart. From beginning to end, he never took Tobirama's dirty troops seriously. The only ones that could really threaten him were the barriers in front of him. But the boundary wall expanded as if it were elastic, and then slowly rebounded. Black light encircled a huge amount of smoke and dust erupted from the exit above the head, and the leaden dark clouds were dispersed. If that's the case, then we can only try it with the third-level Susanoo. Shinayu's right eye Manjiki turned quietly, and his physical condition immediately returned to its peak. He could no longer remember how many times he had gone back. Since his debut, this was the most times he had gone back. Senju Tobirama is more troublesome than Nine Tails. However, these immortal Xiaoqiang are really difficult to deal with. The dust gradually gathered, and the filthy ones who had just been crushed by Susanoo stood up straight again. As long as the caster did not untie their bonds, they would be immortal. If you want to deal with them, the most direct and effective way is to control the caster to release the seal of dirty earth. Or use yin-yang style to directly attack their soul. The next best thing is to defeat them and seal them to restrict their movements. But sealing techniques are not exactly what Shinayu is good at, or even knows nothing about. Those dirty people were extremely fast and rushed over without fear of death. Their dull and lifeless faces clearly had their minds manipulated. Fire-style great fireball technique. They formed seals one after another, and huge fireballs fell like cannonballs, shattering outside Susanoo and exploding thick smoke. Shenyu stood openly inside the Susanoo. In the category of ordinary ninjas, a second-level Susanoo could be regarded as an absolute defense. These ordinary ninjutsu could not hurt him at all. Ding! 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 Countless shurikens hit the half-length giant's eyes, armpits, joint gaps, and other parts, but they had no effect at all. Shenyu didn't even bother to look. With a swing of his spear, dozens more people were swept into pieces. With a big hand, he smashed a few guys who couldn't escape into the ground. You little brat, you don't show any mercy at all even when you kill your own people. Outside the barriers, Tobirama's voice came from a distance. They were your companions who fought alongside you back then. Look at their faces, you can do it. Shenyu sneered, Sir Tobirama, it's too childish to attack the heart. They died long ago, and now they are just zombies. And the spear was raised high, and surging energy accumulated like a surge. They will die in your hands. Buzz. Susanoo held spears in both hands, smashed the spearheads into the ground, and blasted out a slash, and a huge dark crescent moon plowed the earth. The land was cracked inch by inch, as fragile as tofu, but the crescent moon did not break through the surface, because there was also a red boundary wall buried deep underground. Boom! A huge impact detonated below the surface, the earth exploded, rubble collapsed, and a deep pit with a radius of tens of meters appeared in front of Susanoo. Nearly half of the dirt dwellers were buried under earth and rocks. Hey, is the underground also covered by barriers? Shen Yu clenched his fists, a trace of annoyance flashed between his brows. At this time, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a fish that had slipped through the net. It was the one who had just survived the dirty earth from the attack. He had already invaded Shania's side and hit Susanoo's outer wall with a palm. Shania was ready to ignore such a mindless attack, but his Mangeki Sharingan suddenly caught an imperceptible light, and something seemed to be stuck to the palm of the dirty man. Not good. Shen Yu's eyes subconsciously focused on it. Not only the palms of the hands, but also the armpits, ribs, inner thighs, and even the soles of the feet. These parts that are usually difficult to detect are all covered with detonators. Symbol. Shen Yu's expression changed, and he suddenly remembered Tobirama's original intention of developing the forbidden technique of earth reincarnation. That's succeeded. Tobirama smiled coldly. Tandem paper bombs. Boom. A huge amount of white light instantly filled Shen Yu's entire field of vision, and the human-shaped bomb exploded right in front of Shen Yu's eyes. This is not over yet. As each detonating talisman explodes, more detonating talismans are channeled. This is a concentrated infinite explosion. Boom boom boom. More dirties rushed up, clinging to Susanoo. Some people took advantage of the situation and jumped up, hugging Susanoo's arms tightly, and Susanoo's dark body lit up with red. The light is a burning detonating symbol. Boom. Boom. The rich firelight filled the barriers in a few breaths, and the barrier wall squirmed with the explosion, and the billowing smoke poured out like a volcanic eruption. One after another. Flames rushed out of the top of barriers, turning into burning wings in the dark sky, fluttering and soaring. Dazzling white light shines through the barriers, and a radius of several hundred meters is as bright as day. The light illuminated Tobirama's red eyes, but it couldn't illuminate the deep gloom in his eyes. The attack in front of me is not weak. There are so many detonating talismans blasting continuously. The 4 red sun formations suppress the flow of chakra and can better absorb the impact, making the power of the explosion more concentrated. Coupled with the characteristics of the reincarnation of dirty soil, one human body after another, the bomb's never-ending attack, as long as there are enough detonating symbols and he, the caster, doesn't stop, the offensive can even continue forever. This is not a battle at all, but a different kind of Lingchi. Tobirama has this self-confidence, and being trapped in this barriers, even Uchiha Madara has to shed a layer of skin. But he was not sure that he could kill Shen Yu. He knew that Shaniu had the ability to go back in time and space. Although he could not determine the maximum time range that he could go back in time, in this all-round explosion with no blind spots and no stops, even backtracking was too late. But Shaniu still has a left eye. 5 years ago, since Shen Yu ignored his water style and cut his shadow clone in half, he had speculated on the ability of Shen Yu's left eye Mangeki. Adapt. A simple explosive attack seemed fierce, but it would take a certain amount of time to defeat Susanoo, and he was not sure whether Shaniu could successfully adapt to the damage of the detonating talisman in this short period of time. Thinking of this, he immediately mobilized some of the dirtmen to evacuate slightly from the center of the explosion, rushed to the edge of the barriers, and released ninjutsu with 5 attributes. Wind release, wind cut technique. Fire style, the art of fire dragon. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Earth style, earth dragon bomb. Lightning style, thunder tiger kills. Dozens of ninjas took their positions, spitting out 5 escape bombs from their mouths one after another, and mixed them into the explosion. Even if they are affected by the explosion, they will form seals as soon as their bodies are repaired. The wind roars and thunders, water surges, and fire appears. Countless ninjutsu will directly submerge Susanoo. Chapter 34, The Big Transfer. Boom boom boom. Inside the 4 red sun formation, the sky-high explosions continued. Hateful. Inside the black Susanna, Shania gritted his teeth, and his pair of manjiki spun like windmills. Blood kept coming out of his eyes, and then disappeared in an instant, repeating this process second after second. He was trying to upgrade the Susanoo to the 3rd level. The continuous concentrated fixed-point blasting was not just talk. If his Susanoo was not struggling to maintain it, it would be broken in just 3 seconds. As long as chakra is continuously supplied, Susanoo will not collapse. With a buzz sound, a burst of black energy surged out of the huge half-length Susanoo, wrapping the whole body like a cloak, forming a vague prototype of the armor. However, it suddenly collapsed just as the armor was about to take shape, and the 2nd level Susanoo recovered. As is. This unbearable feeling of stagnation is as distressing as if you hadn't sneezed. The 4 red sun formation is indeed worthy of its reputation. It suppressed me to such an extent that I cannot activate the Krotengu Susanoo, nor can I use the divine weapon. Shen Yu clasped his palms together to adjust his inner breath, trying to get the sluggish meridians running again. No, I've tried so many times and I can't do it. The continuous blasting will last for a long time. In this case, the backtracking timeline cannot be refreshed. I only have 2 minutes left. Once this time is exceeded, I will die. Even if I adapt to the explosion with Mazura, I still won't be able to deal with the 5 escape bomb before the chakra is exhausted. Damn Tobirama, this is not the way to go. Shen Yu looked around, looking through the inner wall of the Susanoo, at the dazzling fire outside and the zombie faces that repeatedly collapsed in the explosion. Change your strategy and deal with these zombies first. Every ninjutsu has its shortcomings. These guys were too far away from me before, but now they gather around me. Shania decided on a response plan to deal with these reincarnated guys from the dirty soil. Although he didn't know sealing techniques, he still had another killer move. If something is immortal, you must fight it with something immortal. Relaxation, relaxation, the operation principle of the magic is the same, you only need to change the properties of chakra, you can do it. He adjusted his breathing, his hands began to form seals slowly and accurately, and the heavy chakra began to flow slowly along a specific route. Zi Josu. Noon. Shen Yu crosses his hands and builds an arch bridge with his 2 index fingers. This ninjutsu ends with the noon seal, standing upright on the chest. Inferno style, the fire is extinguished. He took a deep breath, then opened his mouth and spit it out. The jet black flames surged out like a mountain torrent. Shen Yu turned his body and let the black flames sweep in all directions, covering all the dirt dwellers except Susanoo. In an instant, the surrounding area turned into a sea of black fire, and even the explosion became fuel for the fire of Amaterasu. Call. Under the extreme high temperature, the filthy ones turned into flying ashes one after another. Even if they condensed their bodies again, they would be swallowed up by the flames in an instant. This flame, for the first time, truly burned forever. When the explosion stopped, Shen Yu also let out a sigh of relief. His eyes became colder, black energy curled up, and Yasaka's Megatama reappeared. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of Megatama scattered away one after another, blasting the ninjas who released the 5 escape bombs in the distance into pieces. The Megatama was surrounded by the black flames of Amaterasu, which were indistinguishable from the dark Megatama. Soon, the ninjas on the periphery also turned into pieces. The nourishment of black flame. Shen Yu's eyes narrowed, and he noticed that when Amaterasu spread to the boundary wall, it stopped expanding and was bounced back. Barriers and sealing techniques are really extraordinary. Even Inferno style can suppress them. 1 second has passed, and Shinayu is ready to activate Heaven's Standing again to refresh his 5-minute invincible time. But at this moment, a hand pressed against Susanoo's outer wall again. Senju Tobirama. Kana, Uchiha Shinayu. Tobirama's face was very pale, and his sunken eye sockets highlighted his fierce eyes. In just a short moment, Shen Yu saw his face clearly. It was a ferocious and thin face, with 2 black vertical lines extending downward from the blank diamond mark between the eyebrows, covering his whole body, wrapping around his hands and feet like a ribbon. It turns out, before he could be surprised, the huge half-length giant suddenly disappeared, including the divine feathers inside, which disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving only black flames burning all around. After succeeding, Tobirama did not immediately jump out of the barriers. He threw hundreds of flying thunder god kunao and shot them in all directions. He slid out a handful of kunao from his sleeves and stood ready. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from here, in an unknown sea area. Crack! Crack! Click! Click! Shen Yu heard some crisp cracking sound for the first time. This is the sound of Susanoo splitting. This voice was like a bell, high and melodious, and it immediately woke up his dizzy mind. This was the closest he came to death, and the instinct developed through years of fighting saved his life. The moment he regained consciousness, he subconsciously shrank and burst out a huge amount of chakra to maintain Susanoo. It's so dark and cold, I can't see anything clearly. He tried his best to open his eyes wide, but everything was pitch black, as if he was swallowed by a black hole, and he could only vaguely detect a floating and drifting feeling. An extremely salty smell hit his face, almost cutting his nose. Crack! In almost less than a second, his Susanoo split again. What? This crisp sound comes from all directions, time seems to be delayed, and even the sound of cracking is suppressed and long, which shows that Susanoo is still facing powerful attacks from all directions and no blind spots. Shen Yu broke out in a cold sweat. It was hard to imagine what kind of attack he was undergoing. Calm down, I still have time. Shiniu tried his best to run Heaven's Permanence to review the state while calming down his mind. At the last moment, Tobirama teleported over and slapped me, followed by a strange feeling of dizziness. Yes, this feeling was unmistakable. I should have been transferred away by him using the Flying Thunder God. Endless darkness, endless crushing, not even a soul within 100 miles, and this faint fishy smell. This bone-chilling temperature. Apart from the endless deep sea, I can't think of anything else. The place. He actually wanted to kill me with the pressure of the deep sea. Almost instantly, he wanted to use his pupil technique to teleport back. He suppressed the thought with all his might. Since Tobirama knows his time and space pupil technique, he can naturally expect that he can teleport back. At this time, he must squat him in his original position. Whenever he showed his head, no matter where he appeared, he believed that what fell on him in the next moment would never be raindrops, but Tobirama's kunao. Heaven's stand is not really invincible. Even if he chooses Susanoo to teleport back with him, there is no guarantee that Tobirama will appear inside Susanoo for a while. The old fox will definitely be rearranged in place. Flying Thunder God technique style. In the next 1 second of cooling time, it is enough for him to kill himself several times. But if he doesn't leave, sooner or later he will be crushed into a meat pie by the pressure of the deep sea. At this thought, Shen Yu's breathing became somewhat disordered, and he couldn't help but feel afraid of Tobirama's resourcefulness and series of methods. Madara-sama, you are going to be evil. Hashirama is called the god of ninja by the world. If Tobirama had to be made a god, then Konoha would call him the god of conspiracy. Heh. Shiniu hugged his arms, and a biting chill invaded along his limbs and bones. He is now like a white mouse in a container. The only thing he can do is to desperately maintain the strength of the container, but this is undoubtedly drinking poison to quench his thirst. He can only wait for death in the next time. For the first time in his life, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. MD, you messed up. In fact, after he released Nine Tails, there was a short period of time where he could walk away. Even if there are pursuers behind him, even if Senju Tobirama is chasing him, he can still leave calmly. The reason why he obediently got into the trap set by Tobirama and the reason why he had been entangled with Tobirama for so long was just a part of his plan. Madara's words flashed through my mind inexplicably. You can't become a strong person just by relying on poor intelligence. If you don't get the first kill with your style of play, you will definitely suffer a big loss in the next battle. The water was cold, and he was trembling with his lips. Although he was about to lose consciousness all over his body, the endless darkness could crush a person's will. No. Shiniu slowly clenched his fist. In the deep sea without a trace of light, his eyes suddenly became firm and Mangeki spun faintly. I can still adapt to the deep sea. Chapter 35 I1. The showers have just stopped, the night wind is moist, and every breath feels chilly. Senju Tobirama is holding a kunao, his body is tense, his waist is slightly bowed, his eyes are sharp and alert, like a tiger ready to attack. He stayed in this state for a long time, at least for more than half an hour. Around him, densely packed flying thunder god kunao were scattered in various positions. The black flames of Amaterasu had long been burned out, and the 4 red sun formations that shot straight into the sky were nowhere to be seen. At midnight, the air was pleasantly quiet, with only the cool night breeze blowing slowly. Tobirama! A shout disturbed the silence. Tobirama's eyes flickered, and a figure in the distance was approaching quickly. Although he could see the person's face clearly, he still activated his detection to feel the person's chakra, and then he lowered his guard a little. It's Suzuki, he said hoarsely, showing his fatigue. Tobirama, the battle over there is over. The way the cat turned into a cat was too weird, so I couldn't keep it. It doesn't matter, a mere psychic beast does not pose a threat. Tobirama ordered, with a gloomy smile on his lips. Let Hyaga and the Inaludi clan retreat to the village. That nameless one didn't show up. Haha, this guy Madara hit her very well. I've already asked Inyako to do it. Sarutobi Suzuki landed next to Tobirama, glanced at the kunao on the ground, and said, "The brat, haven't you killed him yet?" As he spoke, he suddenly looked wary and pulled out the long knife from behind. Who knows? Tobirama let out a long breath and turned extremely pale. The 4 red sun formation consumed too much of his chakra. Tell the team back. He probably won't teleport back again. Is he still alive? Suzuki was very surprised. If everyone comes together, the chance of winning will be greater. Tobirama shook his head. It's useless, he has probably mastered the spiritual transformation. In front of that move, the number of people will not have the slightest advantage. Our people will be killed like miscellaneous soldiers, and that kid's eye skills, it's very strange. I can't let him adapt to other families' secret techniques. You should understand that in the village today, except for eldest brother, only you and I are confident of dealing with him. Tobirama said, and the seal removed the Madara pattern on his body. He does not have a huge chakra like Hashirama. In order to deal with him, Tobirama Shenyu did not hesitate to look through the classics and spent 3 years developing this forbidden technique that can store chakra. Suzuki nodded silently, and after a while, he said, if he is not dead, he will definitely come back for revenge. Hearing this, Tobirama said, his ability can teleport back to the trajectory left in space within a certain period of time, and repair all damage to the body. I moved him to the deep sea. In order to prevent him from doing this, I have been guarding here for a long time. Deep sea. After hearing this, Suzuki looked horrified. Yours can actually leave a spatial mark in a place like that. My kunao is a specially made one. It is made of deep sea black iron. It is extremely dense. It is a small handle, but it weighs 1,000 kilograms. Tobirama said, 2 years ago, I dropped it. Entering the sea, I now sense its spatial coordinates, which are almost 20,000 meters away from the sea. That depth is absolutely untouchable by humans. Suzuki couldn't help but feel terrified. I'm not sure whether he died or not. He was either buried in the deep sea, or... Tobirama looked up, his eyes becoming distant, survived and became a real monster. Suzuki looked around again, looking at the huge cracks in the stone wall and the messy, pitted land, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. To me, he is already a monster now. Iron Country North Blue. The bright moon hangs high, stars fill the sky, the sea is rough, and huge waves hit the rocks layer by layer, splashing white water. Suddenly, with a pop sound, a young figure jumped out of the sea, as fast as a soaring missile, shooting high into the night sky. He cut off the huge waves and stretched himself under the full moon. The cold moonlight cast a layer of inviolable holy light around him. The young man landed gracefully, his toes gently tapping on the sea surface, and a circle of light ripples rippled out. No matter how turbulent the waves are, once you get close to them, they are as calm as a gurgling stream, as if a naughty child suddenly mutes when he sees his teacher, unable to stir up any waves. He has a handsome face, phoenix eyes, black hair swaying in the wind, and a pair of scarlet manjiki as bright as glass, reflecting a clear shimmer. It is Shinayu. At this moment, his upper body was bare, his skin was as white as jade, and his slightly bulging muscles were as refined as magical iron. Under the dim moonlight, he exuded a dense halo, as if wrapped in a crystal-clear water film. Shen Yu looked at his hands, put his 5 fingers together and made a fist, feeling the surging blood in his body and the overwhelming power that was about to come out, and a touch of excitement appeared in his eyes. I won. A life and death crisis can indeed stimulate a person's potential. Flying Thunder God's adaptation progress is just a little bit behind. The main reason why the previous battle with Tobirama was so dangerous was that he didn't adapt to all the damage from Tobirama. Makulo operating at full power is doing one thing from beginning to end. Adapt to the art of Flying Thunder God. He had a vague intuition that if Tobirama could perform Flying Thunder God one more time in front of him, then he would immediately adapt to this magical space-time ninjutsu. It's not like there's no gain at all. He shook his wet hair and looked at his upper body, which was as smooth as jade, with a slightly strange expression on his face. It's broken, I'm a Poseidon. He succeeded. He successfully adapted to the deep sea and the nature of natural water. Moreover, this is the result after secondary optimization. After he decided not to sit still and wait for death, he activated Makshara with all his strength, so that part of the sea water shot in from the cracked Susanoo, instantly piercing his body and riddled with holes. Poof! Poof! The extreme pain also stimulated potential abilities. While adapting to the sea water, he was able to withstand more damage. In the end, he even simply let go of Susanoo and only looked back on his own state. Gaba! Gaba! The bones were broken and the flesh and blood were blurred, but they returned to their original state in the next second. His muscles and bones were regenerated over and over again, and the blood dyed the sea water red. Pain and rebirth were like 2 sharp blades, ravaging his body and mind together, destroying and rebuilding again and again. After going back and forth several times, Shinayu finally adapted to the deep sea under the extreme pressure on the edge of life and death. After the first optimization, he grew gills, and the sea water was no longer salty. Even if he was on the bottom of the sea where he couldn't see his fingers, it was as if he could breathe in the air. His physical body has been strengthened beyond imagination. The bones and flesh are extremely tough, and even the skin is glowing with crystal light. The seemingly thin body contains the power of a giant beast. Every cell in his body is extremely strong and impregnable, and can even adjust its internal air pressure according to external pressure. No matter whether it is the corrosion of seawater or the terrifying water pressure, it cannot harm him at all. The circulatory system is upgraded, the heart pumps slowly and powerfully, like a divine drum from the distant heaven, and the body always maintains a constant temperature. The evolution of his body from the inside out made him immune to all harm from the sea water, and even adapted to sudden changes in temperature, ignoring the coldness of the sea. Webbing grew between the fingers, providing the ability to swim. In addition, his eyes have also evolved. His visual ability in dark and deep water has been greatly enhanced, and he can automatically adjust his sight distance according to the intensity of light. This allows him to see into the sea thousands of meters deep, and even see clearly into the deepest part of the trench. After the second optimization, his gills and webs disappeared, and his external characteristics that were different from humans returned to their original state, replaced by all the acupuncture points all over his body were opened, and the largest organ in his body was used for breathing instead, his skin. Absorb oxygen through the pores, and then discharge waste water. His cells can control the process of gas passing through the cell membrane, consciously absorb oxygen in the water, and only absorb oxygen. He has increased his affinity for water and can subconsciously control water molecules within a certain range outside the body surface. He can control the water molecules to maintain a stable density and water wave vibration at will, and control the speed of water flow. This is a completely natural reaction, similar to how human skin shrinks when exposed to cold and expands pores when exposed to heat. This allows him to move freely in the current resistance and strong water pressure on the seabed, which is several levels better than using webs to perform simple muscle movements. Not only that, when he focuses on controlling water, he can control water molecules in a larger range. Within the domain, he is the master of water and controls the authority of the ocean. Even in this deep sea, it is possible to easily control the water flow and create a stable spherical vacuum zone out of thin air. In addition, he has also evolved a kind of perception ability. His chakra can be diffused in the form of high-frequency waves and then recycled, and he can obtain information about the surrounding environment through body perception. Now, he is simply a humanoid radar. It can even detect changes in molecular density within a certain range. Combined with soul perception, it can detect every detail within a radius of 10 kilometers without hitting obstacles due to high-speed movement. At this point, he has completely adapted to the bottom of the sea. He was able to take a breather and took the opportunity to search in the sea, and finally found a severely deformed flying thunder god Kunao in a coral. Looking at the flying thunder god technique on it, he tore it up without saying a word, and then returned to the sea. Shen Yu lowered his head and looked at his white and shiny palms. His gaze seemed to penetrate the skin, and endless power was transmitted silently along the muscles and meridians. As the owner of Makuluo, he quickly adapted to this exponentially increasing power. The light in his eyes was restrained, and his breathing was steady and long. With his current physical condition, even if Hashirama came in person, he would still have the confidence to compete with him, but that weird expression could never be resolved. Although becoming stronger is a good thing, am I still considered human now? Chapter 36 Poseidon Body. Konoha Bridge, Underground Base. Uchiha sat cross-legged on the bed in the secret room with his eyes closed, trying to divert his attention by refining chakra. However, he couldn't concentrate after trying several times, so he simply opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, the ground shook slightly, and a heavy sound came from the stone door. Guang trembled slightly, and the look in her beautiful eyes immediately returned. She quickly jumped out of bed, like a kitten, and rushed to the entrance of the base in a few steps. Madara! Madara-sama! Uchiha Madara stood at the entrance of the base, holding on to the wall. Her long and haggard hair covered her face limply. Her face was as pale as paper, and her black clothes were in tatters. She looked very embarrassed. However, what worries Guang the most is, "Master Madara, what's wrong with your eyes?" She squinted closer and then saw Madara's face clearly. One of his eyes turned completely white. It was an empty, pure white, not the grey-white pupils of the Hyuga clan. Madara's eyes were as if the pupils and the whites of the eyes were fused together, making it eerie. Some unexpected situations happened, but, fortunately the plan was successful. Madara said weakly, adjusting her breathing slightly, "I can still afford this price." He took out something from his arms and carefully opened his palm. He could see clearly that it was a small piece of meat, which contained extremely rich Yang-style chakra and looked bloody. Looking at the piece of meat in her hand, Madara moved her lips and gave a fierce and victorious smile. I will eventually create the peace of this world. Like the original Time and Space, he did not really die. Before the war with Hashirama, he quietly saved a hand. He presets Izanagi in Sharingan. This is one of the ultimate genjutsu of the Uchiha clan. It can turn things that are not good for you within a period of time into genjutsu, and only choose things that are good for you to turn into reality. This is the real art of rewriting destiny. Even the reality of death can be changed. It is a terrifying pupil technique that can make oneself invincible. The price is, after activation, one of the user's Sharingan will inevitably go blind. Madara used Izanagi to fake death and survived at the cost of losing sight in one eye. When he woke up leisurely, he found that he was in the secret room of Konoha. As expected, the guys in Konoha did not bury him obediently. He sat up and spit out a piece of meat from his mouth, which he had bitten off when Hashirama was not prepared. It was also the ultimate purpose of his trip. He gasped for air and slowly regained his composure. At the same time, the unwillingness in his heart surged up like a tide. I didn't expect to be defeated by Hashirama. He quickly cheered up, escaped from the secret room in Konoha village, and quickly returned to the base according to the preset retreat route. Madara-sama, where is Shinayu? Guang walked around Madara lightly, looked behind him, saw no one, and lay down at the stone door again, peering out like a meerkat, his beautiful eyes narrowed into a slit, shining brightly. He didn't come back with me. Madara glanced at her and walked towards the base step by step. Don't worry, that guy won't be killed easily. Ah, okay. Guang's heartbeat seemed to have missed a beat, and he quickly closed the stone door. Madara-sama said he is fine, then he must be fine. Facing Guang's worries, Madara acted very calmly. He was very confident in Shen Yu. From Madara's perspective, Shen Yu's eye technique also has space-time capabilities, which is enough to compete with Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. As long as you don't waste time, it's not difficult to escape. Moreover, after leaving Konoha village, he specifically checked the aura of Nine Tails and noticed that the psychic contract had not been terminated, which indicated that Shinayu had completed his mission. Madara turned her head and looked at the light with her one eye. Get ready and start transplanting Hashirama cells immediately. Iron Country. The blue sea is turbulent, fish are swarming in the lower reaches of the sea, and colorful seaweeds are blooming. The faint light Madara is projected down and swims with the waves. Suddenly, an afterimage flashed past and tore the sea surface instantly. It was hard to see clearly what it was. It was simply a torpedo cruising at high speed. Countless bubbles gathered into a straight trajectory, splitting open the swimming fish and seaweed like a sharp sword, and then slowly dissipated. After a few breaths, a huge sound wave roared in, smashing all the corals to pieces like a bomb. Shen Yu was swimming freely in the sea. At this moment, he was not suppressing his power at all. He was just using his new abilities to completely immerse himself in the pleasure of speedy sailing. After the secondary optimization of Makulo, his swimming method is now extraordinary, and water control has become an instinct. When moving, he will subconsciously control the density of water molecules around his body, keeping himself in a thin molecular bubble, using the compressed water flow to push himself forward in the ocean, compressing the water behind him, and softening the water in front of him. The role of muscles it is limited to adjusting the heading, and will not be exhausted from moving at high speed. It is no exaggeration to say that his current swimming speed far exceeds that of all marine creatures. Shen Yu roughly estimated that his current fastest speed is almost 60 times the speed of sound. Poseidon is pretty good. This thought came to his mind. He opened his hands and moved sideways like a ghost. In a flash, he turned into a backstroke, and the dark rocks flashed past almost close to the tip of his nose. Ha 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 ha. I don't want to be a human anymore. Shania shouted excitedly and danced, but unexpectedly, sea water poured into his mouth, and Gilyalo choked out countless bubbles. Swimming at high speed, he approached land in almost less than 5 minutes. But for some reason, someone wandered aimlessly in the sea for several hours. Hiding in the trench and sleeping. Breathe with the dolphins. Dancing on the back of a blue whale. Throw the killer whale into the sky. Pushing the turtle wildly. After playing for a long time, I finally swam to land with unfinished content. Pass. He jumped out of the water like a cannonball, freely turned 720 degrees in the air, flipped 2.5 times in the air, and landed on the ground in an extremely standard and perfect posture. His knees were slightly bent, his hands were raised straight, and his eyes were slightly closed. There was still an arrogant smile on his face. "Please give the judges a score," he shouted without emotion. Still immersed in his own world, like a madman. There was a clang, and on the shore, an old man driving the sea dropped his shovel and landed at his feet. He looked embarrassed and quickly lowered his head to pick it up. Shen Yu opened his eyes and blushed. He really didn't expect that it was early in the morning and someone would get up so early to catch the sea. Chapter 37 Psychic Beasts Use Time to Hate Less. The old man was wearing a raincoat, a bamboo hat on his head, and a tight winter coat inside. Only then did Shania realize that the temperature in the air was extremely low, and just breathing out brought up a large amount of white mist. Young man, why are you wearing so little in such a cold weather?" The old man spoke first, staring at Shen Yu's bare upper body, and was stunned. It stands to reason that such a thin body would have been bruised by the cold, but this young man's skin is still white and rosy, and even a faint heat is emanating from it. I accidentally ruined my clothes when I went fishing in the sea." Shen Yu scratched his head and came to the old man. "Old man, do you have any extra clothes over there? Let me wear them." His clothes had long been torn to pieces by the forced water arrows, and they were crushed into the deep sea along with his ninja bag, money bag, supply bag, and dry food. His physique is as strong as that of a Poseidon, allowing him to withstand severe cold and heat. However, the Kingdom of Iron is located in severe cold, and it is really not good for ordinary people to see him naked in the cold weather. He does not like to be treated as an alien. The old man hesitated for a moment. "There are no extra clothes." "There is indeed a raincoat in the cabin, but..." Shen Yu saw the old man's embarrassment and immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't take your clothes for free. Let's do this. I'll give you something in exchange." "This." The old man raised his hand and was thinking of how to politely refuse, but he didn't expect that the young man in front of him had turned around, jumped into the sea in front of him. Plop! The waves rolled, raising white foam and covering all traces. "This." The old man was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground. He had never seen such a person in his entire life. "Not to mention your young age, you can jump tens of meters high from the ground. The tide is about to recede, how dare he go into the sea at this time?" It didn't shock him for too long, but after waiting for more than 10 seconds, Shen Yu jumped out of the sea, landed in the air in the same posture, and stood in front of the old man. Call! The strong wind roared and water splashed everywhere. The old man quickly stepped back and closed his eyes tightly, and even his bamboo hat was blown away. "I'll trade this fish with you." Shen Yu smiled and threw a big, round fish next to the old man. "This is..." The faint fishy smell of the sea hit his nostrils, and the old man approached suspiciously. Suddenly, his cloudy eyes gleamed. "Bluefin tuna. Baby, where did you catch this? Didn't you see it just now?" Shen Yu didn't look back and pointed at the sea behind him. "I have only seen this fish once. It was brought back by my son back then. It is said that it lives thousands of meters below the sea surface. Only the ninjas of the Kingdom of Water have the ability to catch it." Shen Yu crossed his hands and raised his chin. "Do you like it? Change your raincoat." "Oh, this is too expensive. Should I change it? Change. Shen Yu took the koi raincoat with a smile, and as a token of his gratitude, the old man also gave him a bamboo hat. Shen Yu turned around and left, using the cover of the jungle to form a seal with his hands. Psychicism. The white smoke dissipated, and a slender tabby cat appeared in front of him. Hiss, it's so cold, meow. The ninja cat shook the snowflakes off his body and bared his teeth. Zazuk, go back and tell Pokey and ask him to channel me back to the cat house. It can't be done, meow, Pokey isn't here. What? Shen Yu was surprised, where else can it go if it's not in the cat house? I don't know. Zizuk shook his head. Where's Takabanaru? Takabanaru was just called away by Uchiha Hikaru yesterday, and is now in the cooling down period, Naya. Okay. Shinayu said casually, then you go back and channel me back to the cat house. Stupid Shinayu, have you forgotten that the channeling time is fixed? Zizuk jumped to the tree trunk and licked the snowflakes on the flesh pad. You summon me once, and the next summons will be 3 days later. During this period, we cannot communicate with each other. Ah! Shen Yu covered his face, feeling helpless. That means I can only walk back by myself. Seunghui Ninja Zizuk raised a paw. No, buddy. Shen Yu's eyes widened. What do you want in return for not doing anything? I'll help you keep the secret, so that other ninja cats don't know about it, Naya. Zizuk showed his humane cunning, or is it that Shen Yu doesn't care about his own information anymore? Shen Yu's face darkened, and he twitched the corners of his mouth in depression, then threw him a fish. As you can see, I'm very poor now, so I'll use this to pay off my debt first. Shinayu circled in front of it and showed off his koi raincoat. With a pop sound, Zizuk threw the fish away angrily. That's it again. A few minutes later, the old man who was pouring salt at the beach turned around and saw that the young man had left and returned. Old man, let me ask you something again. Do you know how to get to the land of fire? Just tell me a general direction. The climate of the Iron Country is cold and covered with heavy snow all day long. The further west you go, the lower the temperature becomes. Fortunately, Shen Yu was wearing a raincoat, so even if his chest was bare underneath, no one could see it under the cover of heavy snow. According to the old man, the place where he landed happened to be the easternmost coast of the Kingdom of Iron. If he wanted to return to the Kingdom of Fire, he would have to go all the way west, pass through the capital, and cross the entire country. The journey to the capital city is a long way, and there are countless mountains that cross the road. The mountains are stacked, and there are deep forests coupled with the cold climate. The road conditions are really worrying for ordinary people. Even the fastest horse will have to run for days and nights to reach its destination. But for Shinayu, this is not a problem, he only needs a direction. The ninja's way of traveling is simple and crude. With only one pair of legs, it doesn't matter whether it is climbing over mountains or crossing seas and rivers. To ordinary people, ninjas are superpowers. Their speed can easily surpass any beast. When moving forward at full speed, they are like human-shaped high-speed trains, and they are not afraid of any terrain restrictions. In addition, they consume little physical energy and can only take one soldier ration pill. Can support them to run for 3 days and 3 nights. So, Shen Yu concentrated on following the direction pointed by the old man and ran for a whole day without saying a word. But as far as the eye can see, it is still covered with white snow, which shows that he has not escaped from the Iron Country at all. You must know that before he became the Poseidon body again, his speed under normal conditions had already reached Mach 12, and now it has increased to the terrifying Mach 30. This has exceeded himself when he originally opened the second gate of healing. Although it is faster than it's not as fast as in water, but it's enough to keep most ninjas out of reach. It stands to reason that it won't take long to cross the Iron Kingdom. He sensed something was wrong and looked for a nearby village. After asking around, he found out that he was actually still wandering east of the Kingdom of Iron. It's impossible. Is that old man lying to me? Or is he giving me the wrong direction? He asked more than a dozen people for directions. After seeing that the locals pointed out the same direction, he finally smiled with relief. After one night. What? Where do you think this is? Chapter 38. Am I a road fool? Where is this? Iron Country, Eastern Town, Machino Village. The woman looked panicked, frightened by the young man in front of her. Impossible. I was obviously walking in their direction, without even turning a corner. I ran right through the rocks blocking the road along the way. Why are I still spinning in the same place? Shen Yu was a little excited and began to speak incoherently. He was still wearing a raincoat and bamboo hat, his handsome face was slightly distorted, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked in disbelief. Then, my baby is breastfeeding. The woman really didn't want to provoke this lunatic, so she found an excuse and ran away. Outside the quiet town, Shen Yu stood alone in the wind and snow, looking up at the sky, and the heavy snow reflected in his pupils. Han Feng whimpered, and Shen Yu finally showed an expression of despair. Could it be that I am a road idiot? No. Since you will get lost if you follow a fixed direction, then I will just choose any direction and walk randomly. After one day, Shen Yu collapsed weakly on a glacier, leaning forward with a look of resignation. Even the bamboo hat was casually thrown aside, letting the snowflakes cover his body bit by bit. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? The coldness under my body was biting, but it couldn't resist the coldness in my heart. Ah, it turns out that I am really a road addict. Ha 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 ha. I'm a roadie. Ha 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 ha. He went mad for a while and felt sleepy for no reason. He simply closed his eyes, used the sky as his quilt and the earth as his bed, and fell asleep like this. Anyway, with his current physical condition, describing him as invulnerable is an insult. If there are beasts looking for food that don't dislike him gnashing their teeth, it would be great to be swallowed whole, and they might be able to take him away. What about the Kingdom of Iron? After an unknown amount of time, the ice surface shook slightly, awakening Shen Yu. He opened his flawless eyes and found that his body was covered with a layer of white snow 3 fingers thick. He immediately sat up straight and shook off all the snow on his raincoat. He put on the bamboo hat again and then looked in a certain direction. A few thousand meters away, a team of dozens of people stepped onto the glacier and rushed this way. There are 5 carriages and 12 horses. There are 26 men and 11 women outside the carriage. At the head and end of the team are 2 fully armed warriors, wearing silver laminated armor and 2 sabers hanging from their waists. They are scanning the area in a vigilant manner. Around. It looked like it was a caravan. The carriage was empty. It must have finished unloading the goods and completed the transportation task. Shen Yu retracted his gaze, a look of excitement flashed across his face. Since the evolution of his eyes, even without turning on the Sharingan, his eyesight has surpassed that of the Hyuga family's Byakugan. Although it does not have the function of perspective, in terms of clear observation distance, it is not far behind. For now, he can easily focus thousands of meters away, and everything falls into his eyes clearly. Every car mark, every snowflake, and even the moles on the faces of everyone in the caravan can be clearly seen. Clearly. Excellent mental power allows him to receive and process this information effortlessly. No matter what environment he is in, his eyes can automatically adjust to changes in humidity and refractive index. Even at night, his eyes are bright. Like day. After all, these are a pair of eyes that can see into the trench. About 10 minutes later, the caravan slowly approached, and the leading warrior discovered Shen Yu. Stop! He raised one hand high, and his rough and loud voice echoed on the glacier. The warrior approached step by step, stood a few meters in front of Shen Yu, and shouted, "Who is in front of you? Tell me your name." Uncle. Shen Yu showed an expression of surviving the disaster. Although he was pretending, tears filled his eyes for some reason. Uncle, can you give me a ride? His purpose was simple. Since he was a road addict, it was better to follow the locals than to take a foolish detour. The warrior squinted his eyes and saw the face of a handsome young man under the bamboo hat. The young man has red lips and white teeth, clear eyes, and is as handsome as a girl. His pleading tone and charming eyes can't help but make people feel compassionate. However, his instinct as a warrior still allowed him to suppress his emotions. You haven't answered my question yet. The samurai pressed his hands on the hilt of the sword. Uncle, don't kill me. Shiniu quickly got up and patted the ice and snow on his pants. I am a fisherman. I followed my grandfather to deliver fish to the town this morning. Who would have thought that the wind and snow were too heavy? This old man, my grandfather actually even. I didn't even know I fell off the car. Uncle, I was so scared. What on earth is this place? As he spoke, Shen Yu began to wipe away his tears. His pitiful look was not like he was pretending at all. The vigilance in the samurai's eyes weakened a bit, but the hand on the handle of the knife still did not move away. What is your grandfather's name? Miyamoto Musashi. Shen Yu replied immediately, blurting out the name without thinking. Where is your house? Makinomura. Your name? Miyamoto, Shiniu. Well, it seems that it is indeed a lost child. Seeing his decisive answer, the warrior nodded, finally believing Shen Yu's words. It's a pity that Machino village is in the east, and we are going to Takeo Castle in the west, so we can't see you off. Takeo is the name of the capital of the Kingdom of Iron. Shen Yu ran over excitedly and grabbed the samurai's hand. Uncle, I just want to go to Takeo. You don't know something? This time we are going to the capital to seek refuge with relatives. As long as we get there, I can find my family. Seeing the samurai frowning, Shiniu immediately sniffed and said with a cry, now the weather is getting colder and colder. Our farmers who are driving to the sea have no harvest at all, and their income is pitiful. Now that I have lost it, Grandpa must be fast. Very impatient. Okay. The warrior shook off Shen Yu's hand, a cold look flashed in his eyes. Stop acting. Ah. Shen Yu was confused and didn't know what went wrong. I almost got fooled by you. The samurai clenched the handle of the knife and sneered, Humph, a child who has been frozen in the snow for an unknown amount of time can still have such warm hands. Even if you are not an assassin, you are certainly not an ordinary person. Hey, what a waste of time. Shen Yu sighed, wiped away the last tear, and slowly raised his head. What a waste of my acting skills. A ray of scarlet flashed from the black and white eyes, and the samurai looked startled. The three black megatama were like a bottomless whirlpool, pulling all his emotions and thoughts into it. Believe everything I just said. You are so kind and help me go to Takeo City. Shen Yu spoke softly, and his plain tone revealed the majesty of destiny, which could not be disobeyed. Sir Samurai, what happened? A middle-aged man walked over from the caravan with a slightly anxious look on his face. Why don't you leave yet? The captain is urging you. The samurai turned around and said, Oh, it's okay. I met a child who was separated from his family. Let's take him with us. Is that okay? Oh, this is all a trivial matter. Let's get on the road quickly. As long as it doesn't delay the trip, we can do whatever we want. The businessman quickly greeted Shen Yu. Seeing that he was a child, he even arranged a carriage for him. Chapter 39 The Three Legends of Iron. On the silver-covered land, a dusty caravan was heading towards the capital of the Kingdom of Iron. It turns out that you are the Chamber of Commerce of Takeo City. On the carriage, Shen Yu was sitting upright in the corner, talking to the middle-aged man next to him. Haven't you heard the name of our knife forging studio? The middle-aged man looked surprised. Sorry, maybe the place where I was born is too remote. Shen Yu scratched his head and smiled naively. Isn't it too late to understand now? Okay. The middle-aged man nodded. Since you are going to live in the capital in the future, it won't do you any harm to know this. His face was filled with a proud smile. Knife Forging Studio is the largest chamber of commerce in the entire Iron Country and the best swordsmith merchant in the world. Next, the middle-aged man began to talk. The Kingdom of Iron is a rather special country for the ninja world. This country does not have ninja villages, let alone ninjas. Instead, it has its own lineage and has derived the profession of samurai. Because of this, the Kingdom of Iron has become a neutral country. The ninjas made an agreement a long time ago not to take action against this country. In the original time and space, the Kingdom of Iron even avoided several ninja wars. Most of the so-called samurai are swordsmen. Different from ninjas, they will concentrate the refined chakra on the sword and turn it into sharp sword energy for chopping. Combined with their superb sword skills, they can improve the combat ability of individual soldiers. Not much worse than a ninja. Shen Yu nodded frequently after hearing this. The warriors of the Iron Country were in their own way, and Madara also spoke highly of their unique sword skills. The quality of the sword also determines the strength of a warrior to a certain extent. Therefore, the profession of knife maker emerged spontaneously. The inheritance of sword skills has spawned countless schools, and this is even more true for sword forging. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. In the long river of history, countless famous sword craftsmen have emerged. These people are the leaders in the ninja world. The influence is not worth mentioning, but it has a pivotal position in the Iron Kingdom. After thousands of years of accumulation, there are only 3 swordsmith families left that have gathered the essence of the times and the strengths of hundreds of families. They are the 100 Hansden of the Oikawa family, the Yulongden of the Sugawara family, and the Ishinden of the Niwa family. They have superb skills and a long history. They have produced countless famous swords, all of which are important weapons of the country. They are collectively known as the 3 Legends of Iron. 100 years ago, 3 families jointly established a chamber of commerce in order to adapt to the changes of the times. Since then, the 3 top branches of the knife forging schools have merged into one, and the knife forging studio was born. As a chamber of commerce that houses the best swordsmiths, it took less than 10 years for the forging knife studio to monopolize the entire Iron Country's knife forging business. Starting from the customization and manufacturing of sabers to craftsmanship and distribution. It completely contracted a line of business. Dragon Service can basically deliver goods to your door if there is demand within the Kingdom of Iron. Now this caravan has just completed its delivery mission and is returning to the capital without stopping. Shen Yu thought of something and asked casually, "Uncle, since the forging sword studio is so famous, why does the entire caravan hire 2 samurai? Ordinarily, for a caravan of this size, it is not too much to hire 10 samurai. Var. Isn't it because?" The middle-aged man was suddenly stunned and hesitated. "Well, this matter." He let out a long sigh. "Hey, if it weren't for our forging sword studio would be glorious for another 100 years, so why would we need to rely on the powerful?" Shen Yu's eyes moved. Is there something unexpected happening in this? The middle-aged man's mood dropped visibly, and he was no longer interested in talking. He waved his hands and said with a bitter look on his face, "That's all, I'm feeling depressed and am getting ready to get out of the car for a walk. Little brother, it's a long way home, so you'd better keep calm for now. Get some rest, please." After that, he turned around and opened the curtain of the car, and left with a heavy heart. Shen Yu blinked, not feeling disappointed. His 8 trigrams fire hadn't reached that level yet, and besides, people had already chatted with him enough along the way. The knife forging studio and the 3 Legends of Iron are just chatting to relieve boredom for him. Shen Yu simply crossed his legs, closed his eyes and concentrated, and started practicing. Soon, his chakra began to mobilize, and every cell was like a spring river thawing, and intoxicating power flowed in the body. The gentle and huge chakra grew from the cells, gurgled and gathered, and wandered in the meridians. His chakra is like a clear spring, flowing through Lingxiu and Shenfen, and split into two streams from Shanzhong. One stream flows from the lower dovetail and juk into the Danshan Qi Si, while the other stream flows upward and is all lost. In the Ajna Yintang, along a specific route, the next week begins to circulate, and the cycle begins again and again. Refining chakra is a practice that he performs every day without interruption for 12 years. The purpose is to open up the meridians, enhance the chakra reserves, and move forward step by step towards the ambitious goal of chakra. It's amazing to say that since he adapted to the deep sea and was optimized twice into the Poseidon body, his physical fitness has also increased exponentially. This is not only reflected in his powerful strength, speed, and defense, but also his chakra capacity. Then it skyrocketed. The appearance does not seem to have changed at all, except that the skin is more crystal clear and delicate, but there is an ancient ferocious beast hidden inside. If the chakra in the past was like a trickle in an endless stream, then now it is like a river flowing in a mighty way. After Shen Yu thought for a moment, he understood the reason. Chakra is formed by the perfect 1:1 fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. The combination of yin and yang evolves into all things. As a descendant of Indra, the owner of Manjaki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, his yin style was already extremely strong, not to mention that he also practiced the spiritual transformation technique, which caused a qualitative change in the soul, greatly enhanced his spiritual power, and in comparison, less excellent body energy determines the upper limit of chakra amount. This is like a barrel filled with water. The shortest piece of wood directly determines the amount of water it can hold. Now, his physical body has fully increased, and the corresponding physical energy has soared. The huge spiritual energy has an object to fuse with, and the last piece of wood is assembled, and the amount of chakra has naturally increased. It is worth mentioning that when Shanayu concentrates on refining chakra, his form and spirit are unified, and his breath is completely restrained. As long as he is not a sensing ninja, he will not be able to detect his breath at all. For Shen Yu, who was immersed in cultivation, time flew by quickly, and it was night before he knew it. The snow had stopped, but the midnight wind was even more biting. The cold wind was cutting at the skin like a knife. The middle-aged man couldn't bear it and returned to the car early. Only 2 warriors were left outside the car in the long caravan. When the middle-aged man saw Shen Yu resting in the corner with his eyes closed and breathing evenly, he thought he was asleep, so he didn't disturb him anymore. Chapter 40 Sugawara Glass. Late at night, the stars light up the grey-blue sky, and a vast white light shines in the ice and snow. The caravans were arranged like a long dragon, meandering from the other side of the mountain, dragging winding traces of snow. In the silent world, the axles crushed the snowflakes, leaving a crisp and continuous crunch sound. Shen Yu, who was practicing in the carriage, suddenly opened his eyes. 3,000 meters ahead, at the bend of the cliff, no less than 30 people were quietly ambushed. They were holding weapons, hiding behind stone walls, or lurking in the snow. Their auras were refined and they were watching with eager eyes. Everyone's chakra strength was not weak. None of this could escape Shen Yu's radar-like perception. When it comes to perception, it is no exaggeration to say that he is the best in the ninja world now. Using soul detection, chakra high-frequency waves, and automatic distance-adjusting supervision, everything within a radius of 10 kilometers can be clearly seen, and even a mosquito can distinguish male from female. What kind of drama is this? Shen Yu scratched his chin. Should we get rid of these guys quietly? He was in a tangle. On the one hand, he didn't want to be delayed by these boring guys, but on second thought, this was a good opportunity to watch a samurai duel. Madara once explained that the principle of swordsmanship in the Kingdom of Iron is to apply chakra to the blade in the form of morphological changes, and then release substantial slashes with fast speed, wide range, and high damage. For advanced practitioners, even it can tear the earth apart with one knife. Shen Yu is very interested in this and has always been yearning for it. After all, who doesn't have the dream of being a swordsman? The sword energy takes shape and is invincible. With just one sword, it can break through thousands of magic. It's a pity that he never had the chance to see it with his own eyes. After all, they traveled to many countries and visited almost all the ninja world, but they missed the Iron Country. As owners of the chakra, the samurai have abandoned the nature changes of the chakra and instead specialize in the form changes. Therefore, for some talented players who can finally control the chakra, practicing swordsmanship may be a better choice. Ordinary ninjas need to use specific chakra metals to perform sword-like attacks, such as Sarutobi Asuma's finger tiger, or the chakra sword used to deal with the puppet master, etc. They are better at using chakra's properties to undergo morphological changes. For example, the fire-style chakra can be transformed into different forms such as fireballs and fire dragons, lightning-style chakras thunder spears, and thunder pillars. This is the principle of ninjutsu. There are really only a handful of ninjutsu based on form changes, let alone incorporating changes in properties into form changes. In the original time and space, almost only Naruto could do it. The 5-flowered 8 gates but powerful Raise Nan is the best proof. But Shinia's Autumn Dew on the Leaves is also chakra's transformation attack. When it is cast, it surges like water, endlessly, giving it a strong cutting ability. Although it can control the form at will, it can never release the slashing attack. Therefore, the samurai's methods have always made him itchy. Forget it, I've been waiting for so many days. It's not too late. Shen Yu spread his palms and stared at the small blade of light emerging from his palms. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Maybe it will take me to the next level. With this thought in mind, Shen Yu resisted the urge to take action. Soon, when the caravan passed by the foot of the mountain, robbers appeared from all over the place, shouting to kill the enemy. The leading warrior was shocked and immediately drew his sword to fight. Ping 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 pong. The crisp sound of swords clashing was endless. No, it's a robber. The middle-aged man woke up in surprise and looked out through the curtain, feeling helpless. Why are you panicking? Aren't there still warriors? Shiniu calmly opened the curtains and looked outside. I saw the samurai's swords flashing, with light blue chakra wrapped around the blades, shining brightly against the snow. From time to time, the sharp sword energy was cut out, cutting the robbers in the distance in two. Interesting. Shen Yu smiled slightly. In the perception, the warriors at the end of the group also encountered bandits. These guys were obviously well prepared. They took advantage of the middle part of the caravan to reach the foot of the mountain before taking action, leaving the two warriors vulnerable from both sides. The samurai at the end of the team was obviously not as good as the one at the head. It was probably his first mission, and his sword skills were a bit messy. Chakra could not wrap the blade stably. Blood was visible on his body after just a few rounds, and he was about to be supported. Can't live. To Shen Yu's surprise, when several bandits swung their butcher knives at the civilians in the middle of the team, a beautiful figure shot out of the carriage and killed them in 2 or 3 strokes. Hey! Shen Yu said in surprise, there are still masters. The middle-aged man cautiously stuck his head out, glanced quickly behind him, and whispered, It's Master Glass. She took action. Glass? Who is she? A samurai. The middle-aged man ignored Shen Yu's eyes full of curiosity and took a selfie of his chest, muttering in shock, What should I do? Tisk. Shen Yu suddenly said firmly, Look at me. The middle-aged man's eyes subconsciously turned away, and with a flash of red light, he instantly calmed down, and said obediently, Master Glass is the captain of this caravan, and the person in charge of this cargo transportation mission is Sugawara Yuryu. Swordsmanship, and he is also the only heir to the Yulong forging sword style. Sugawara Glass. Shen Yu thought of the 3 legends of iron he had just heard. It seemed that the Sugawara family was in charge of Yulongdan. But, he just said that the only heir. Could it be that something happened to the Sugawara family? Forget it, now is not the time to worry about this. Shen Yu shook his head. What he was more concerned about now was the sword skills of this busted girl named Glass. Her sword is very fast, and her moves are wide open and closed, but she still has no loss of agility and elegance. Her graceful figure is like a real dragon rolling in the sea of clouds. With the splashing rain of blood, she cuts and kills as if she is entering a deserted place. Territory. Just when Shen Yu was excited, the girl suddenly fell into crisis. Earth-style yellow spring marsh. The three robbers pressed their hands on the ground at the same time, causing the snow to squirm. The girl didn't react in time and stepped in with her foot. Goo! The originally solid snow was like a swamp, swallowing up the girl's entire leg. No. This is ninjutsu. The girl was startled, and the sudden ninjutsu attack made her confused. The so-called close combat, the most important thing is footwork. It is said that a warrior's eyes are on a pair of feet, and this is true when it comes to sword skills. The girl's movement was restricted, and she was hit by a heavy hammer. Her sword skills were instantly disrupted. The two robbers sensed an opportunity to attack at the same time, and attacked her from the left and right. With a ding sound, her long knife flew away. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. The girl raised her head suddenly, and a huge water dragon was reflected in her crystal eyes. It tore the air and appeared out of thin air. This was a combined blow from three people, and its power should not be underestimated. The huge dragon head roared and pounced in front of the girl in an instant. Her black hair flew, and before the water dragon even approached, moist water vapor rushed towards her face. Chapter 41. Use this to test cotters? At this moment, a man in coir raincoat stood silently in front of her. Facing the roaring water dragon, he slowly raised a palm. Puff! The unstoppable dragon head was released directly, as if the palm was an indestructible stone, and the dragon body behind it also exploded inch by inch, turning into streams of cool water, disappearing invisible in the palm of the hand. The girl's eyes were filled with disbelief. Such a fierce ninjutsu could be easily defeated by the person in front of her. Just fight with a sword. What ninjutsu? You really don't have martial ethics. Shen Yu said lazily. He slightly raised his bamboo hat and glanced at everyone coldly. If it were a battle between samurai, I wouldn't interfere, but you actually have ninjas here. Be careful, the girl suddenly exclaimed. Shen Yu's eyes turned away, and a big man sneaked up to his side and hit him in the face with a sledgehammer. Boom! The bamboo hat shattered in an instant, and sawdust flew into a mess, but Shinryu did not move at all. Among the wildly dancing black hair, his calm gaze and his unscathed face were revealed. The girl couldn't help but stare. She opened her beautiful eyes wide and saw clearly that the moment the hammer hit Shen Yu's cheek, there seemed to be a ripple in the air, like a transparent barrier's shield, but it was impregnable and blocked the attack for him. Shen Yu turned around and punched, releasing a huge force at the edge of the fist. There was only a dull sound. Half of the giant man's body was lost by the punch. His bones and flesh were shattered into powder and turned into blood mist that splashed into the sky. And falling, dyeing the snow behind him blood red. Chakra waves rippled behind them, and the three men were planning some ninjutsu. The remaining bandits also rushed to their aid. However, Shinryu did not look back, but closed his eyes slightly. In the air, an invisible wind flowed by in an instant. In less than a second, he opened his eyes. The girl noticed that his body seemed to sway slightly, as if he suddenly lost his support, but he stood back up the moment he opened his eyes, as if nothing had happened. She has practiced swordsmanship for many years and is very sensitive to everyone's subtle body movements, so she captured Shen Yu's abnormalities. Thump! The girl's ears perked up and she quickly looked behind Shen Yu. A surprising scene appeared. More than a dozen people behind him, and even all the bandits at the head and tail of the caravan, fell to the ground one after another amid a plop sound, like noodles that had been boiled soft one after another. Their expressions were surprisingly consistent, their pupils were dilated and out of focus, and some people even had saliva hanging from the corners of their mouths. Their silly expressions were frozen on their faces, like group portraits frozen by a painter. It's like being ripped out of your soul. Instant kill. He just killed these people in seconds. The girl was so shocked that her little cherry mouth opened unconsciously and could not be closed for a long time. What kind of trick is this? It's so scary. Shen Yu smiled and moved his neck. The spiritual transformation technique is indeed a forbidden technique. It cannot be defended or evaded. It kills people invisible. It is really effective when used to clear troops. Just now, in that short moment, his spirit body left his body and shuttled between the eyebrows of more than 20 people. Not only did he obliterate their souls, but he also successfully obtained a piece of information. Shen Yu was surprised that these guys seemed to be just ordinary bandits, but in fact they were a well-armed private army serving a mysterious high-ranking official in the Iron Kingdom. They were mixed with wandering warriors, killers, and Jainin from Kirigakure village. Mist Hidden village? Haha, I have reached out to the Kingdom of Iron. This ambush was not accidental, but premeditated. Interesting, someone wants to kill this caravan, or rather, kill someone in the caravan. They don't want him to return to Takeo City alive. The crisis was resolved, but Shiniu also revealed his strength. As a master who defeated all enemies in one breath, he naturally enjoyed completely different treatment from before. At this moment, he was sitting in the most luxurious carriage, with delicious food and wine on the table. Everyone in the caravan came to express their thanks, even the two cheap warriors. After all, if it weren't for Shen Yu, they would probably be beaten to death. Miyamoto-kun. Sugawara Glass sat next to Shen Yu, with her legs together and her eyes sincere. Thank you for your generous help. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid we would have been poisoned by thieves. Why are you so polite when speaking? Shen Yu thought to himself and nodded calmly, yet. On behalf of the entire caravan, I would like to thank you for your help. Yet. He half closed his eyes and said nothing, pretending to be an expert. This little girl has nothing to repay for her great kindness and kindness, she can only. Tell me, why don't you continue talking? Shen Yu secretly opened one eye and looked at her. This woman was about 17 or 18 years old. Although she was the captain of a caravan, she was dressed quite simply in coarse linen. She had light brown to medium short hair and hung a sword with a beautiful scabbard and elegant tangs hanging from her waist. She is at the age of puberty, with red lips, white teeth, and a delicious beauty. Although she is not as beautiful and refined as Uchiha Hikaru, she still has her own characteristics. Especially the linen clothes that were about to burst, bearing a weight that shouldn't be felt at this age. She burped lightly and quickly covered her mouth. The faint smell of alcohol wafted over, making Shen Yu frown slightly. This girl actually drank. Shen Yu silently withdrew his gaze and sat upright. Nisa took a deep breath, and suddenly two blushes appeared on her pretty face. She subconsciously looked away and looked at her toes. The little lady decided to dedicate her most precious thing to you. Shen Yu looked at his nose and heart with his eyes, and couldn't help his heartbeat speeding up. The girl mustered up her courage, raised her head, and stared lovingly at the handsome young man in front of her. She bit her bright red lips, raised her bare hands, and slowly untied the linen belt. No, give me this kind of plot? Will it test my Taoist heart? Shen Yu was no longer able to complain. He has practiced hard so far and is used to seeing fights and blood, but this is the first time for him to see such an erotic and ambiguous scene. Glass was extremely shy, and her chest moved up and down with her breathing. For some reason, her green jade fingers seemed to be taking off her clothes for the first time, and she was still unable to untie her waist rope. This time also made Shania a little uncomfortable. A gust of cold wind blew from the window, like opening the mud seal of a clay pot, cooling the atmosphere in the chariot slightly, and Shen Yu calmed down. At this moment, a lavender long knife was handed to him tremblingly. Ah! Jiazi bit his lip, turned his head away, and introduced in a soft voice. This sword is called the Yulong of Chugzhu, and it is the most precious thing in the little girl's life. This is my father's final work in this life, using the 128 chapters of the Legend of Yulong. It is forged with meticulous workmanship, the knife pattern is exquisite, the blade is as bright as snow, the hair is blown off, and it is not stained by blood and dust. The purple jade leather scabbard is completely natural. Shen Yu stared blankly at the sword, opening and closing his mouth. So, you just took off your clothes to get the knife? Ah, is it possible that Mr. Miyamoto likes my waist rope? Glass raised his head blankly. Oh, it's okay. Shen Yu declined with a smile, reaching out and gently pushing Chu Shui away. A gentleman doesn't take what others like, and besides, I just did it casually, and there's nothing I can do in return. His face was calm, but his heart was roaring. Use this to test cotters? Chapter 42 I have a plan. In the carriage, under Shen Yu's polite refusal, Glass finally gave up the idea of giving the sword as a gift. Miss Glass, I have a question. Glass quickly said, Miyamoto-kun, it's okay to just say it. Well. Shania pondered for a moment and said, is there something wrong with your forging sword studio? As soon as these words came out, Jiazi's originally bright face suddenly dimmed. Her eyes drifted to the stove aside, where the warm rice wine was placed. Shen Yu understood it, took the wine bottle with a smile, and handed it to her. Jiazi was stunned for a moment. He raised his eyes and saw Shen Yu's warm eyes. He was unambiguous. He grabbed the wine bottle and took a sip, and then let out a long sigh of relief. Our Chamber of Commerce is about to change owners, she whispered. In her eloquent talk, Shen Yu also slowly understood. Why can such a large Chamber of Commerce only hire 2 samurai to escort it? Why does the middle-aged man keep sighing? And why does Sugawara Glass drink away his sorrows? The legendary Chamber of Commerce in the Iron Country, Forging Sword House, is about to change hands. 3 months ago, the Oikawa family in the 3 Legends of Iron was held accountable by the daimyo for failing to forge a sword. The head of the Oikawa family and Teru Kawamoto fled in fear of guilt. He emptied his mansion overnight, took away most of the Chamber of Commerce's funds, defected to the Kingdom of Water, and the Oikawa family dispersed. The daimyo was furious and ordered the heads of Niwa and Sugawara's families to hunt down and bring Teru Kawamoto to justice, and appointed the shogunate army to assist them, but unexpectedly they were attacked by powerful enemies during the pursuit. The shogunate army suffered heavy losses, and the head of the Sugawara family died of serious injuries. Only Niwa Maya, the head of the Ishinden family, was left alive, but he was also seriously injured. On his deathbed, the head of the Sugawara family entrusted an orphan to pass the original book of Yuri-Ryu forged swords to his only daughter Sugawara Glass, and entrusted her daughter to the care of Maya Niwa, and then passed away suddenly. The Sugawara family was already weak, and was instigated by traitors and refused to pass on their true skills. When the head of the family died, the trees fell and the hosen scattered. When the disaster came, the family members went their separate ways. Those who should be anonymous remained anonymous, and those who should be defected were quickly divided among the powerful. Eat all the food. Only the Niwa family, which insists on the true inheritance, does not have to worry about inheritance. Although Niwa Maya has no children, he has 3 apprentices who have received the true inheritance from their master. However, it is inevitable that they will be weak and the building will collapse. In just a few months, most of the 3 inheritances were lost, and the forging sword studio was unable to recover. The turbulent undercurrent implicated countless powerful people, and the families involved were all punished and demoted. Niwamaya's second apprentice, Ryu Unosuke, couldn't bear the decline of the forged tote school, so he offered Maya advice to marry Sugawara's only daughter to a powerful person, in order to build a relationship and use the power of the powerful to stabilize the overall situation. But he was immediately opposed by Maya, and he became furious. My friend left him alone when he was dying, but he couldn't bear to have his daughter alone. Now that you ask me to sell his daughter for glory, aren't you committing injustice on me? What should the people of the world think of me? Master, the building is about to collapse. Only by relying on the powerful can we have a chance of survival. As long as we get through the current difficulties, why should we be afraid of the crowd? Shut up, you evil beast! How is this different from betrayal? Don't mention this matter again. Ryuzosuke had no choice but to give up. After his apprentice left, Niwamaya also calmed down. After his anger dissipated, the idea of depending on the powerful lingered in his mind. Finally, he made a decision that shocked everyone. Niwamaya, the head of the Ishinden family and the helmsman of the Forged Tool School, wants to marry his only daughter. He is a hero in the world and a warrior who can persevere to the end in the ring. Regardless of age or origin, anyone can become a member of the Niwa family. Son-in-law. After the news was announced, the entire Iron Kingdom was in a state of excitement. Ordinary people were extremely excited, and the powerful were eager to sign up. One of the reasons is that Niwamaya has no children. If he takes a wife as his son-in-law, not to mention the Ishin Chuan in the future, the entire forging tool studio can be included in the bag. Secondly, Niwa Yukino was born with a natural beauty and extraordinary beauty. Although she was only 17 years old, she was still slim and graceful with voluptuous curves. Such appearance was more than enough to match the rich and powerful. For ordinary people, this is a good opportunity to rise to the top and become famous all over the world, but the powerful people sneer at this, because it is impossible for these ordinary people to train warriors who can rival the clan. The position of the son-in-law of the forging sword studio, it will inevitably fall into the hands of the powerful. Sugawara Glass was so smart that she immediately smelled a conspiracy from this matter. The competition was about to come, but she was transferred away on a temporary mission. The Niwa family did not want her to ruin the plan, and they were determined to sell their daughter for glory. But Yukino is not only her best friend, but also the sister she grew up with. She guessed that the victim of this conspiracy should be herself, but because of the righteousness of the Niwa family leader, her good sister became the scapegoat. The reason why she was in such a hurry was because she wanted to go back as soon as possible and wanted to marry Yukino instead, and couldn't bear to let her fall into the tiger's mouth. Originally, the person who was going to be the victim was me. Glass eyes were red as he held the bottomed wine bottle. Shen Yu stared at her, and a bold idea grew in his heart. After the battle between Pillars and Madara, the pattern of the entire ninja world is about to be rewritten, because Pillars will die in a few years, and Master Madara will also be unable to escape because of the Eye of the Moon plan. Without the suppression of the two god tiers here, war is imminent. The next ninja world will inevitably fall into turmoil for a long time. By then, the economies of all participating countries will be affected. Only the Iron Kingdom, which is independent of the ninja village system, can survive alone. The Kingdom of Iron has sufficient warriors and outstanding sword forging skills. It just so happens that the knife forging studio has suffered such changes. If we can help them tide over the difficulties, take the opportunity to become a shareholder of the Chamber of Commerce, start a multinational business, and sell weapons, wouldn't it be possible to make a lot of money? If you can control the capital chain of the Iron Kingdom, you may not be unable to conquer the Iron Kingdom in the future. If someone has the land, money, and capital in hand, it is not impossible to train your own team. This thought took root crazily in Shen Yu's heart and could no longer go away. The conditions are generous and you can do it. He took a deep breath and looked at Glass with burning eyes. Miss Glass, I have a plan to revive the Chamber of Commerce. What? Glass was stunned for a moment, looking at Shen Yu's sincere eyes and the confident smile at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but think of his powerful figure just now. If it were him. What's your best idea? Shen Yu picked up a piece of fruit and threw it into his mouth. This matter can be very complicated or very simple. Let me ask you, what is the biggest crisis your Chamber of Commerce is facing now? Sovereignty is about to change hands, and it will completely become a tool in the hands of the powerful. Glass blurted out, Yukiono will also lose her freedom and sacrifice her own happiness. Really? Do you have to rely on powerful people? Shen Yu said with a smile, what if you don't do this? If you don't do this? Glass was speechless for a moment, thought for a while, and said, the Chamber of Commerce was originally run by 3 family heads, so that it could be independent from the powerful. Now it has fallen apart, and most of its resources have been lost, leaving only Uncle Niwa himself, will definitely not be able to sustain it. Shen Yu chewed the fruit. If I can't hold on, what can I do? It will. Glass seemed to have grasped some key point. It will be calculated by people with ulterior motives, divided up and cannibalized. So. Shinayu knocked on the table. In the final analysis, this matter is the powerful people of the Iron Country. Their greed has caused your crisis. Chapter 43 Entering the Chamber of Commerce. In the carriage, Shen Yu said seriously. In their eyes, your forging tool studio is just a piece of fat meat, and whoever catches it wants to share it with you. The reason why your Uncle Niwa held such a contest to recruit a bride is to turn the spear and let the powerful people kill first. It's a life and death battle, with the loser leaving in disgrace and the winner grabbing the fruits. This will minimize the loss to the Chamber of Commerce. Although it still cannot change the final result, it is nothing more than changing the name of the Forging Sword Studio. With the support of the powerful, you will not go bankrupt. Glass suddenly became excited and stood up. But, no one cares about Yukino? Is it possible that we have to sacrifice the happiness of women like us in order to keep the Chamber of Commerce? Don't get excited, listen to me. Shinayu waved his hand calmly. Why do you think your Chamber of Commerce was going smoothly before and no powerful people dared to take your ideas? A flash of resentment flashed across Glass's face. Of course it's because my father and Uncle Oikawa are here. They are not only the most famous swordsmiths in the Iron Country, but also first-class samurai. Our 3 families are in the same spirit, and others certainly don't dare to make a mistake. Well, we finally got to the point. Shen Yu smiled slightly. The powerful are good at scheming, and there are too many interests involved. I am not good at intrigues, but I am willing to speak for you. He changed the topic and said, of course, if there are people who can't listen, I know how to deal with it. His eyes were cold and majestic. He had been a little bit domineering after following Madara over the years, which made Glass tremble in his heart. Shen Yu looked at the girl's eyes and thought that what I said was a bit implicit. Could this girl not understand? Whoever dares to give you a hard time, I will do it to him. Are you willing to help us? Of course. Glass heard the implication of Shen Yu's words, and a warm current surged in his heart, but it cooled down in the next second, and he hesitated and asked, what do you want? You, what exactly is the plot? What are you after? Of course you are after money, otherwise? You are as beautiful as a flower. Shen Yu was calm and composed. Gate of opening said straight to the point, transfer 30% of the shares of your Chamber of Commerce to me, and I will sit in charge for you. I will kill anyone who causes trouble for you. This. Glass hesitated. I, Sugawara, hold 40% of the shares of the Chamber of Commerce, but, after that change, my personal shares are only 10%. If you can save us from fire and water, I can transfer all the shares in my name to you. 30%, not a penny less. Shen Yu slowly pulled out a silk scarf and wiped his hands. As for me, I have no money and no power. I am even a foreigner and a loner. Because of this, I won't take those bullshit powerful people seriously. Really? At that time, even if it is your name, I will kill it for you. When he said this, his face was calm and his tone was indifferent, but his calmness revealed incomparable confidence, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Jiaz's heart was shocked, and he stared blankly at the young man in front of him. If he only looked at his face, he would be a good-looking boy next door. His smile could bring out sunshine. However, this harmless guy was talking and laughing just now. Just killed dozens of people. She knew that he could definitely do it. When the caravan arrived in the capital, under the guidance of Glass, Shen Yu walked into the gate of the knife-forging studio with a swagger as if he didn't recognize his relatives. After a while, he finally met the current president of the Chamber of Commerce, the head of the Ishinden family, Niwa Maya. You must be the savior of Glass and the others. This is a slender middle-aged man with a neat beard, a thin face, and a sickly paleness. His broad frame shows his past stature. He walked into the guest room tremblingly on crutches. Beside him, there was a woman with picturesque features supporting him. The woman was dressed in a simple and elegant white dress. Although the gauze covered her face, her sparkling eyes clearly showed the beauty of the country. Yukino. Glass walked over happily and took the woman's arm enthusiastically. Shen Yu took a quick look and saw that there were two young men following behind Maya. One was tall, with firm features and a bright bald head that looked quite tough, the other had a handsome face, but his eyes were lazy, as if he was wandering away from something. These are Uncle Niwa's two apprentices, the eldest apprentice Ryu Unosuk, and the second apprentice Tetsuya. Glass introduced. The moment he saw Jai, an imperceptible light flashed through Shen Yu's eyes, and some kind of power was throbbing in his body. It's strange, this kid's body. Niwa Maya learned that Shen Yu was the savior of the caravan, and immediately treated him with courtesy and entertained him with delicious food and drinks. A few people were polite for a while, and then Glass said, "Uncle Niwa, this Miyamoto-kun said that it's okay." Niwa Maya immediately noticed her hesitant look and raised her hand to interrupt. When an honored guest comes to your door, it is already a serious crime not to go far to welcome him. How can we disturb his rest? Let's step aside first and let our honored guest have a good rest. He ordered, Ryu Uzosuk, we are entertaining you with good wine and good food. Thank you for the gift. Siejin, etc. are both indispensable, and must not be neglected. After saying this, he led everyone out of the guest room, leaving only two apprentices to accompany him. Shen Yu nodded with a smile, but this smile was also very subtle. Ryu Unosuk touched his bald head, leaned over and asked, I heard from Glass that you killed all the bandits by yourself. Shen Yu glanced at him, you don't believe it. Of course I believe what Glass said, Ryu Uzosuk said, I just lamented that I don't know when a master like you appeared in the Kingdom of Iron. It's really a hero born out of a boy. Jai on the side suddenly yawned, Senior brother, I'll leave this distinguished guest to you. I'm not needed here, so I'll go back and prepare for the competition. You. Ryu Uzosuk glared, but it was hard to get angry in front of Shen Yu, so he could only wave his hand and let him go. Competition. Shen Yu turned his head and asked, if I guessed correctly, could this competition be tomorrow's competition to recruit a bride? Hey, junior brother and I have been childhood sweethearts with Yukino since we were young. We heard that master wanted to marry her off, so we had a lot of trouble. Ryu Uzosuk said helplessly. Don't look at him being lazy, but he cares about Yukino very much. No matter how much I try to persuade him, I can't stop him from participating in this martial arts competition. Shen Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and secretly said interesting. Not only are delicious dishes prepared in the guest room, there is also a slender imperial sword placed horizontally on the knife holder. The scabbard is light blue in color, with a slightly curved arc. There is no tangent, but the handle is very exquisitely made, with a simple wood color and a circle of fine two-color ribbons. Shen Yu walked over with great interest and held the handle of the knife. The knife was 3 inches out of the sheath. The blade was as smooth as a mirror. The sharp white light flowed slowly along the blade. He could feel a chill just by looking at it. He looked at the sharp blade, stretched out a finger and pressed it deeply, then wiped it hard. Nothing happened, the fingers remained as usual, not even the slightest trace was left. Shen Yu frowned, blue light emitted from his palm, and after letting the chakra blade of autumn dew on the leaves completely wrap the blade, he reached out and wiped the blade again. A faint white mark appeared on the fingertips. It was extremely subtle and disappeared in an instant. If it weren't for Shen Yu's top-level vision, it would be almost impossible to detect it. The sharpness is not bad. Shen Yu nodded. Ryunosuke beside him immediately came back to his senses. The scene just now made him break into a cold sweat. He stepped forward and introduced, "This sword is called Frost Heart. It is made of heavenly black iron and forged by my master. It was originally going to be sent to the shrine for worship, but if you like it, you can take it." "Really?" Shen Yu asked. "Of course it's true," Ryunosuke said, waving towards the door. 2 servants bowed and walked in with trays in their hands. Clothes were neatly placed on one of the trays. Shen Yu glanced at his slightly shabby coir raincoat, put down his divine sword, and took the robe with a shake of his hand. It was a black brocade robe, warrior style, with violet patterns embroidered on both sides of the skirt, and a light purple rope tied to it to tie the waist. The style and size of the clothing fit your body exactly. "I'm a wandering warrior. Are these what President Niwa means?" he turned around and asked. "Of course, the master has ordered that both the gift of thanks and the money must be indispensable." Ryunosuke pointed to another tray and said, "Here is 30 million taels in cash. It is simply the president's wish. Niwa Maya is worthy of being the person who has led the forging sword studio for decades. Even if he is bedridden, he can still maintain the operation of the Chamber of Commerce in an orderly manner, and arrange everything big and small." Shen Yu asked curiously, "Aren't you quite rich? For such an important task as escorting the caravan, why do you only hire 2 warriors?" Ryunosuke sighed, "Ever since the incident occurred in the Chamber of Commerce, the shogunate has restricted the number of samurai we can hire, and we are not allowed to train samurai ourselves, which is why the situation has reached this point." "That's it." A flash of confusion flashed across Shen Yu's face, and he waved his hand unceremoniously. "Then thank your president for my kindness." Ryunosuke bowed and said, "Okay, then I will resign," etc. Shen Yu suddenly stopped him, raising the corners of his mouth slightly, "Bring me a message to your president." Chapter 44 2 words. At the same time, Konoha Bridge's underground base. Uchiha Guang quietly walked into the stone door, and the fine sand and soil fell rustlingly. The stone slabs on both sides moved inward and fit tightly. As soon as she entered, she heard heavy breathing coming from the inner room. Uchiha Madara's face was pale, and he lay weakly on the stone chair. His chest was dripping with blood, and a piece of flesh that clearly did not belong to him was neatly stitched in the center of the wound. This scene was ferocious and terrifying. The piece of flesh was like a bright red heart, beating continuously with his breathing. Hearing the movement, he slowly raised his eyes, like a brown bear waking up from hibernation. His heterochromatic eyes, one red and one white, turned toward the door faintly. "How's it going outside?" Guang ignored his question and walked in without saying a word. She picked up the towel beside the sink, soaked it and wrung it out skillfully. The water flowed down her plain white hands. She came to Madara's side and helped him wipe the blood around the wound. Madara let out a groan. Even if the light's movement was very gentle, it only touched the area around the wound, causing him to twitch in pain. The piece of flesh was like some kind of strong acid, corroding his whole body along the blood vessels. The wet towel was quickly covered with blood. Stained red. This heart-burning pain in his tarsus tortured his nerves all the time. Mitsuhide frowned slightly. It's been 2 days, why are there no signs of healing? Isn't it said that Senju Hashirama's chakra contains vitality? Madara gasped and forced herself to smile fiercely. This is the only way to peace. If it goes smoothly, I will still doubt its authenticity. Hikaru frowned, washed, and wrung out the blood-stained towel, put it up again, and then said softly, Senju Hashirama woke up before we started the transplant. Really? Madara sat up slightly and motioned for her to continue. According to the information I got from torture, Hashirama left the village as soon as he woke up. In less than 3 days, he captured all the tailed beasts in the ninja world except 1 tail and 9 tails. At the same time, Konoha the village released news to the other 4 major ninja villages, and they are going to gather the leaders of the 5 major ninja villages to hold what? Guang tried hard to recall the word, 5-cage conference. Madara let out a long breath and snorted coldly, that guy must distribute the tailed beasts equally among these ants to maintain that ridiculous balance. Equal division. Guang tilted his head, not quite understanding, with that kind of power, why not just unify the ninja world? Wouldn't it be more peaceful? She had already seen the power of 9 tails before. For a ruthless man who could subdue 7 of them in such a short period of time, she didn't understand why he would have to lower his profile to the weak. So that's why I can't get along with him. Madara was a little depressed. It's never the tailed beast that really plays a balancing role, but me and him. His wooden head just can't figure this out. He is making a mistake. Once peace collapses, the tailed beast will definitely become a disaster for ordinary people. At this time, Madara noticed Guang's hesitant expression, and her tone gradually softened. Is there any news about Shen Yu? Ah! Guang's eyes trembled and he said quickly, according to the information obtained, he was entangled by Senju Tobirama at that time, and huge red barriers rose up at the intersection. When the barriers dispersed, Shiniu also disappeared, it's like disappearing from the world. Madara thought for a moment, he must have been transferred away by the flying thunder god's transducer thunder. That guy Tobirama, he used these tricks to fight with children. Child. Guangxia raised his head slightly and glanced at Madara with a strange expression, wondering if your understanding of this disciple is a bit one-sided? Well, then don't worry about it. Don't count on Shiniu for the time being. Madara smiled matter-of-factly and said, he can't tell the difference between east, west, and north. It must be difficult to find a way back. Give him some time. I know. Guang nodded, then curled his lips and clenched his pink fist. He actually made us worry. When he comes back, I must make him look good. Haha, I'm not worried at all. Madara suddenly laughed. Guang didn't dare to face Madara's playful gaze and deliberately avoided looking at him. Fortunately, at this time, Madara ordered, okay, if you have nothing else to do, go back and rest. You have worked hard these days. This should be Shiniu's job. But... Madara-sama, you... Guang glanced at his bloody chest with concern. It doesn't matter. Okay. She then took steps and left the stone room. The moment her front foot left, Madara's originally peaceful face suddenly turned ferocious, with veins exposed and her facial features twisted together. The flesh and blood in his chest kept beating, and blood came out every time he struggled. The pain was simply eroding everything about him. It seems that it is the master of the body and wants to destroy Madara, the intruder. His palms dug deeply into the stone, and his knuckles turned white. The stone chair made of rock was easily broken by him. In his mind, a thought that was about to kill him crazily invaded his spirit, forcing him to personally dig out the flesh and blood on his chest countless times, that piece of flesh and blood that did not belong to him. But they were all subdued by his almost inhuman willpower. Is this the price of everything? Come on, Uchiha Madara, can afford it. Konoha Village, Uchiha Clan Land. After a day of training, Uchiha returned to the room. Looking at the empty bedroom and the clean and tidy tatami, his eyes trembled and he sat down against the wall slumped. Nissan. In his mind, he unconsciously recalled that familiar yet unfamiliar face. The scenes from a few days ago were played in a loop like a slideshow, and finally the pair of delicate, beautiful, and even evil pupils were frozen. Those eyes are really strong. When he thought of those eyes, a biting coldness spread from his fingertips to the sky. He hugged himself tightly and couldn't help but shiver. My brother's chakra has completely changed. He is cold, fierce, and full of murderous intent, but he did not kill me. He lowered his head and inserted his fingers into his messy hair. In the team, I am the only one with the least injuries. If you hate me so much, why don't you kill me? He put his head deeply into his arched legs, his cheeks moist. I am determined to die in retribution. Brother, Lord Tobirama said that your life or death is unknown. But I still hope that you are alive. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Mirror, are you at home? Uchiha Mirror refreshed, immediately stood up, wiped his face, straightened his expression in the mirror, and then left for the gate of opening. Captain Fire Corps. Uchiha while he leaned against the door with his arms folded, I need to trouble you with something. What's the matter? Jing walked out of the door. Fortunately, he didn't take off his equipment and was ready to go at any time. Although this young man in fancy clothes is young, ever since Madara and Shenyu left Konoha, he has been recognized as the strongest person in the clan and has a high appeal. Jing looked at the person chosen by the clan leader and wondered what on earth could trouble him to find him. Huo, he explained, there are a group of children in the clan who are about your age and have reached the age to sign a psychic contract. At least 2 Jainin and several Chnin are needed to escort them to the cat house. Originally, I was responsible for this task. But the 5-cage conference is about to take place, and Lord Tobirama has personally ordered me to lead people to maintain order in the meeting place. I am too busy to do anything, and I really can't leave. He showed a look of embarrassment. I thought about it, the only Jainin in the clan who is trustworthy is you. Although you are still young, your strength and reputation are well matched. I didn't know you. I'll go. Jing nodded immediately, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Really? That's great, Jing, you are such a good person. Huo, he was very happy. He patted Jing's shoulder, his eyes suddenly complicated. About your brother. I heard yes, he was also my partner in fighting side by side. To be honest, I don't feel very good. It doesn't matter. Jing pretended to be relieved, everyone has to pay the price for their actions. By the way, there's one more thing. Huo, he suddenly came closer and said in an alert tone, your other partner is Uchiha Setsuna. I don't know what happened to that guy recently. He has been quite critical of Lord Tobirama. He might I am hostile to you, so be careful. Jing came to the main gate of the clan as agreed. What he saw were more than 20 boys and girls, noisy. There were about 2 dozen Chnin standing outside. At the front of the team was a man wearing half-face protection and a sinister expression. Youth. He crossed his shoulders with his hands, and his eyes were like a cold lion majesty, scanning the mirror without hesitation, full of aggression. Hello, Uchiha, Mirror. Chapter 45, Going to Court. Tuck, tuck, tuck. At midnight, someone knocked on Shenyu's door. Shenyu opened his mouth and got out of bed calmly. The door gradually opened, and a pair of bright beautiful eyes came into view. Is it you? Shenyu raised his eyebrows. Why isn't it glass? Outside the door, Niwa Yukino bowed deeply, her red lips parted slightly. Miyamoto-kun, my father has something important to discuss, please come with me. I know. Shenyu rolled his eyes, glanced in a certain direction in the darkness, and moved his lips. You brought a tale. Yukino understood his lip language, and a trace of sadness flashed across her eyebrows. As if she had known about this for a long time, she repeated, please come with me. Shen Yu smiled and pushed the door open. Niwa Maya's room at Forged Totsai headquarters. The situation is urgent. I have come to the point of gate of opening. Can you really help us get through this crisis? You are not joking, I will help you with 30% of the shares. Shen Yu crossed his arms and said, your Chamber of Commerce does not lack funds or financial resources. What it lacks is a strong enough force to deter you, and I can meet this requirement. Maya hesitated and said, how strong is your excellency? To be honest, I don't know how strong I am now. Shinayu's eyes suddenly wandered, and his faint voice revealed a little arrogance. If I think about it, destroying a country should be nothing. Difficult matter. Is it, to this extent? Maya's hand shook and she almost knocked over the tea. He really couldn't imagine that the boy with heaven-defying strength in front of him could be so inconspicuous. As soon as he thought about this, he stood up immediately. Since we want to cooperate, I also have a condition. Until now, we still don't know your true identity. Uchiha Shinayu. Shinayu said softly, don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with the group of Uchiha from Konoha village in the Land of Fire. I am Lord Madara's disciple, and Blade. That legendary Uchiha Madara. Maya couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and Glass and Yukino on the side quickly helped him. He murmured, if you are that person's disciple, then there will be no problem. After learning about Shen Yu's origin, he waved his hand and immediately agreed to Shen Yu's conditions. Maya's eyes were glaring and she said, more than that, I promise that if you can free the Forging Sword Studio from the control of the powerful people of the Iron Country, in addition to the 30% of the shares promised to you in advance, I will give up another 20% of the shares. From then on, the Chamber of Commerce will do so every year. Half of the profits will be given to you. Shen Yu looked at Niwa Maya with a solemn expression and thought to herself, old fox, you want to completely tie me to the forging tool studio. Everyone will be prosperous, and everyone will suffer losses. And when it comes to certain decisive moments, my 50% stake is not enough to overturn the balance of interests. I have to say that as a family head and the acting president of the Chamber of Commerce, this guy is very bold and courageous. But Shinayu didn't just nod his head stupidly, but made 3 chapters. I can help the Chamber of Commerce solve this crisis of changing ownership, and from now on I will serve as the supreme force to deter the princes of the Iron Country. However, I don't care how the Chamber of Commerce operates or expands its scale. I will only help when the Chamber of Commerce encounters a crisis. I am a sharp knife that can kill people or shock you. It's up to you how to use it. Niwa Maya thought about it carefully and finally agreed. Because they had previously let go of the martial arts contest to recruit a bride, the few people could only resort to tricks and let Shinayu take action to show off their strength in front of the warriors all over the world. But Glass hesitated again and again, but still whispered, the requirement for this competition is that only samurai can participate. Shinayu-kun, you should be a ninja. Shen Yu smiled softly, don't worry, even if I don't use ninja methods, I will torture them. At this time, Niwa Maya coughed a few times, gave Shinayu a meaningful look, and said loudly, then, it's settled, if Mr. Shinayu can win the championship, he will marry his daughter to It's Not Impossible for You. Yukino's delicate body trembled slightly, her red lips pursed slightly under the white silk veil. Shen Yu saw this and pretended to be frivolous and responded, then my son-in-law will resign now. Maya looked at her daughter, Yukino, go see him off. Yukino was a little hesitant, but when she saw her father's eyes, she moved her steps and left the room with Shen Yu. Glass, you can go down too. Several people left one after another. Maya leaned back on the bamboo chair and looked at the lonely moon outside the window, looking lonely, as if she had aged dozens of years in an instant. Within half an hour, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Maya sighed. The visitors were his 2 apprentices. Master, you. Ryuzo Suk hesitated, glanced at his junior brother quickly, and flicked his sleeves. Hey, junior brother told me, you have to hand over the fate of the Chamber of Commerce to that kid in the daytime. I don't understand, my disciple, why do you trust an outsider? However, Maya ignored him. He just stared at his second apprentice. Tetsuya, do you think so too? Jai frowned slightly and said, I also think this is unreasonable. Maya snorted coldly, why, do you think I'm old and confused? Don't dare. Ryuzo-suk knelt on his knees, not daring to raise his head. Tetsuya, how did you know about this? Jie didn't answer, but just said, I just don't want master to seek medical treatment in a hurry and ruin the great future of the Chamber of Commerce. Tetsuya, stop saying a few words. Ryuzo-suk's eyes widened and he was frightened by this second junior brother. He couldn't understand why this second junior brother who was lazy by nature and didn't like fighting dared to say such things to his master today. Unexpectedly, the usually stern master actually chuckled, seemingly not caring about his apprentice's rude words. One move is missing, Tetsuya. The two apprentices were stunned at the same time. Maya continued, Ryuzo-suk, you were the one who persuaded me to marry Nitsu in the first place. Ryuzo-suk was sweating profusely, it's just my disciple. Tell me honestly, who told you this plan? No one told the disciple, it was the disciple who thought of it himself. Ryuzo-suk's face turned pale. Niwa Maya walked slowly and came to him, he, it is true that you care about the Chamber of Commerce, but with your elm head, how could you possibly come up with this plan? Ryuzo-suk was anxious and wanted to explain, but the words came to his lips but could not come out. He was originally a dull and inarticulate person. Maya let out a long sigh, even you didn't realize it. Didn't your good junior brother remind you about this? Ryuzo-suk was stunned and glanced at the junior brother next to him with doubt. Only then did he vaguely remember that one night he met his junior brother for a drink. The junior brother did mention that if the only daughter of the Sugawara family could find a good home, it would also alleviate the pressure on the Chamber of Commerce and so on. Could it be? He suddenly remembered what Miyamoto Jinayu asked him to pass to his master during the day. That second disciple of yours is not simple. Chapter 46, Ghostlight Tetsuya. Forged Sword Studio, in the president's room. The lights were dim and shadowy, projecting the silhouettes of three men on the wall. Maya continued, when we first hunted down Oikawa Gentru, very few people knew about the action plan. Apart from those who participated in the action, the only one who knew about it was Yukino. He looked up at the ceiling and stared at the bright lights. As a teacher, I am not afraid to tell the truth. I really doubted my daughter. So. Tetsuya, who had been silent all this time, spoke up, his voice a little hoarse, you chose your own daughter for marriage, is this just your test? Maya looked directly into his eyes, that's right. What's the point of this? Are you really willing to sacrifice Yukino's happiness? Tetsuya's eyes turned red. Of course it makes sense. Isn't this trying to catch you? Jai's breath hitched. Maya put her hands behind her back and said, since I announced the news, Yukino has not been as hysterical as I imagined. Instead, she has accepted it all calmly, only crying secretly at night. She has always been a sensible child. But you, my apprentice, your reaction is really beyond my expectation. Not only did you go to me again and again to take back my life, but you also encouraged the presidents of various departments to evade my rights. Also, do you really think that I can't see the little tricks you secretly have with those nobles? All clues, all kinds of signs. Maya sighed sadly, and with Takato's reminder, I just remembered that the person who is usually closest to Yukino, it's you, Jai. Jai frowned, Master, do you doubt me? Maya stared into his eyes, that day, it was you who learned the route from Yukino. Apart from you, I can't think of anyone else who would betray us. Also, I discussed with little friend Shinayu late at night. How did you know this news? Maya took a step forward. Or, have you been following Yukino? Could it be that everything you said just now is to induce me to show up? Tetsuya figured it out in an instant, and said bitterly, Niwa Maya. You really did everything for the Chamber of Commerce. Extremely awesome. Tetsuya. What are you talking about? Ryuzo-suk pulled Tetsuya's trousers and scolded him in a low voice. Why are you talking to master? Kneel down quickly. He glared at his junior brother fiercely, but Jia remained indifferent. Tetsuya, you. At this time, Tetsuya suddenly raised his foot and volleyed Ryuzo-suk out, smashing the knife holder in the room. Tetsuya's eyes were fierce. He pulled out a rib from his cuff, and stabbed it out with the sharp blade. Maya put her hands behind her back exposed to Tetsuya defenselessly, and closed her eyes in disappointment. Ding! Tetsuya's wrist hurt, and the blade broke. A huge black bone palm lay horizontally behind Maya, separated like an abyss. A handsome young man stepped out from Maya's side. He didn't know when he appeared there, but the huge black ribs and the huge palm with black gas lying between several people shocked Jia. Shen Yu stretched out a hand from afar and shook it in the air. Jia suddenly felt suffocated. There was a terrifying sense of oppression all over his body, as if an invisible big hand was holding him tightly, and even moving his fingers became a luxury. What is this? He tried his best to open his eyes wide. But he couldn't move his lips at all, and great fear ignited in his eyes. My feeling is indeed correct. Shinayu turned his palm slightly, and Jai's body also turned stiffly. There's something wrong with your body. He suddenly raised his sword finger. In contrast, Tetsuya's right hand bulged out with a big bump, surging like water, spreading all the way along his arm until his whole body was rippled with water-like ripples, which looked strange and penetrating. Scatter! Shen Yu shouted. With a pop sound, Tetsuya's entire right arm suddenly exploded, liquid splashed all over the wall, and a few droplets even landed on Ryuzo-suk's face. Ryuzo-suk wiped his face in panic, and then realized that it was not blood, but transparent water. Shinayu retracted his hand lightly, and Jai's body instantly lost support and fell to his knees with a plop. Invisible water flow emerged from the severed arm, and transformed into the right arm again in a burst of squirming, returning to its original state. This scene stunned Ryuzo-suk and shocked Maya Niwa. I'm right, your second disciple is not simple. Shen Yu said with a smile, he is not from the Kingdom of Iron at all. In the twisted black air, Maya slowly turned around, with muddy tears streaking in the corners of her eyes. What a pity, Tetsuya, among these three apprentices, the one whom I value most as a master, is you. Kill. Shen Yu tilted his head and asked. Yes. Maya nodded calmly, her eyes at this moment extremely calm, like an executioner holding a sword. Please leave him a whole body. Learn. Shen Yu released Susanoo and the black energy dissipated, but a pure and light spiritual body shot out and instantly disappeared into Tetsuya's eyebrows. The next moment, the spirit body enters the orifice, goes away and comes back again. Shinayu's expression suddenly became complicated. He stared at Jai, who was completely out of breath. His black clothes rose and fell, and he turned around and left. Just now, before killing the opponent's soul, he still tortured the information as usual. Tetsuya Kito, a native of the Kingdom of Water, went undercover into the Niwa family when he was a child, in order to plunder the excellent sword-forging technology of the Kingdom of Iron, and cooperate with the nobles of the Kingdom of Iron who were corrupted by the money of the Kingdom of Water, bit by bit to eat away at the Three Irons Pass. 3 months ago, under the guise of an assistant, he secretly tampered with the Oikawa family's forging furnace and replaced the 100 Hands sword forging manual, causing the forging of 3,000 famous swords scheduled by the Daiming Palace to fail. After all the goods were broken into pieces, the daimyo was furious, and the forging sword studio began to fall apart. He secretly planned to let Kirigakure take over the desperate Oikawa family, and sent ninjas to snipe the pursuers of the Iron Kingdom. He encouraged the Niwa family to marry off Sugawara's only daughter, bribed powerful people early, and predetermined the winner. Until Niwa Maya changed the person she married to his beloved Niwa Yukino. From this, he began to be in chaos. Announcement of participation in the competition. Designed to intercept Sugawara glass. Although he concealed it very well, the scheming Maya still noticed that something was wrong. If he is not discovered, then he will reveal his identity in the next martial arts tournament, win the championship against all the heroes, join forces with the bribed dignitaries to annex the Chamber of Commerce, and then wait for an opportunity to assassinate Maya Niwa, completely disintegrating the three legends of iron into the hands of the Kingdom of Water. The important thing is, he can still marry Niwa Yukino as his wife. Shen Yu returned to the room, lying on the bed with his back stretched out, staring blankly at the night sky outside the window. I feel so much. The plan was perfect, but because of my emotions, everything was lost. He turned over, facing the cold moonlight, his pupils glowed red, the exquisite lines changed under his eyes, and Manjiki opened instantly. He stretched out his hand and touched his eyes with his slender fingertips. Kitten Tetsuya, this kid has a deep scheming and a far-reaching plan. However, no matter how deep his scheming is or how sinister his calculations are, there is no way to hide in front of my eyes. In troubled times, strength is the most important. In the face of absolute power, all strategies seem so ridiculous. Shen Yu stared at his palm and murmured to himself, is this what it feels like to influence the fate of others? That night, he tossed and turned, unable to enter concentration. Compared with Madara, who has the world in mind, I am still far behind. Chapter 47 Miscellaneous Fish. On the second day, the martial arts tournament started as usual. But to everyone's surprise, a young man stepped onto the ring early that day. He was dressed in a black brocade robe with violet patterns that made him look very noble. His long black hair was combed into a high ponytail, and the tail was tied with an indigo string. There was a slender sword hanging from his waist. He moved slowly and stood in the center of the ring. A face that is so soft that it is almost beautiful, with phoenix eyes that are indifferent, and contain a domineering air of being cold, arrogant, and lonely. There were more and more spectators under the stage, including some rough people who had seen blood, and they showed signs of impatience, but when they saw the boy's eyes, they all shut up and didn't dare to breathe. Only the samurai mixed in the crowd would show cautious eyes, bent down one after another, put their palms on the handles of their swords, and unconsciously enter a defensive posture. What's going on? This kid's aura. However, the dignitaries in the stands could not sit still, and some began to grit their teeth. They were condescending and far away, so they couldn't see the boy's expression clearly. Where did this kid come from? Are you looking for death? Humph, what's going on with the Naya clan? How can we let a brat make trouble on such an important occasion? Someone, drive him down. Haha, those guys in the audience can't even handle a kid. Soon, a man wearing warrior armor came onto the ring and scolded Shen Yu at his back. Kid, go away and play, this is not the place you should be. Shen Yu tilted his head slightly, are you here to challenge me? Challenge? The man sneered, you little brat, do you want to participate in the martial arts tournament? Shen Yu said calmly, give you 3 breaths and get out. Someone in the stands started shouting, are you ready? The competition is about to begin. Can you please stop letting this brat cause trouble? Really, the Niwa family can't even do this. On the stage, the man was also a little embarrassed. He put one hand on the handle of the knife and looked sharply. Kid, if you don't leave by yourself, don't blame me for taking action. 3 breaths have arrived. Shen Yu disappeared on the spot, and the man only saw a shadow flashing above his head, and a slender palm resting lightly on his shoulder. Immediately, under the pull of a huge force, his vision was spinning, and the young man actually threw him out with one hand. The man turned into a long straight line and crashed into a certain position in the stands with a bang. A burst of screams of crying for father and mother came from above. The screams there just now were the most joyful. The dignitaries were all shocked, and some even stood up directly and looked at the chief in surprise, but the old god Niwa Maya narrowed his eyes on the ground, and everyone in the Chamber of Commerce was extremely calm, as if they didn't care about this matter at all. President Niwa, I need an explanation. A paunchy, well-built nobleman said in a deep voice. Today is a martial arts competition. Only the strongest person can become my virtuous son-in-law. Fighting and killing are inevitable. Maya showed a sly smile, the sword has no eyes. Isn't it normal to accidentally injure one or two people occasionally? Humph. The powerful man snorted coldly. But it was hard to get angry. He could only mutter in his mouth, when this matter is over, I will make sure you look good. On the high platform, the great name of the Kingdom of Iron was sitting in the canopy of the Kyung Tower, half of his face covered by a folding fan, looking thoughtful. On the ring, Shen Yu looked down at everyone, his cold eyes slowly scanning the entire audience. I know why you are here today, but I just feel that this competition process is too boring. He raised the corner of his mouth with a devilish smile, let me streamline the process for you. If you want to marry Miss Yukino, very simple. Get on the stage and kill me. His gaze was extremely aggressive and powerful, my name is Shen Yu, and I will defend here today. As soon as these words came out, all the warriors present couldn't sit still. What these people couldn't hear the most was such words. The heart of a swordsman lies in being invincible, and everyone is rushing forward in an indomitable way. In order to achieve greater success in the way of swordsmanship, they will stick to their own way, implement their beliefs, and will not be afraid of strong enemies. The heart of the sword is covered in dust, but it is fatal. Just imagine, if you don't even believe in yourself, how can you believe in the sword in your hand? Therefore, many warriors snorted coldly, and a few bloody people couldn't help but curse. A hot-tempered warrior jumped onto the ring and looked at Shen Yu coldly, my name is. The sound stopped suddenly, because in the next second he flew out of the ring and embedded himself into the wall with a bang, unable to get it off. Everyone swallowed their saliva and turned their eyes back to the ring. They saw Shen Yu maintaining a standard side-kicking posture and slowly retracting his legs. Don't waste your time with the bastards. Shen Yu glanced at everyone, I'll give you a piece of advice. This is the last time I will show mercy. Anyone who comes up again will be determined to die. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and there was a burst of cheers from both the stage and the audience. This was not cheering, but a mixture of vulgar words and dissatisfied shouts. Kid, stop looking down on others. Tell me about your inheritance, and I will go and ask for an explanation. You really think that there is no one in Takeo City? Let me play with you. No. Let me come, my knife is already thirsty. Humph, let Fubuki Ryu down below show you how good you are, little brat. Shen Yu was bathed in the sound and opened his hands, no need to bother, you can come together. Arrogant. Immediately 3 warriors came on stage and surrounded Shinayu. There was no nonsense this time. They took the lead and took action. The swords flashed past like horses, and 3 chakra air blades flew out diagonally, striking Shen Yu's body in unison. Buzz. Everyone opened their mouths wide because they saw with their own eyes that translucent ripples suddenly appeared on the young man's body, like a clear spring surging, and all the air blades flew away. With a sound, Shen Yu's hand grasped the handle of the knife, and the light of the blade was as clear as running water, flashing through everyone's eyes. The 3 samurai's swords were all cut off, and they flew out from the ring with their blood thrown away. By the time everyone reacted, Frost Heart had already been sheathed. Such a fast knife. Compared to this, the defensive skills this boy just showed are even more outrageous. Hey! What is that? Did you see clearly? There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and Shen Yu's sudden defensive counterattack ignited the venue again. With the special ability of Poseidon's body, he can not only control the water flow in the ocean, but also use water molecules in the air to condense them on the body's surface to create a high-density protective barrier. This water molecule shield has extremely strong toughness and is almost invisible because it is transparent. This ability can be controlled subjectively, or it can be a subconscious reaction. The body will automatically condense water molecules the moment before being attacked to resist damage. If you want to break this water shield, hitting it with a blunt object is obviously not a good idea. Only concentrated stabs or slashes are possible. But, the slashes of these warriors were too weak to even break the shield, so how could they touch his more powerful body? Trash fish, why are they all trash fish? Shen Yu frowned slightly. Those who are weaker than these three people should not come to die. Chapter 48 Double Swords Hua Slash. The Kingdom of Iron, the Blacksmith Chamber of Commerce. In the venue, Shen Yu stood steadily in the center of the ring, with blood all around him like ink, countless broken knives and limbs scattered all over the ring, and the pungent smell of blood lingered for a long time. No matter on stage or off stage, everyone was silent. This murderous young man has been standing here for more than 10 hours. From morning to dusk, countless warriors and heroes came one after another, but they all failed here. At the end of the battle, no one dared to shout anymore, and some people didn't even dare to breathe. The whole process of the competition seemed to have turned into an anti-counterfeiting scene. Those senior warriors they once admired were completely useless in front of the young man and were vulnerable to a single blow. It wasn't that the young man's sword skills were so gorgeous or unpredictable, on the contrary, the young man even stood there and let them chop him, crushing all the samurai with the simplest gesture. No matter whether you are a master on your own or surrounded by dozens of people, the young man is invincible, and those sharp sword energy cannot hurt him in the slightest. In the end, the young man would sigh in disappointment and make a simple slash with his sword. Everyone fell to the ground in pieces like harvested wheat, losing blood. A strong warrior will break his sword, a slightly weaker one may lose part of his body, and those who live in vain will leave their lives there forever. What? There's no one left. Shen Yu spoke, and his cool voice passed through the venue, breaking the silence. He looked around at everyone with a look of disappointment. From the beginning to the end, he was looking for someone who could break the barrier of water molecules, because only this kind of sharp and unparalleled slash was worthy of him to adapt to. His most fundamental purpose is just to adapt to slashing attacks and then evolve his autumn dew on the leaves. But he didn't expect that no one in the mighty Iron Kingdom could catch his eye. Your Excellency Maya, can you announce the results? He looked at the main seat. Ahem. Niwa Maya stood up with the help of crutches, cleared his throat, and announced, the Shinayu Shao is here. Since no one dares to use his edge anymore, I would like to announce that the winner of today's martial arts competition is, Shinayu. Wait. At this time, a high-pitched voice interrupted him. Maya raised her head in astonishment and looked at the daimyo of the Iron Kingdom on the high platform. Gee, I really didn't expect that our Kingdom of Iron would produce such a young hero. Yes, that's great. The daimyo clapped his hands as if no one else was watching. Immediately afterwards, there was thunderous applause. Under the leadership of the powerful man, both the dignitaries and the common people began to applaud. The applause gradually became sparse, and the daimyo opened the folding fan with a smile. Your Majesty Maya, today's champion must be this young man. I believe everyone can see it, so there is no need to announce it so early. Ah, that's what the Lord Daimyo said. Maya nodded with a smile. Well, I have an unkind request. I wonder if little brother Shinayu can agree to it, asked the daimyo. Shen Yu casually said, speak. The air suddenly became stagnant. Everyone in the venue, including Maya, saw Shinayu's disrespect for the daimyo, but no one dared to say anything. The daimyo smiled as if he didn't care. In my daimyo mansion, there are 4 warriors. Before the little brother was born, they were considered to be the strongest 4 in the Iron Kingdom. Although they are over 50 years old, their swords are still strong. But there are no traces of rust. He spoke with a cadence and a high-pitched voice, as if he was listening to an old nursery rhyme. So, little brother, can you please help me test whether they are still sharp? This. Yoryuki felt something bad in his heart when he heard it, but just when he refused. Okay. Shinayu's tone was also filled with excitement, and Gujing Wubo's eyes regained some brilliance. Come on, don't spoil my fun. That's wonderful. The daimyo was also very happy and closed the folding fan with a snap. I sent people to invite them out a long time ago, and they have been waiting here for a long time. Behind him, 4 people appeared, 1 tall, 1 short, 1 fat and 1 thin. Their figures became illusory for a moment, and they were already standing on the ring, surrounding Shen Yu. They took off their robes one after another, revealing their white beards and wrinkled faces. Although time has corroded their bodies, it cannot corrode their sword hearts. Those 4 bright and sharp eyes are the best evidence. Gee, Miss Yukino, don't worry. Even if they win by chance, I won't let you marry them. The daimyo glanced at Yukino, who looked worried, and said with a smile, Young lady of the knife forging studio, what can I do? I can't bear to ask you to commit yourself to a few old men. The sword has no eyes, little brother, be careful, said the tall old man. Shen Yu pressed the knife with one hand. Please enlighten me. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 fierce slashes fell on Shen Yu's body. There was a loud buzzing, but Shen Yu still didn't move. The water shield on the body vibrated frequently, and the slashing missile immediately flew out and shot high into the sky. However, the offensive of the old warriors did not end. They exchanged their lower body positions tacitly, swung their single swords like splashing ink, drew a cross-cut in mid-air, and flew away. Shen Yu simply opened his hands and struck with dense slashes. Under the dim sunset, the light blue halo reflected Shen Yu's body brightly. In Shen Yu's surprised eyes, the water molecule barrier on the upper body flashed wildly, and finally shattered, and the slashing attack came instantly. Tisk tisk tisk. His robe was torn into thousands of rags in an instant, revealing his flawless white upper body. The 4 old men gasped. What did they see? The young man was bathed in the light of the slash. The seemingly sharp and unparalleled slash did not cause any harm to the boy. His upper body was made of divine iron, with blue light flowing around it, making it look like a piece of smooth and delicate jade. Although shocked, the old warriors did not stop their offensive. Countless slashes were like waves, completely submerging Shinayu. That's it, that's it. You 4, give it a try. Shen Yu laughed wildly, his laughter unable to conceal his excitement. Since the water molecule barrier on his upper body has been shattered, there is no need to maintain it anymore. Only by experiencing the damage personally can he adapt faster. Makulo. In the bright blue light, a stream of crimson light shot out from the eyes, and a biting chill shot up into the sky. Everyone seemed to have the illusion of being on an iceberg, and they all shivered. Shen Yu's left eye has turned into a manjiki, which is magnificent and magnificent. The lines of the magic circle are gently rotating, as if every sword and every slash is imprinted in his mind. Chakra. Morphological changes. Ultimate compression. The water flow is turbulent and endless. Slash and release, self-contained, one body. In an instant, Shen Yu's eyes flashed, and the frost heart in his right hand instantly came out of his body. The blue light in his left hand gathered and quickly condensed into an ice blue sharp blade, releasing a brilliance like 10,000 years of black ice. He held the sword in his hand and turned around suddenly. Double swords Hwa slash. The light of autumn dew on the leaves was as condensed as the substance, completely changing from ice blue to jade green. Shen Yu's blade drew a perfect circle, and the arc shone green and expanded suddenly. At this moment, all the slashes were eclipsed in front of this arc. It was as powerful as a bamboo, cutting off all the slashes easily, and it acted on the samurai's blades, sweeping them away like a breeze. Ding, 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 ding. This is the sound of a broken knife falling to the ground. The 4 old warriors vomited blood one after another, their beards and halberds spread out, and they fell from the ring in the blink of an eye. Shen Yu sheathed the sword, and the light blade in his left hand extinguished and dissipated like a ghost fire. He stood on the ring, and his proud eyes swept over the 4 old warriors one by one. They were not dead. Shen Yu's attack was based on the strength of their chakra, but each one's chest was left with a knife mark that was deep enough to show bone. This scar I left will be your final glory for the rest of your life. His voice spread throughout the entire venue, making the noisy venue instantly audible. There seemed to be an invisible big hand in the air, violently grabbing everyone's throats. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Iron was so stunned that he didn't even notice that his folding fan fell. Everyone looked at the young man on the ring in shock, who looked like a god and demon coming to the world, and the silent shock echoed in everyone's heart. This is destined to be a scene recorded in the history of the Iron Kingdom. Chapter 49, Draw the Sword at the Slightest Disagreement. He, little brother is really a genius. The daimyo smiled and praised, but the smile was slightly bitter. Niwamaya observed the situation and took the opportunity to announce Shen Yu's championship. Everyone was filled with emotions and marveled that a god-like young man was born in the Kingdom of Iron today. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed warrior noticed that Shen Yu's right hand moved. Without warning, the Heart of Frost suddenly unsheathed, tearing the air with a powerful slash, splitting a distant stand in half. The house collapsed, and the dignitaries inside were buried together. Whoosh whoosh! The screams did not stop. Shen Yu drew his sword one after another, and with each strike, there was a slash across the sky. The jade-green stream of light was like a huge crescent moon, and it went straight towards several dignitaries. Not good. Crazy, crazy. That boy is crazy. The green light flashed like lightning, making the dim sky flicker brightly and darkly. The souls of those nobles were all at risk. No one could beat such a slash. The warriors around them tried to draw their swords to resist, but they were all split into 2 by the slash and became the burial objects of their master. After the evolution of autumn dew on the leaves, it has perfected the operation method of chakra. It not only has the characteristics of water circulation, but also greatly compresses the condensed density of chakra. It can be released from a distance and defend against enemies at close range, completely free of hands. Of imprisonment. Amidst the oozing poof sound, blood flowed into a river, and the original stand turned into a slaughterhouse in a thought of the young man. You know, these are all powerful people in the Iron Kingdom, who can call the wind and rain, but Shen Yu killed them one by one in front of the daimyo. There was chaos in the field, with cries and howls everywhere. Ah! Is this also Niwamaya's conspiracy? Help, I'm so handsome, I don't want to die here. From the time Shen Yu drew his sword to the death of the powerful man, it only took a few breaths for everyone to run for their lives, fearing that the young man's butcher's knife would fall on their heads. Just kidding, that is a ruthless man who can defeat the 4 strongest samurai in a snap, and none has appeared in hundreds of years. If he goes crazy, I am afraid that the entire Takeo city will be buried with the dignitaries who died just now. At this time, Shen Yu spoke, and his clear voice once again spread throughout the audience. Everyone, stop moving. The people I just killed were all scum bribed by the Kingdom of Water. All of this was done under the instruction of His Excellency the Daimyo. Now that all the guilty officials have been executed, there is no need for you to worry. Under the canopy of the high platform, the daimyo of the Iron Kingdom, who was hiding behind several shogunate samurai and buried his head deeply under the chair, trembled and cautiously poked his head out. Ah! His eyes were mixed with fear, doubt, and a bit of panic. At this time, Niwamaya stood up and, with the support of Glass and Yukino, quickly came to the daimyo's side. "Your Excellency daimyo, the main culprit for everything that happened today is the Kingdom of Water." He talked eloquently, and with his outstanding eloquence, he quickly told everything about the Water Kingdom's spies working undercover in the Iron Kingdom, using despicable means to encroach on the 3 Legends of Iron, and the secret trading competition in the Water Kingdom. It is clarified that the failure of the Oikawa family to forge swords and the attack by the shogunate army are all the conspiracy of the Kingdom of Water. The daimyo regained his composure, climbed onto the chair again, took out a small handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Maya was explaining next to him, so he just sat there and listened, occasionally glancing at Shen Yu, who was holding the divine sword in the ring. There was no way, if this young man cut him off with a frown, he would have no place to reason. At this moment, a collapsed house somewhere suddenly moved, and a figure suddenly emerged from the ruins. He was like a ghost. As soon as he appeared, he shot at the leaders daimyo and Maya, very fast and menacingly. "It's an assassin!" The 2 guards reacted quickly and immediately stopped in front of the daimyo. "Draw your sword and chop!" They drew their swords at the same time, and 2 rays of light blue sword energy intertwined in the air, heading straight for the man's body. The assassin didn't dodge, as if he didn't see the sword energy at all, he bumped into him straight away. Everyone frowned. You must know that not everyone is as evil as Shen Yu. The swordsman's attacks can be said to be the pride of this country, but today they were ignored again and again. Forget it about Shinryu, after all, this is a strong man that they have witnessed with their own eyes, but you, an unknown assassin who jumped out of nowhere, dare to ignore the attack? This is tantamount to trampling on their dignity, over and over again. The sword energy whizzed past and penetrated the man's body. However, when tiny water splashed out, he not only did not suffer any harm, but instead raised his hands and made a pistol gesture. Water-style water iron cannon. The assassin's fingertips flashed, and 2 crystal water droplets shot out of the air, instantly piercing the bodies of the 2 guards. However, the daimyo's guards were not afraid of death, and their dignity could not be trampled on. Before the bodies of the 2 guards fell completely, more guards rushed up and blocked the daimyo and Niwa Maya behind them. "It's so boring," the man complained and fired with both hands. Countless water projectiles were fired in all directions, launching an indiscriminate attack. Shen Yu closed his eyes slightly to concentrate. At this moment, with him as the center, an invisible wave suddenly rose. All the water droplets stopped in the air, their momentum instantly returned to 0, and they fell like raindrops. What the hell? The attacker was also shocked, but now is not the time to be shocked. Time is running out. As long as he kills the daimyo of the Iron Kingdom and this hateful Niwa Maya, the trip will be worthwhile. Anyway, they have obtained the 100 hands of the Oikawa family. Although they have not been able to completely complete the 3 Legends of Iron collapse plan, as long as these 2 people die, the best swordsman in the entire ninja world will always be the country of water. Yes. Thinking of this, he immediately activated the teleportation technique, leaving a faint afterimage in the air. His right hand expanded several times in an instant, knocking all the guards away, and stretched out his other hand towards the daimyo. Just when his fingertips were about to touch the name, there was a breeze blowing in front of his eyes, and a young man appeared in front of him in an instant, and slapped his chest with his palm. This palm is as fast as lightning, and it is inevitable to avoid it. However, for him, there is no difference between avoiding or not avoiding. As long as his body is hydrated, he can ignore all physical damage. A strange feeling came over him, and the assassin's pupil shrank, and the original disdainful expression immediately disappeared and turned into great fear. How is it possible to be hydrated? Nothing is impossible, Shen Yu said calmly. The assassin's body seemed to be imprisoned in mid-air, and the panic and fear expression was frozen on his face. This man has fair skin, slender cheeks, a flaxen-colored oily head, and a trademark mustache hanging around his mouth. The most striking thing is that this guy has no eyebrows. It turns out it's you. Shen Yu showed a happy smile. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon. The assassin forced a stiff smile. Do you know me? An acquaintance. Of course I know, the future second Mizukage. How could you not recognize a man who mastered water style and used his unique and powerful secret technique to eliminate the blood of Uegakure village? This is not a main chapter, I just want to talk to you. After 2 chapters, the Iron Kingdom chapter will be completely over, and the protagonist will return to the main line and continue his career in the ninja world. I have read everyone's comments these days. It seems that most people don't like this copy very much and find it boring. In fact, the most fundamental purpose of opening this dungeon is to buffer the plot. I feel that I have been playing before, and everyone may be tired of it. The story must also pay attention to relaxation and relaxation. Later I realized that I was shallow. Your endurance is quite acceptable. No matter how much I explode, I don't feel tired. Okay, then I know. In the future, I will present high-burning chapters with climaxes one after another. I want to see where your limits are. Laughing wildly. There are also big differences between people on Shenyu vs Tobirama. Some fellow Taoists think that I have strengthened Tobirama to suppress his fighting power. Here I feel that what Tobirama, as an old Uchiha scholar, has done is it completely fits his personality. 5 years ago, the protagonist opened Mangeki in front of him and killed so many people. Tobirama must have thought about it and came up with a bunch of ways to restrain the protagonist, including developing yin seals and perfecting the Flying Thunder God. Personally I think it is reasonable and does not violate the settings, such as the controversial 4 Red Sun formation. The release requirement set in the original work is to gather 4 top ninjas with chakra power reaching the Kage level. Here Tobirama is already at the Kage level and is a member of the Senju clan. Although he is not as good as his brother, he has developed yin seals and saved several. It's not too outrageous to be able to use chakra for 20 years. There is also the Flying Thunder God. In the original work, Minato can perform operations. Why can't I, Tobirama, use the creative technique? The original work was not perfected because Tobirama had no pressure or worries, but now he has a reason to improve and develop it. He can only deal with Shinayu's Mangeki if he is faster. It would be a bit too rogue to confine his combat power to the original work. Of course, if people still think that I am suppressing my ability to fight, then I can only apologize and accept criticism humbly. Everyone's question, why did you have to fight with Tobirama for so long? Now that Nine Tails has been liberated, why not just run away? First of all, he was stalling for time, and Nine Tails didn't run very far. Secondly, I admit here that Shinayu was indeed a loser at the time. He had his own little thoughts and wanted to adapt to the Flying Thunder God and then adapt to the space itself, but Tobirama taught him a lesson. If he had thrown out all his equipment in time and been more cautious, he would not have been beaten so badly. However, there is no time in life for anyone to be arrogant. The protagonist has been following Madara for these years, and he has become a little bit arrogant subtly. I have eyes opened at the age of 4, Mangeki at the age of 5, wireless adaptability and time-based pupil technique, and there is an eternal synthetic material in Konoha. Fellow Taoists, if this is your reincarnation template, I can't even imagine that you can how crazy. But if you lose, you lose. You gain wisdom after every experience. This is also the charm of growth. I know this feeling of losing is very frustrating, but who hasn't had 3 psychics in the dual field and one of them was penetrated 3 times before being released? What about your experience? The protagonist was pretty good this time around, at least he wasn't brushed aside by Tobirama as a chance to win. Tobirama also used all his means to barely win, and was extremely tired afterwards. Collect it, this topic ends here. I have carefully read every comment you made. If you don't like to read copies, I will pay attention to this issue in the future. New books are not easy. I hope you can support them. Of course, it will be even more if there are 5-star reviews. Alright. Second generation wishes you a happy new year. May you all have good fortune in martial arts. Chapter 50 Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, the second Mizukage of the original Time and Space. During his tenure, this guy not only followed the example of second Hokage Tobirama in establishing the Kirigakure Ninja School and Anbu, but also formulated a secret law to protect Kirigakure village, which stipulated that Kirigakure ninjas must protect their own intelligence, not to mention their enemies, not even their companions. This also led to the Kirigakure ninja being too mysterious, and even the younger generations of Kirigakure village did not understand the strength of this Mizukage. Not only that, he attaches great importance to the inheritance of the ninja sword. The famous 7 ninja swordsmen started from him. He regarded these 7 people who inherited the ninja sword as direct subordinates of Mizukage, and trained a large number of new generation ninjas as members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, effectively consolidating the development of the village. Shen Yu curled his lips. Who is your acquaintance? As soon as he clenched his fist, Guilan Huanyu's body was torn into pieces as if it had been torn apart by a car. Except for one head, the other parts turned into large gurgling water balls, and the flesh and blood liquefied into transparency, making it look extremely weird. Damn it, what on earth are you capable of, you little brat? Huanyu bared her teeth, trying to hide the fear in her eyes. Shen Yu looked at him leisurely. The Ghost Lantern clan can recover even if their heads are exploded. I wonder if they can recover if they are broken down into molecular states. I really haven't passed away. Huanyu immediately interrupted herself and exclaimed, No. Who are you? Why do you know me so well? Do you think you are qualified to ask questions? Shen Yu raised his chin, and a ball of water beside Huanyu immediately expanded and exploded, dispersing into a ball of water vapor with a pop sound, making the air a lot moister. Hey, 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 don't be impulsive. Huanyu was frightened, staring at another ball of gradually expanding water, sweating profusely. Brother, if you have anything to say, just ask, little brother, I will answer everything I know. He forced himself to put on a flattering look, never taking his eyes off the ball of water. Damn it, that's my uncle's lower body, it will take a long time to fully recover. Tell me your identity, purpose, and why you want to assassinate the daimyo. Shen Yu's expression turned cold. Recalling Madara's tone when he spoke, he couldn't help but feel more majestic. Ghost Lantern Huanyu twitched the corner of his mouth and said depressedly, I, Ghost Lantern Huanyu, the direct disciple of Lord Mizukage of the Kirigakure village of the Water Country, came here to snatch the 3 legends of iron from the Iron Country. Assassination is also one of the necessary means to achieve this goal. How humiliating! Damn brat, when I untie you, I will kill you. Shen Yu nodded toward Maya and continued to ask, why do you want to seize the 3 legends of iron? What is your conspiracy in the Kingdom of Water? Say it quickly. Shen Yu hooked his fingers, and a ball of water suddenly burst into pieces and exploded into foam in front of Huanyu's eyes. Stop, stop, stop. I said it's not okay. Huanyu yelled with a trembling voice, the Kirigakure village needs swordsmiths, especially. But the best swordsmiths in the entire ninja world are concentrated here. I have an idea. If we can combine ninjutsu with samurai sword forging skills to create a unique ninja sword, then our village will definitely become stronger. Well, besides, I planned this plan on my own, and all my actions were my own ideas. They have nothing to do with Kirigakure village. Even the teacher was kept in the dark by me. Shen Yu nodded thoughtfully, what have you done to complete this plan? Huanyu said helplessly, I had this idea a long time ago, but their 3 legends of iron are monolithic, and they have also established a chamber of commerce. If they want to disintegrate, they can only start from within. Therefore, many years ago, I sent my family's most trusted confidant to the Chamber of Commerce disguised as a member of the Iron Kingdom, in order to drive a wedge between them one day. Until yesterday, I couldn't hear from him. Well, he was killed by me. Shen Yu said calmly. Oh, it's you. At this time, Niwa Maya suddenly spoke, her voice full of anger. You said you did these things behind Mizuki's back, but how did you mobilize the ninjas of Kirigakure village? On the day of the incident, there were many powerful people who attacked us and the shogunate army. Ninja. Hei Huanyu curled her lips disdainfully. Shen Yu said coldly, answer his question. Huanyu immediately opened her mouth. What are you talking about? Those are just mercenaries organized by wandering ninjas and killers. As long as you are willing to pay, they can do anything. I can guarantee that the whole plan will be successful except for me and my confidants. There is no one in Kirigakure village. Damn it, kill you, kill you. He stared at Shen Yu's fingers and was really frightened. Your Excellency Daimyo, do you understand everything now? The daimyo sat dumbly on the chair, his face was shocked the whole time. Now, he had to believe it even if he didn't believe it. I see. I didn't expect that my Kingdom of Iron, which is a neutral country, would have so many spies lurking in secret. The daimyo was very angry. Besides being angry, he was also moved by having found a good minister. He shouted with tears in his eyes. Fortunately, Maya-kun is so resourceful. Kamui-kun is so majestic that Kamui is unparalleled. The two of you turned the tide and saved the country from danger. This way we, the Iron Country, could avoid being humiliated. Your Excellency Shinayu, please kill this beast immediately. The daimyo pointed at Huanyu and shouted in a high-pitched voice. Shen Yu smiled slightly and disappeared from the place with the ghost lantern and the moon. He was very fast. Huanyu felt like he was rushing like lightning. The surrounding environment was moving rapidly. He had been taken outside the city by Shinayu. Mustache, I don't hate you, go back. Shen Yu smiled and let go, and the invisible restraints were released. Huanyu immediately merged with the several large water balls around him, and a complete human body stood up wet. Mustache. Huanyu's face turned livid, and she immediately moved away from Shinayu, jumping hundreds of meters away with several ups and downs. Because he could feel that as long as he left the boy within a certain distance, the strange binding force would become weaker and weaker. Kid, I was careless just now. The humiliation I suffered just now will be returned to you now. He formed a seal with his hands and slapped the ground heavily. Psychicism. When the white smoke cleared, he stood high on a huge clam. The shell was completely white, and two fleshy tentacles poked out from the gap. Magic Steam Pavilion. The tentacles squirmed, and a huge amount of thick fog was sprayed out from the breathing hole. In the blink of an eye, it encompassed a kilometer radius, including Shen Yu, who had been standing there with a weird look on his face. You are so scared, boy, I am a genjutsu ninja. Everything you see in this mirage is an illusion. The thick fog dissipated quickly, and Huanyu and his big clam were still standing in place, but in fact, these were virtual images created with genjutsu, and his true body was moving furtively. He did not choose to get close to Shinayu, but moved forward in a roundabout way and hid behind a huge rock. That kid can control water. Although I don't know what the strange ninjutsu is, he can't get close rashly. So, how about a large-scale bubble attack? The ground under his feet suddenly became wet, and countless large and small bubbles emerged one after another, floating towards Shen Yu. Water ball technique, explosion. He snapped his fingers. There was a loud explosion in the sky, and when he looked around, Shen Yu was still standing unscathed, tilting his head and looking at his phantom clone. Cold sweat broke out on Huanyu's forehead. What the hell? Are you immune to bubble attacks? There's no other way, I'll use my steaming explosion power to deal with you. Jokey boy, this is the infinite explosive ninjutsu he developed. It uses the oil and water in the body to create a clone in the shape of a child. It moves very quickly. It is made of oil on the outside and water on the inside. It is extremely easy to heat and easily cold. Once something is done, the oil on the surface will be rapidly heated, causing the water inside to evaporate, and the size of the clone will become larger and larger, eventually causing a violent water vapor explosion. After the explosion, the water vapor rises and encounters cold, turning into hail to cool down and shrink the volume. The clone recondenses to prepare for the next explosion, and the cycle can be endless. In the original time and space, he relied on this unique skill to die together with the dust-style caster. Ghost Lantern Huayu hides behind the stone, raises his hand to form a seal, chakra slowly accumulates, and the surrounding steam rises, gradually forming a smiling clown face. What are you doing? The sudden sound frightened Huanyu, and the water and oil clone that was about to take shape collapsed directly as if out of control. Wow, you. Huanyu leaned against the boulder and shivered, raised her head tremblingly, and looked up. Shen Yu was seen squatting on the stone, looking down at him leisurely in a cat and mouse manner. I don't know when it appeared, but it seemed like it had always been there. Huanyu subconsciously wanted to run, but unfortunately, this damn restraint came again, and a huge force came. He was lifted up from the air, and his entire belly swelled into a water ball. No. Impossible. He said in disbelief, weren't you deceived by my mirage? How could you possibly find my true identity? I am not only a water-style ninja, but also a master of Grandmaster Genjutsu. So. Shen Yu said, pointing to his eyes, I've defeated you. With a flash of red light, he revealed the three Magatama Sharingan. The inky jade-like lines flowed in the scarlet background. Huanyu couldn't help but stare at it. You. Uchiha. He was completely confused. Shen Yu narrowed his eyes and said, Mustache, I said I don't hate you, but that doesn't mean I won't kill you. Sen Leng's killing intent flashed away, and Huanyu's face immediately became solemn. I'll spare you this time. There will be no next time. Give me some self-awareness, you idiot. He casually let go of his hand, and Huanyu immediately fell to the ground, very embarrassed. If you dare to try against the Chamber of Commerce again, I promise to come to Kirigakure village in person and kill you in front of Mizu Cage. Isn't this right? Huanyu gasped, why do you want to protect the Kingdom of Iron? Are you, not from Konoha? With a pop sound, Huanyu's head exploded instantly, and water droplets scattered like rain. Don't mention that name in front of me. Shen Yu said in a stern tone, I am not a saint. Just like you, I am just a robber who takes advantage of the situation, a BD who forcibly steals profits from the Kingdom of Iron. It's just that my method is more elegant than yours. He turned around and no longer paid attention to Huanyu's life and death. Go away, I won't care about the Oikawa family's affairs, and don't step into the Kingdom of Iron again. He activated his teleportation and disappeared on the spot, leaving only Ghost Lantern Huanyu sitting on the ground. The water flow gathered at Huanyu's neck, gradually condensing into a frightened face without eyebrows.